Chapter 1273. Boom. In the blink of an eye, a violent explosion that contained an enormous amount of energy suddenly resounded in the sky. The few battles that were closer to the battle were forced to stop because of this, and there were even some people who were injured by this energy. The buzzing sound continued to resound in everyone's minds, causing their vision to become slightly blurry. The sound of the explosion rang out. Waves of seemingly solid energy ripples rippled wildly. Even the empty space instantly collapsed under this frightening energy collision. It was a long while later before the energy ripples that permeated the sky slowly scattered. Hence, the collapsed space recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the sky, Xieshan's figure finally appeared in front of everyone once again under the attention of countless pairs of eyes. However, at this moment, Xieshan had already recovered his original appearance. His body had transformed into the body of a magical beast. His appearance was ferocious as he observed everyone present. This was especially the case when his pair of dark red beast eyes landed on Xiaoyan's body. A wild roar was involuntarily emitted. A buzzing sound once again sounded in the sky. Numerous surprised gazes repeatedly landed on Xieshan's body. At a glance, everyone immediately discovered that the right side of the giant beast's body was missing a piece. It was Xieshan's arm. During the explosion of his avatar, he was the closest and couldn't avoid it. Although he used his surging Genesis Chi to resist, he still couldn't protect his right arm. It was likely that he had transformed into his original form after being thoroughly enraged. Great Dao skill. Soul-reaping ghost scythe. Xieshan's eyes stared intently at Xiaoyan. He widened his large mouth and a frightening suction force immediately surged out. At the same time, a strange caw-caw sound was suddenly emitted. Numerous bone chains that were connected to an enormous sickle flew out of Xieshan's mouth. Their target was not only Xiaoyan, but also the other experts who were closer to them. Moreover, there were quite a number of people among them who were from his two sections. This Xieshan could really be called vicious and merciless by not differentiating between friend and foe. Xieshan could really be called vicious. It was naturally difficult for those present to escape from such a strange attack. After all, it was an attack from an expert from the Source sect. Given their strength, it was naturally difficult for them to block it. However, just as the ghost sickle was about to hook towards Xiaoyan and arrive in front of him, Xiaoyan finally slowly lifted his pale face. His eyes stared intently at the ghost sickle that was swiftly magnified in his eyes. He slowly raised his hand, and a firewheel slowly rotated in his right hand. Buddha's anger reincarnation. A hoarse voice slowly sounded. At the same time, Xiaoyan lifted his hand, and the wheel in his palm abruptly sped up. At the center of the wheel, a thumb-sized black dot gradually distorted. When the ghost scythe arrived in front of Xiaoyan, Xiaoyan's body suddenly trembled, and a tremendous pillar of black light shot out from the wheel, instantly submerging the ghost scythe. Even the power on the ghost scythe and the bone chains were rapidly swallowed by the black light pillar, until they dissipated into nothingness. However, this was not the end. The enormous black light pillar swelled with the wind and swallowed everything in front of it. The sky became the same color, and the entire world was dyed with a black color that could not be erased. All the ghost sickles that passed by were either swallowed or disintegrated under the strength of this light pillar. They returned to this world under an unknown force. Until, bang! The light pillar directly penetrated Xieshan's mouth, and the power on it immediately became sluggish. Xieshan's body also began to tremble intensely because of this. After a long while, Xieshan's entire body began to tremble uncontrollably. Fresh scarlet blood continuously flowed out from his body. His entire body began to rapidly swell at a speed visible to the naked eye. At a certain moment, the pitch-black light pillar actually completely penetrated Xieshan from the front to the back with a bang. The life in his eyes also swiftly disappeared at this moment. Chi. The power on the light pillar continued to soar. In the end, Xieshan's enormous body was swallowed by the light pillar, completely disappearing from the world. In the void, everyone stared dumbstruck at this scene. Their eyes filled with horror. The black light pillar seemed to have an irreversible power. No matter if it was a person, an object, or Genesis Chi, once sucked into it, there was no possibility of escaping. After Xiaoyan's attack landed, The victor of the battle on the battleground was gradually determined. After losing the help of the puppets, the fighting strength of the people from the two sects had greatly declined. Additionally, the death of Xieshan had dealt an even greater blow to them. Regardless of whether it was their fighting strength or their morale, they were far inferior to before. The momentum of the two sects had already disappeared, but the result of the entire battleground was still unclear. The two Ghost Hall origin emperors struggled to survive under the attacks of the 32 spirit guards, and the clash between Renfu and the North King was particularly intense. The Vajra puppet had already been destroyed, and although it was barely usable, it had been turned into a pair of scrap metal under the North King's continuous bombardment. Renfu's face was ashen. Even he didn't dare to touch the lightning power on the North King's body. The situation on First Elder Li Qingshu's side was also going well. The only thing he had to worry about was the clash between Patriarch Burning Heaven and Hall Master Shao. The two peak experts on the battleground had already fought for a long time without a victor being decided. Quite a lot of the Genesis Qi within their bodies had already been exhausted. If Xiaoyan had not finished off Xieshan, it was likely that Xieshan would have been able to achieve his goal should the battle drag on until the two of them were completely exhausted. Even though this was the case, the situation on the battleground was still unclear. One of the main reasons why the experts from the two sects were still desperately holding on was because of the existence of Hall Master Shao. They knew that regardless of who this fellow was, as long as Hall Master Shao was victorious, it would be difficult for the Burning Flame Valley to escape destruction today. Therefore, the important point was not them. Instead, it was the battle between these two people. The success or failure of everything would be on the shoulders of the Burning Sky Ancestor and Hall Master Shao. Xiaoyan slowly raised his head as he looked at the experts from both parties who had once again entered an intense battle. His gaze landed on the two of them. In the end, the key people who could decide the outcome of this battle were the two of them. Hugh. Xiaoyan let out a long breath. He hurriedly took out a couple of medicinal pills from his storage ring and swallowed them without any hesitation. A low moan was involuntarily emitted from Xiaoyan's mouth as he sensed the warm medicinal strength swiftly spreading within his body. Soon after, he hurriedly braced himself. After confirming that there was no one else around, he once again maneuvered the Genesis Qi within his body. Both of his hands were slowly raised. His palms trembled and a white and blue heavenly flame appeared in his palms, after which, he widened his mouth and a cluster of bright red flames was spat out. Chapter 1274. Western Region, Green Jade City. Everyone present immediately shifted their gazes away as a golden light flashed over the large open ground. When they looked over again, a couple of human figures had appeared on the open ground. They were surprisingly Xiaoyan's group. Xiaoyan's group was stunned. After the matter with Lutsong City, Xiaoyan's group did not stop for the rest of their journey. When they arrived at Green Jade City, Xiaoyan looked at the somewhat familiar streets and alleys in front of him. Xiaoyan's mind seemed to recall the various things that had happened back then. However, as time passed, things remained the same but people had changed. This western region had also undergone a tremendous change. In the current western region, the one who could truly be called an overlord was naturally the icily arrogant beauty in the Shilin mountain range, followed by Lu Zhongtian in the area of Sand River, and the Bai family of Green Hunchback Mountain that had prospered in recent years. These three forces each occupied a region. Among them, the Shilin mountain range was still ignorant of worldly affairs, and there were still countless human experts adventuring and training there. However, unlike before, the depths of the Shilin mountain range would be a dangerous place that everyone deeply understood in their hearts. Secondly, it was the area around Shahipu where Lu Zhongtian was located. The latter was famous for setting up an auction house, and had a rather high status in the Shilin region. Coupled with Lu Zhongtian's current powerful cultivation, his area was especially safe. Other than that, there was also the Bai clan that no one had expected. Most people in the Shilin region knew that the Bai family had once been one of the four great clans under the Heavenly Sword sect. However, after the destruction of the four great sects, the other three clans had been wiped out by someone overnight. Afterwards, the Bai family took over all the cities and mines under the four great sects, but very soon, the Bai family decisively abandoned the majority of the cities and mines. After rapidly collecting all the benefits, they basically settled down in the region of Green Hunchback Mountain, rarely showing themselves again. The Bai family acted quickly and decisively, collecting most of the benefits in the shortest amount of time possible before retreating to Green Hunchback Mountain. This allowed many people to understand why the three great clans had been wiped out. After that, there were even a few organizations that worked together to find the Bai family. However, the moment the Bai family took out 2 origin transformation experts, the various organizations that had gone forward were all destroyed. They did not even have the chance to surrender. It was also because of this that the Bai clan's name quickly spread throughout the Shilin region. Even so, they still remained in the vicinity of Green Hunchback Mountain, and did not seem to have any intention of expanding their clan's influence. This caused many factions in the Shilin region to be suspicious. Outsiders didn't understand this, but the Bai clan knew it very well. It wasn't that they didn't want to expand their influence. Everyone knew that only by having a huge amount of resources could a clan grow rapidly. How could the Bai clan not have such thoughts? But the reality was that they couldn't do that. The Bai clan did not wish to become the second Qin wasteland Maze Valley. To them, the Shilin mountain range's Lungbing was not the most terrifying thing. The most terrifying thing was the man standing behind her. Outside the vast mountain range, at the edge of the horizon, there was a slight sound of breaking through the air. Immediately, a few streaks of light suddenly flashed over, bringing along waves of sonic booms. At the same time, they had already appeared above the mountain range in the blink of an eye, after which, their figures suddenly paused and turned into a few figures. The expression on Xiao Yan's face was slightly startled as he eyed the familiar mountain range in front of him. This scene actually caused him to have the feeling of having returned home for a moment. Compared to the various disturbances in the outside world, this place was clearly much quieter. This was especially the case when he thought of Lungbing now. A smile would involuntarily surface on Xiao Yan's face. After which, he waved his hand and led the few people behind him as they flew toward the deep regions of the Shilin mountain range. It was also when this group of people entered the depths of the mountain range that a white-robed figure quickly flew out from a certain mountain peak. After a moment of hesitation, he quickly flew off in a certain direction. Xiao Yan, who was flying, furrowed his brows slightly as he felt suspicious in his heart. Soon after, he ignored him and quickly headed towards the depths of the mountain range. Very quickly, several familiar figures appeared in front of Xiao Yan, and the others one after another. Most importantly, the ice beauty who usually focused on cultivation also appeared in front of Xiao Yan at this moment. Looking at Xiao Yan, who was unharmed in front of her, Lungbing cold and elegant face could not help but be a little moved. She naturally understood the dangers of the extreme south. However, Xiao Yan had been gone for 3 years. How could she not be worried? Now that she saw that Xiao Yan had returned, the emotions at the bottom of her heart were still affected. Her pair of beautiful eyes could not help but contain some hidden bitterness. On the other hand, Xiao Yan stepped forward and pulled the latter into his embrace. He ignored the struggle of the beauty in his embrace as his firm arms tightly locked the latter's delicate body. His mouth was close to her delicate ear as he gently said, "Sorry, I have returned." This simple sentence seemed to contain some kind of magic, causing Lungbing struggling delicate body to slowly relax. After that, the little fairy doctor looked at the 2 people in front of her. A certain kind of expression gradually dimmed. Immediately, she quietly turned her head and no longer paid any attention to them. Bai Hua and Narwhal Snake became familiar with each other when they met. Kair had met Lianer before. However, the latter was still in a deep sleep at that time. Now that they had met, they were naturally more familiar with each other. In addition, these 2 women were considered to be of the same generation among the group. Hence, they chatted more freely. On the other hand, because of Lianer Li Bingrui and these 3 women quickly blended together. Only the little fairy doctor sat alone for a long time. When the 3 women regained their senses, the little fairy doctor had already disappeared. At this moment, 5 people were sitting around a table in Sky Eagle's cave. There were drinks on the table. The atmosphere was strong and everyone was chatting happily. In the mountain forest, Kai brought the 2 women to a hut that Flame Lion and the others had built for her. This little girl was the eldest young lady of the Shilin mountain range. She relied on Lung Bingshuang's pampering. Usually, the brothers would pamper her everywhere. Everything here was also requested by this little girl. Although the design of the hut was not very good, the surrounding environment was quite suitable for the three women. Under such a beautiful environment, the three of them chatted happily. Xiao Yan and Lung Bingshuang came to the hinterland of Shilin. This place had already changed greatly. A magnificent ice palace had been built. Cold fog filled the air, turning this place into a paradise on earth. Lung Bingshuang pulled Xiao Yan into the depths of the ice palace. Xiao Yan gently pulled the latter's delicate body into his embrace. The two of them looked at each other. Their breathing gradually became rapid and hot. On a certain uninhabited mountain peak, the little fairy doctor, who was dressed in a long white dress, was sitting alone. A pair of long and narrow eyes looked at the empty sky in the distance. There was a pair of white birds circling in the sky. They seemed to be comforting her, but also seemed to be mocking her. In this regard, the little fairy doctor could only smile foolishly. Sparkling tears fell from the corner of her eyes. Her mind once again recalled the words that Xiao Yan had said when he had saved her. "You are my responsibility." Chapter 1275. Corpses littered the foot of the valley. Countless people were heavily injured. Even experts as powerful as Origin Kings and Origin Emperors were unable to survive the battle. The people of the two sects were completely defeated. Countless cultivators below the Origin King level were killed or injured, and even a few Origin King level cultivators were killed. Even if the rest of the people survived, they were all seriously injured. The Heavenly Wall sect's sect master was also seriously injured after being attacked by the energy waves. However, before he could rejoice, the North King suddenly appeared and finished him off with a punch. So far, the two sect masters of the two sects had basically died to Xiao Yan's hands. The other Origin Kings had all lost their battle prowess. The two Origin Kings from the Ghost Hall had also died from the pincer attack of Qing Feng and the others, as well as the impact of the Angry Buddha's lotus fire. The 32 spirit guards from the Spirit Ginseng clan were still alive. Thanks to some of their clan's methods, the 32 Origin Kings were able to work together and survive without any heavy injuries. However, even so, their faces were pale and their presences were rather weak. Although the ancestor of the scorching heavens was not heavily injured, his old body, coupled with the intense battle and the impact of the Angry Buddha's lotus fire at the end, did not have much strength left. Hall Master Zhao's situation went without saying. He had received most of the impact from the Angry Buddha's lotus fire, so he was obviously the most heavily injured. Even Xiao Yan was in a very bad state right now. He had fallen into an abyss. Using the Angry Buddha's cycle of samsara, and the Angry Buddha's lotus fire again and again was something that even he could not endure. Although the power of the fire lotus did not directly harm him, he was unable to dodge the aftershocks. Coupled with the various injuries on his body, Xiao Yan's current condition could not get any worse. The extreme lack of strength within Xiao Yan's body, along with the various injuries all over his body, caused fresh blood to flow unceasingly from all over Xiao Yan's body. Although his body still had the strength of the medicinal pills to slowly recover, without any strength to use, the recovery effect was still a little too slow. His body uncontrollably lay on his back on the ground. At this moment, Xiao Yan really did not even have the strength to move his fingers. The thoughts in his mind gradually became blurry. Although he was unwilling to fall asleep in this manner, it seemed that both his body and his spirit were gradually leaving his control. Cough, cough, cough. On the other side, after experiencing the baptism of the Buddha's fiery lotus, the black fog that shrouded Palace Master Zhao's body had completely dissipated. His black robe was torn apart, revealing his skinny, skeletal body. Even the mask on his face had been shattered by the explosion. Half of his face had been destroyed, revealing his ghastly white bones. A scarlet eyeball was still twitching under the influence of his flesh and blood. Blood continued to spurt out from his mouth, mixed with many pieces of his internal organs. At this moment, Hall Chief Xiao could be said to be at a loss for words. If he had taken the opportunity to leave before Xiao Yan could agglomerate the Angry Buddha lotus flame, all of this might have nothing to do with him. However, he did not do so. Hence, he had paid a heavy price for his choice. To the two. At the same time, Qing Feng and the others also arrived at Xiao Yan's side. After carefully inspecting him, they finally relaxed. One after another. Their gazes landed on the bodies of Patriarch Burning Heaven and Hall Master Xiao. At this moment, the latter had also crawled up from the ground with great difficulty. His terrifying appearance was simply nauseating. Seeing that he still had the strength to get up, Burning Heaven Patriarch couldn't help but frown. He hurriedly circulated the little remaining Genesis Qi in his body and vigilantly stared at the person before him. Even if the other party was seriously injured, he could not be too careless in the face of someone from Ghost Hall. Cough, cough, cough. My Ghost Hall and the Heavenly Puppet Sect have prepared for nearly 4 years for today's battle, but we were still unable to easily capture Xiao Yan. To think that we would end up in such a state. I admit that I have failed in my duty. Hearing these words, the cautiousness in Ancestor Fentian's heart was reduced a little. At the very least, this fellow had admitted defeat. However, TSK, I have said that I will definitely bring Xiao Yan back today. The instant the strange laughter rang out, Ancestor Burning Heaven's face immediately sank. He quickened his pace and walked towards the ladder. All the remaining strength in his body was gathered in his palm. No matter what other tricks this fellow had up his sleeve, as long as he killed him now, there would be no future troubles. You're too slow, TSK. However, before Ancestor Fentian could arrive in front of Hall Chief Xiao, the latter extended his hand and grabbed. The storage ring on his finger flickered, and a blood-red jade token appeared in his hand. Just as Ancestor Fentian was about to charge over with all his strength, the jade token was crushed by Hall Chief Xiao with all his strength. Hum hum hum. Following the explosion of the jade strip, an invisible energy immediately spread out from within. The invisible space rippled intensely and Patriarch Burning Heaven, who had charged forward, was instantly sent flying by this energy. A mouthful of old blood was spat out, and the aura of his entire body swiftly fell to rock bottom. Soon after, the space collapsed and an extremely frightening aura swiftly spread out from the empty space. The strength of this aura had reached an unimaginable level. In the end, the owner of this aura did not reveal himself. However, that invisible energy directly locked onto Xiao Yan. Seeing this, Qing Feng and the rest hurriedly stepped forward. The 32 auras merged into one, and formed an extremely powerful defense that blocked in front of Xiao Yan and blocked that aura. The Ginseng Spirit Clan? They actually still exist in this world. However, that's all there is to it. Sensing the aura of Qing Feng and the rest, a somewhat surprised voice rang out from the depths of the shattered space. However, soon after, the invisible energy that extended towards Xiao Yan suddenly expanded. With a single strike, it instantly destroyed the solid defense that Qing Feng and the rest had formed together. This group of people was also sent flying far away. Soon after, that aura arrived in front of Xiao Yan. After confirming that it was him, it transformed into an invisible hand that grabbed Xiao Yan's body and pulled him towards the shattered space. Xiao Yan. No. Xiao Yan. Immediately, the mouths of those seriously injured people on the battleground emitted waves of unwilling roars. This was especially the case for Bai Hua and the little fairy doctor. They used all their strength to try and climb up from the ground. However, under that frightening pressure, their bodies were once again sent flying in an instant. Xiao Yan, on the other hand, swiftly approached the shattered space under the control of that invisible large hand. Chapter 1276. Outside of the Burning Flame Valley, Xiao Yan's body was swiftly approaching the shattered space under the control of the invisible large hand. Beside him, Hall leader Xiao wore a ferocious smile as he looked at the other people present. Although he had failed, this backup plan could easily capture Xiao Yan. With just these people present, it was impossible for them to stop this person's actions. Swoosh! However, at this moment, an air-splitting sound suddenly appeared in the sky. A hot flaming meteor immediately descended from the sky and smashed towards Hall leader Xiao, who was beside the shattered space. Immediately, the latter's pale face immediately turned pale. He looked at the cluster of fire that was swiftly magnifying in his eyes, and hurriedly cried out loudly, "Chief, save me!" Humph! Soon after, a cold snort was emitted from the empty space. An invisible strength immediately soared to the sky and blasted the cluster of fire apart. However, at the same time, a human figure also appeared in front of the invisible large hand. With a wave of his sleeve, the fierce flames that permeated the sky immediately forcefully broke the invisible strength. He caught Xiaoyan's body and swiftly withdrew. "Who is it? How dare you snatch someone from my ghost temple sect?" A voice that contained anger immediately sounded in the empty space when Xiaoyan was snatched. Immediately, an even more ferocious strength swept out from within and transformed into an invisible cage that covered the entire place. A frightening aura also swiftly locked onto the person who was trying to take away Xiaoyan. The middle-aged large man involuntarily frowned when he saw that his path was sealed. He quietly said that this was troublesome in his heart. Just as he was searching all around for a way out, an invisible strength suddenly transformed into a chain that charged towards the large man. The latter did not show any signs of weakness. Both of his hands hugged Xiaoyan. His body flipped, and both of his feet pressed on the chain. A powerful force immediately erupted. At the same time, he shook the chain a little, and hurriedly used the force to pull back once again. "Ha ha ha, so what if you're from the Ghost Temple sect? Back when my clan was flourishing, you guys were all over the continent. You only managed to survive until now because of the protection of others." The middle-aged man coldly laughed when he heard the words that were transmitted from the empty space. His pair of crimson eyes carried some disdain as his gaze swiftly swept over everyone below. He immediately arrived in front of Li Bingrui, after which he slowly placed Xiaoyan's body down. After confirming that there was no mistake, he turned to look at the empty space in the blink of an eye. This middle-aged man was Zhu Hao from the Fire Maple Forest. Originally, Li Bingrui was worried about whether Xiaoyan would be able to return. Therefore, she used the jade slip in her hand to summon him. However, she didn't expect that he would be too late. However, he had saved Xiaoyan. In that case, perhaps it wasn't too late. Although Li Bingrui did not have a good impression of Xiaoyan, her heart still sighed in relief for some unknown reason when she saw that Xiaoyan had been saved. Shameless boasting. You're just a mere origin zone. How dare you be so impudent in front of me? The mysterious man's cold voice rang out from the void once again. Next, a ferocious power surged forth once again. Invisible chains continuously condensed, bringing with them an extremely sharp and domineering aura as they rushed towards Zhu Hao from all directions. "Haha, you're just a bunch of cowards who don't dare to admit it." Bright sun in the sky, brilliant sun's raging flames. After a sneer, Zhu Hao raised his head and roared towards the sky. A gigantic ball of flames immediately condensed in the sky, giving off a scorching fiery glow. It was just like a second sun in this world. Next, under Zhu Hao's control, several shockingly imposing beams of fire shot out from the ball of flames and collided with the invisible chains. "Oh, so it's the Bloodblaze Bird clan. You've brought me quite a few surprises today. However, a origin zone will always be a origin zone. You can never be compared to a true expert." As his voice faded, a powerful force immediately surged from the invisible chains. The chains, which had been gradually melting under the beams of fire, were now completely fearless. They coiled left and right, blocking the beams of fire. Next, they continued to rush towards Zhu Hao. Damn it! Zhu Hao's expression could not help but change slightly when he saw this. This fellow's cultivation was too tyrannical. If not for the fact that he could not personally appear, Zhu Hao would have already been unable to resist. However, who would have expected that even so, he was still unable to resist. A grand Dao technique. Glorious sun in the sky. As his voice fell, the power of the Great Path rapidly condensed between heaven and earth. Under Zhu Hao's control, 10 golden blazing suns condensed above his head. The frighteningly high temperature sprinkled on this world at this moment. Under this terrifyingly high temperature, whether it was the mountains or the earth below, they all began to melt like snow. If not for Zhu Hao's deliberate control, those heavily injured origin kings would have been roasted to death by the high temperature of these 10 suns. Such a terrifyingly high temperature would affect even the surrounding Genesis Chi, let alone the invisible chains. Although they were powerful, they were ultimately only a part of the whole. As they neared Zhu Hao's body, the power on the chains rapidly dissipated, until they turned into nothingness. Humph, stubborn fellow. However, only a disdainful snort was heard from the formless space. Soon after, the formless chains that had been melted by the high temperature were formed once again. The power on them was even more terrifying than before. They charged towards Zhu Hao despite the high temperature of the 10 blazing suns. The gap between the cultivation levels was undoubtedly revealed in the current battle. In the face of overly powerful strength, even a tyrannical great path technique would not be effective. In the end, Zhu Hao's body was still bound by those chains. No matter how he struggled, it was to no avail. Below, although Li Bingrui and the others wanted to help, they were unable to do anything in the end. Zhu Hao's strength was simply too strong. In the current battlefield, there was simply no one who was a match for him. Since you don't know what's good for you, I might as well bring you back for research. It just so happens that I don't have a mount, so perhaps I can tame you. Keek keek. At the same time the strange laughter sounded, the invisible chain grabbed at the unconscious Xiao Yan below. However, just as the chain was about to hook onto Xiao Yan's body, another invisible strength suddenly surfaced. It easily pushed back the chain that was approaching Xiao Yan's body, while also breaking the chain that was binding Zhu Hao's body with one strike. Hee, I didn't expect a origin sovereign to make things difficult for a group of origin kings. Has the Ghost Temple sect become so shameless? Chapter 1277. Just as the invisible chains were about to latch onto Xiao Yan's body, an elderly voice rang out, and the invisible chains that filled the sky disappeared. The unconscious Xiao Yan and Zhu Hao were once again freed from danger. Faint laughter continued to reverberate throughout the area, but the oppressive atmosphere that had enveloped everyone's hearts had completely disappeared in the blink of an eye. Humph, the Cloud Immortal sect has no right to interfere with the matters of my Ghost Temple sect. The dark, cold voice was once again emitted from the empty space. His tone was low and deep. Although he had already expected that this person would likely sense his actions, all of this should have happened after he had captured Xiao Yan. However, who would have expected that Zhu Hao, who had appeared midway, would disrupt his original plan? If this was not the case, it was likely that Xiao Yan would have already become his. However, it was likely that this matter would not be so easy to resolve now. This old man indeed does not wish to interfere with the matters of the Ghost Temple sect. However, the matters at the borders of the mainland should be their own matters. We have already made an agreement that we will not interfere. However, your actions have already violated our earlier agreement. The elderly voice rang out once again. This time, there was an additional trace of coldness in his tone. Humph, agreement? My Ghost Temple sect has never followed any rules. That agreement is something that you believe to exist. As long as we can complete the mission, we can do anything. What you are saying to me is a little too laughable. A mocking laughter was immediately emitted from the empty space when they heard this. At the same time, a majestic invisible force once again surged out. It transformed into a countless number of chains that grabbed at Xiao Yan. At this moment, it was most important to capture Xiao Yan and bring him back. Originally, the entire plan had been flawless. Regardless of whether Palace Master Xiao could complete the mission, as long as the person in the void intervened, Xiao Yan would be theirs no matter what. Although they had already considered the existence of this person before this, it was not as troublesome as it was now. Now that Xiao Yan was no longer in his hands, it would truly be difficult to capture him. Since you don't want to keep your promise, then don't blame this old man for being impolite. Sensing the surge of the invisible force, the old man's cry sounded in the sky. At the same time, an invisible force gathered once again. The scorching hot fire turned into an invisible flame that burned the empty space until it was distorted. Immediately, when the chains shot over, the flame quickly met them. It relied on its own terrifying high temperature to burn the chains into nothingness. That is, on the other side, Ancestor Fention's eyes involuntarily hardened when he saw the scene in front of him. Although both parties were relying on their spiritual strength, he was able to sense a special energy within the flame. This energy was something that he had only sensed from Xiao Yan until now. Haha, even if we were to fight face to face, you might not be a match for this old man. Furthermore, with just spiritual strength, your little tricks are useless in front of this old man. The faint laughter rang out once again, and there was a hint of a sneer in his voice. Although the chains were powerful, they were instantly turned into nothingness under the burning of the invisible flames. The so-called power was unable to be used under the flames. Sixth book. You, don't be arrogant in front of this hall master. The strength of my ghost temple gate is not something that your cloud celestial sect can compare with. If this hall master summons another expert from the sect, you stop uttering nonsense. If you really have that ability, it is likely that you would have already summoned them. Now this old man advises you to withdraw as soon as possible. Once you alarm the other two sects, it will be even more difficult for you to clean up the mess. After the old voice sounded, the frightening flame immediately pounced towards the shattered empty space from all directions. When the latter saw this, his emotions changed and he hurriedly withdrew the power that he had spread out. At the same time, the empty space also rapidly shrank. At this moment, Hall Master Zhao's face immediately revealed a terrified expression when he saw this. He hurriedly cried out a couple of times. Only then did a force surge out from the empty space. It grabbed him and forcefully pulled him back. You wretched trash! After a furious and unwilling curse sounded, the frightening aura that covered everyone's heads finally completely disappeared at this moment. Zhu Hao also heaved a long sigh of relief at this moment. However, his eyes still cautiously stared at his surroundings. After all, although one person had left, there was still another person's spiritual strength remaining. Compared to the former, this person was likely even more difficult to deal with. Don't worry, this old man won't do anything to you. After all, you are just a group of juniors and have no enmity with any of you. Moreover, this matter is at the border, and this old man shouldn't have interfered. If not for that fellow's stubbornness, I wouldn't have interfered here. As for this kid, Xiao Yan's body floated into the air uncontrollably as he spoke. The expressions of the surrounding people immediately changed. The Genesis Qi in Zhu Hao's body circulated as he prepared to step forward. However, the expression on his face quickly turned stunned when he saw the scene in front of him. Under the control of this mysterious old man, an invisible flame was pulled out of Xiao Yan's body. Immediately, it entered a certain spot in empty space and disappeared. This old man will be taking back this thing. However, as compensation, I'll give you this. Boundless power immediately began to surge, transforming into a giant invisible hand. A suction force surged from the palm, sucking in all the surrounding Genesis Qi and pouring it into Xiao Yan's body. As the blaze art slowly circulated, the boundless power was slowly absorbed by Xiao Yan. After this was done, the giant invisible hand gradually faded, and the owner of the second powerful aura also completely disappeared from the sky above the burning flame valley. The only ones left were the heavily injured members of the two sects, as well as Xiao Yan, who was currently slowly absorbing the boundless power in his body. At this moment, the two sects had been defeated, with countless casualties. The remaining experts had all lost the ability to fight. On the Burning Flame Valley's side, with the exception of Zhu Hao, although the 32 spirit guards were heavily injured, they still had the ability to fight. Ancestor Fen Tian had also recovered quite a bit of his strength after a period of rest. The outcome of this battle was already clearly displayed before everyone's eyes. The two sects were destroyed, and the Burning Flame Valley had obtained a complete victory. Although several unforeseen events had occurred, everything was fortunately fine. From today onwards, the Heavenly Puppet Sect and the 10,000 Scorpion Sect would no longer exist in the extreme south. The Burning Flame Valley would be the one and only overlord of this place. Chapter 1278. After the frightening auras in the sky above the Burning Flame Valley disappeared, everything returned to normal. Following the end of the battle, the hearts of everyone in the Burning Flame Valley finally sighed in relief. At the same time, an old man, whose eyes were tightly shut, slowly opened his eyes in a certain large hall with magnificent decorations in the middle region. At the same time, a cluster of invisible flame was dancing gently in his right palm. The old man involuntarily smiled as he looked at the invisible flame in his palm. Cuckoo, you have finally returned after so many years. With you the old me can be considered complete. As for that Xiao Yan, we will talk about the rest when we meet in the future. In the blink of an eye, Close to 2 months had passed since the great battle between the burning flame valley and the two great sections. In the extreme south, the discussions about the great battle from before had also gradually died down. Everything had returned to how it was in the past. All the resources of the two great sects had been taken over by the burning flame valley. The current burning flame valley had already become a well-deserved giant in the extreme south. Of course, under such a huge change, there were countless large and small factions that continuously emerged in the extreme south like bamboo shoots after a rain. The extreme south, which had just experienced a big battle, swiftly became lively. The burning flame valley did not intervene in this matter. They quietly maintained their position as the overlord of the extreme south. At the same time, they were also swiftly recovering the damage that the big battle had left on the entire valley. Under the activation of the enormous amount of resources, the manpower and resources that the burning flame valley had lost were swiftly replenished. Of course, the burning flame valley also did their best to give the best arrangements to the families of the experts who had sacrificed themselves in the big battle. This action immediately attracted a wave of cheers from the burning flame valley. The thing that surprised people was that after the big battle ended, Fang Jitsung led a group of people from the Fang clan to the burning flame valley with the intention of joining. The first elder, Li Chengxiu, still chose to reject this action after some hesitation. Helplessly, Fang Jitsung could only helplessly lead his people and leave. According to Li Chengxiu's understanding, the current head of the Fang clan had already been replaced by the young Fang Jitsung. The original head of the Fang clan, Fang Qi, had been removed from his position as head of the clan by the three elders in the clan. The original Fang clan had nearly fallen into a hopeless situation under Fang Qi's leadership. If it were not for Xiao Yan saving them twice, it was likely that they would have already been turned into ashes. Now that Fang Jitsung had succeeded the position of the head of the clan, he had made some achievements despite his young age. The city where the Fang clan was located had also become much more prosperous. Despite this, Li Chengxiu still rejected him. However, everyone clearly understood the true reason behind this. The Fang clan was still hesitant to do nothing when the Burning Flame Valley was in danger. Now that the Burning Flame Valley had obtained a complete victory and was still flourishing, it was already too late for them to join the Fang clan. On the other side, Xiao Yan had already awakened from his coma, but had been in secluded cultivation all this time. Although he did not understand where the boundless Genesis Qi in his body had come from, he could clearly feel that his cultivation was about to break through to the Origin Emperor stage with the help of this power. In a quiet room, a gentle light shone on Xiao Yan's fair face. His body was seated on a bed, his hands forming a cultivation seal. Genesis Qi stealthily seeped out from his body with every breath, before gradually fusing with his body. At this moment, Xiao Yan's eyes were tightly shut, his mind focused. The blaze art qi in his body was continuously circulating, refining and purifying the boundless Genesis Qi in the vortex. In the end, it was poured into the vortex space as he quietly waited for the moment of his breakthrough. Time swiftly flowed by like sand between one's fingers during this endless training. At the same time, the aura of Xiao Yan's body was also approaching the level above King Yuan. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Xiao Yan was completely immersed in his cultivation. Until a certain moment, a clear cry was suddenly heard from a room that had been tightly shut for 2 months in the Burning Flame Valley. A powerful aura abruptly spread from the room, and in the blink of an eye, a terrifying pressure enveloped the entire sky above the Burning Flame Valley, causing the expressions of several elders in the valley to change. The moment the pressure spread, 2 elderly figures appeared in the air outside the room. They watched the situation below with faint smiles as they involuntarily clicked their tongues in amazement. Tisk, he's really amazing. 2 months ago he broke through to the peak of the Origin King realm. I thought that was already terrifying enough. Who would have thought that 2 months later, this kid actually broke through to the Origin Emperor realm? Although this is partly due to that senior, it's still too shocking. Li Chengxiu stared at the scene before him in shock. His brows could not help but twitch when he sensed the vigorous aura from Xiao Yan's body. In his memories, Xiao Yan seemed to be the same returnant's brat from a few years ago. But the reality was that the latter had already become an Origin Emperor like him. Moreover, His battle prowess was much greater than a 6-star origin emperor like him. No matter what, breaking through is a good thing. This way, if he encounters the people from the Ghost Hall in the future, he'll be able to protect himself more or less. To one side, Ancestor Fentian smiled faintly. He stroked his beard as he involuntarily thought back to the great battle 2 months ago. In particular, when Hall Master Xiao summoned the expert from the Ghost Temple sect, the scene was still deeply engraved in his mind. Whenever he thought about it, it seemed like it had happened yesterday. When these words were spoken, Li Chengxiu, who was at the side, also quickly nodded his head. His gaze was somewhat complicated as he looked at the distant horizon. At this moment, a few more figures swiftly rushed over from the distance. It was the little fairy doctor and the rest. Both parties immediately exchanged a few polite words with a smile when they saw each other. Afterward, the group descended and landed in the courtyard below. They waited for Xiaoyan to appear. Creak! With the sound of a door opening, everyone's gazes simultaneously landed on the figure who slowly walked out from the room. When the sunlight shone on the familiar, white face, the warm smile made people feel comfortable. The refreshing face always possessed a special charm. In particular, when the little fairy doctor looked over, her eyes were filled with the gentleness of a young girl. The people beside her all smiled when they saw this. They did not say anything more. On the other hand, Li Bingrui viciously glared at Xiaoyan when she saw him like this. She curled her lips and did not say anything more. I've made everyone worry. Chapter 1279. Xiaoyan had exited his retreat and broken through to the Origin Emperor class. Everyone naturally felt happy for him. Laughter continued to be heard as they chatted. A long while later, this group of people gradually scattered. Xiaoyan, the little fairy doctor, and the rest remained in the courtyard. Only then did the latter slowly withdraw his mind. Xiaoyan had gained a general understanding of what had happened 2 months ago during their chat earlier. This was especially the case when he heard that the experts from the Ghost Slaughter Gate had intervened. His heart involuntarily tightened. Fortunately, the continuous attacks from Zhu Hao and that mysterious expert had allowed him to survive. Otherwise, if he had fallen into the hands of the Ghost Slaughter Gate, not only would he have met with misfortune, but even Sun Air would have. When he thought of all this, Xiaoyan could not help but feel a wave of lingering fear in his heart. Only then did he deeply inhale and exhale. Fortunately, none of this had happened. Thank you for Senior Zhu Hao's matter. Although everyone did not explain why Zhu Hao had appeared in that big battle, Xiaoyan did not need to think to understand that he had been summoned by Li Bingrui. If Zhu Hao had not intervened to rescue him at a critical moment back then, it was likely that he would have already fallen into the hands of the Ghost Hall. Now that Zhu Hao was not around, he naturally needed to thank Li Bingrui. When she heard Xiaoyan's words, the expression on her ice-cold face was first slightly stunned. The iciness in her beautiful eyes could not help but lessen a little. However, she quickly returned to her senses. She fiercely glared at Xiaoyan and coldly said, "Don't think that I won't kill you. Don't think that I won't kill you because of this. I saved you because the person who wanted to kill you was me. Before I made my move, no one had the qualifications to kill you. As for the person who made the move, it was Zhu Hao. It has nothing to do with me." After speaking, Li Bingrui left with a straight face and a wooden expression. Behind her, Lianer hesitated for a moment before quickly chasing after her. Among this group of people, the only one who could make Li Bingrui happy was probably this little girl. The fairy doctor could not help but purse her lips and smile when she saw the scene between the two. She had more or less heard about what had happened between Li Bingrui and Xiaoyan. However, when she saw Li Bingrui like this, although her attitude was unyielding, the true killing intent towards Xiaoyan in her heart had already dissipated. Perhaps the killing intent in her heart had already dissipated when she received the message from her elder, Yi Honglian. It was just that she was unwilling to admit it, and was unwilling to let her teacher dissipate like this. Let's make a trip back to the western region in a few days. Suddenly, Xiaoyan spoke to the fairy doctor, who was tidying up the teacups. The moment the words left her mouth, the latter's delicate body instantly froze. Even the movement of her hand slowed down for a moment, and she almost dropped the teacup. Lung Bingshuang's figure involuntarily surfaced in her mind. A complicated expression involuntarily flashed across her beautiful eyes. After which, she silently nodded her head, quickly tidied up the tea set and left on her own. When Bai Hua sent Ancestor Fen Tian, and the fairy doctor off and returned, she immediately saw the moisture in the fairy doctor's beautiful eyes. She could not help but be stunned. After a moment of hesitation, she stepped forward. After that, Xiaoyan told Bai Hua all of his plans. When she heard that Xiaoyan wanted to return to the western region, Bai Hua finally understood why the fairy doctor had revealed such an expression. After which, Xiaoyan also told her about his plans to head to the central region. Bai Hua was not too surprised by this. Xiaoxian had already been brought back to the middle region for a long time. Now that Xiaoyan's cultivation had soared, it was time to look for him. Moreover, after this matter with the Ghost Hall, they understood that they needed an even greater strength in order to safely survive in the hands of those ghost things. The middle region was undoubtedly their best choice. Xiaoxian's expression changed. Compared to the borders of the continent, the central region was the true bustling place of the continent. Only there could Xiaoyan's strength truly increase. It was a long while later when Xiaoyan was the only one left in the courtyard. Only then did his mind recall another matter. Other than being saved by Zhu Hao and the mysterious expert, the other thing that caused Xiaoyan to be alarmed was that the mysterious expert who had gifted him the Genesis Qi had extracted a cluster of invisible flames from his body before the event. Xiaoyan involuntarily began to take this matter seriously after learning about it. The one who had intervened was after all an unknown expert. Once that expert wanted to do something to him, it was likely that it would have an irreversible effect on his future. However, after Xiaoyan's careful inspection, he finally discovered that the flame that had been pulled away was surprisingly the fallen heart flame that he had swallowed back then. Xiaoyan involuntarily became surprised when he realized this point. Logically speaking, the current fallen heart flame was merely equivalent to a cluster of seed flame. Since this was the case, why did the other party insist on spending this trouble to extract a cluster of seed flame? Although Xiaoyan was surprised in his heart, he was unaware of the exact reason behind this. If he wanted to investigate further, it was likely that he would have to head to the middle region in the future in order to obtain an answer. After all, that mysterious expert was a member of the Cloud Immortal sect in the middle region. The next day, Xiaoyan personally went to find Ancestor Fen Tian. "Oh, you want to go to the central region so soon?" Ancestor Fen Tian could not help but frown when he heard Xiaoyan's plan, some worry appearing in his old eyes. The central region was different from other places. Compared to the borders of the continent, the central region was much more powerful. However, it was also much more dangerous. After all, the Ghost Temple sect was located there. Once Xiaoyan went there, the danger would be great. Xiaoyan laughed softly when he saw the expression that was revealed on Ancestor Fen Tian's face. He said, "After all, my ancestor has already been taken away for 3 years. I am worried. Moreover, I will have to face the Ghost Hall sooner or later. Instead of staying here and waiting for him to capture me, I might as well go to the central region and explore. With sufficient strength, they will naturally not be able to do anything to me." Only after hearing these words did Ancestor Fen Tian become silent. The words that were at the tip of his tongue were also swallowed back. Since Xiaoyan had already made up his mind, the only thing he could do was naturally to wish him well. After this matter, Xiaoyan chatted with the old man for a while. Soon after, under Xiaoyan's earnest request, he obtained a drop of geocentric milk marrow from Ancestor Fen Tian. This drop was prepared for Lung Bingshuang. Although Lung Bingshuang's extreme body was already under control, her true strength had yet to be unleashed. This might be due to her cultivation, or it might be due to other reasons. However, no matter what, this time, Xiaoyan planned to use the geocentric milk marrow to help Lung Bingshuang completely unleash the strength of her extreme body. At that time, her strength would definitely increase tremendously. Xiaoyan did not plan to let Lung Bingshuang follow him to the central region this time. Therefore, before this, he needed to ensure that the latter had sufficient strength to protect herself. The geocentric milk marrow was the best choice. Chapter 1280. 2 days later, Xiaoyan's group of 5 set off from the Burning Flame Valley again, returning to the western region. Compared to before, The group had decreased in number, and Li Bingrui had even joined them. However, their overall strength was much greater than before. In particular, with Xiao Yan's current strength as the Origin King, he was an existence that could move unhindered across the entire southern region. The group did not hurry back to the Lu clan as they headed north. Instead, they headed directly to the ancient savage wasteland city. However, when they passed by Lutsong City along the way, the scene within the city caused Xiao Yan's group to pause their footsteps. His somewhat interested gaze landed on the few human figures within the city. The corner of Xiao Yan's mouth was involuntarily lifted into a smile. This southern region might be large, but fate just happened to be so coincidental. Let's go and see our old friends. He exchanged glances with the little fairy doctor and the rest by the side. The latter curled her lips and smiled. Soon after, she slowly descended. At that moment, in Lutsong City, within the Lu family residence, a group of people were huddled together. Their hearts were filled with fear as they looked at the people in front of them. The old man leading the group was the old ancestor of the Lu family, Luya. The old man was also at mid-returnance. His strength could be regarded as extremely great in the southwestern region. However, Luya seemed to be in a rather horrible shape right now. His clothes were in tatters, and he was covered in wounds. He held a cane in his hand, and his chin was covered in blood. His hair was a mess, and his old face was sheet white. His sunken eyes were filled with unwillingness and anger. He had never thought that his Lu family would experience a day like this. At this moment, a middle-aged man was standing before him. The middle-aged man wore a gorgeous and flawless embroidered robe, and the imposing aura he emanated was especially powerful. His cultivation had already reached the Origin King realm, and if such strength was placed in the southwest border, there would indeed be few who could match him. Fu Yulong, don't be too arrogant. If you dare to destroy my Lu family today, you'll die one day. Luya clenched his teeth tightly. The words that came out of his mouth were fiercely squeezed out from the gaps between his teeth. The gaze that he used to look at the middle-aged man in front of him was as if he wanted to cut him into 1,000 pieces. This middle-aged man was the palace master of Sea Cloud Palace, Fu Yulong. After not seeing him for a few years, this fellow had actually broken through to King Yuan. It was no wonder that he would come looking for the Lu family again. After all, Luya was already old, and it was difficult for his cultivation to increase. This fellow wanted to use this opportunity to annex him. Ha, who are you talking about? Could it be the Burning Flame Valley? Ha, what an idiot. How could the Burning Flame Valley make things difficult for me, an Origin King expert, for a small clan that hasn't officially joined? Fu Yulong immediately laughed mockingly when he heard Luya's words. Now that his cultivation had broken through to King Yuan, there was no one in the southwestern border who was his match. As long as he did not anger the Burning Flame Valley, did not offend Xiao Yan, and did not touch the Lu family in Qingyang City, he could do whatever he wanted in the southwestern border. Even if he killed Luya in front of him and destroyed the entire Lu family, who would know? Who would find trouble with an Origin King expert for a clan that had already been destroyed? It's not the Burning Flame Valley. It's also not Xiao Yan. However, it is definitely an existence that you cannot afford to offend. Luya coldly laughed and slowly shook his head when he heard this. Other than the Burning Flame Valley, there was another enormous being in the southern region. However, there were extremely few people who knew about it. Coincidentally, his Lu family had some relationship with that enormous being in the air. Xiao Yan, who had yet to descend, could not help but be slightly taken aback when he heard this. Based on his current understanding of the southern region, other than the Burning Flame Valley in the extreme south, there was only the Fire Maple Forests. So it's the Blood Flame Bird. Xiao Yan immediately thought of the Blood Flame Bird clan when he heard Luya's words. Back then, Zhu Hao's son had stayed in the Lu family for a long time, and Xiao Yan had also heard that the Lu family seemed to have something to do with the Blood Flame Bird. Now that he thought about it, this was what Luya was implying. Of course, Fu Yulong naturally did not believe the old man's words in the slightest. With a chuckle, he twisted his hand as surging Genesis Chi immediately gathered at the center of his palm. His figure flashed, appearing in front of Luya in the blink of an eye. With a sinister smile on his face, Fu Yulong's hand viciously slammed into the latter's chest. It doesn't matter if it is true or not. As long as your Lu family is exterminated today and all traces of your corpses are destroyed, who will be able to find fault with me? So die. The instant the sinister laughter rang out, Fu Yulong's hand was about to slam into Luya's chest in the blink of an eye. The latter's aura was currently extremely weak, and there was no way he could resist. All he could do was watch with an unwilling expression as the hand descended. In the next instant, when the palm that was rushing over was still an inch away from Luya's body, it was easily locked by a powerful hand. When Fu Yulong turned his head around, before he could even see the appearance of the person who had attacked, his entire arm that had shot out in front of him was instantly twisted. The sound of bones breaking rang out, and immediately after, the palm lightly landed on his chest. With a slight tremble, surging power instantly gushed out, and Fu Yulong's body was instantly sent flying backwards like a broken sack. Subsequently, he heavily smashed onto the ground, and the aura of his entire body immediately dropped to rock bottom. When Fu Yulong raised his head, he saw a familiar figure wearing a black robe standing beside Luya. When Xiao Yan's face entered his eyes, his entire heart almost collapsed. He had never expected that the person whom he was most unwilling to offend would actually appear in front of him in such a sudden manner. Moreover, from that palm of Xiao Yan's earlier, if the latter had not held back, it was likely that the current him would have already become a dead person. How can this be? How can it be me, is it? Xiao Yan smiled faintly when he heard this. He ignored the frightened face of Fu Yulong. Instead, he placed his gaze on the dull face of Luya by the side. He randomly took out a medicinal pill from his storage ring and handed it over to Luya. At the same time, he softly laughed and said, "The huge faction that old Mr. mentioned earlier should be the Blood Flame Bird clan, right?" When these words were spoken, Luya instantly regained his senses. He stared at Xiao Yan in front of him with a face full of shock. He was shocked that the latter actually knew about the Blood Flame Bird clan. However, after some consideration, he still helplessly nodded his head. Seeing this, Xiao Yan pursed his lips and smiled. He did not speak any further on this topic, and instead turned to look at Fu Yulong. Chapter 1281. Within the Lu clan's mansion in Lutsong City, everyone's eyes were dull as they looked at Xiao Yan, who had sent Fu Yulong flying with one palm. Their eyes were filled with shock. It was difficult to imagine that Fu Yulong, who was currently an expert at the Source King level, and had difficulty finding an opponent in the entire southwestern border, would actually be sent flying with one palm by this young man in front of them. This was really too unbelievable. Of course, others might not know, but Fu Yulong's and Luya's hearts were clearly aware that this black-robed young man in front of them was a renowned person within the southern region. It was rumored that he had relied on his own strength to kill the chief of the 10,000 Scorpion Gate during the battle between the two sects not long ago. He had even caused an expert from the Source sect to end up seriously injured. Such a person, especially Fu Yulong, who had just advanced to the Source King class, could be considered extremely fortunate that he did not die after receiving a palm from Xiao Yan earlier. "So have you killed him?" Beside Fu Yulong, Bai Hua faintly curled her lips at Xiao Yan as she indifferently asked. Just as Xiao Yan was about to nod his head, Fu Yulong hastily crawled up from the ground in shock. He hurriedly bowed and apologized to Xiao Yan, his voice hurried as he said, "Mr. Xiao Yan, everything in the past was indeed Fu Yulong's fault. I should not have made an enemy out of you. I should never have touched anyone from the Lu family, nor should I have associated myself with the Heavenly Puppet sect. However, I have now turned over a new leaf. What happened just now was just a misunderstanding. I never imagined that the person Luya was talking about was actually you. I hope that Mr. Xiao will be magnanimous and not take it to heart. As long as Mr. Xiao is willing to let me off, Fu Yulong will follow Mr. Xiao's lead from today onwards. Mr. Xiao. All right, there's no need to say any more. I can forget about this matter, and I can also not kill you." Hearing this fellow's endless words of redemption, Xiao Yan's heart really felt irritated. Originally, he did not intend to kill him. However, if this fellow continued to speak endlessly, it would really be hard to say what would happen. As expected, this fellow immediately shut his mouth the moment Xiao Yan's words sounded. Bai Hua by the side also glanced at the latter with a face of disdain. He was at the very least a Yuan king, Yet he was so spineless. He was really able to say anything in order to survive. Upon hearing Xiao Yan's words, the fear in Fu Yulong's heart finally relaxed. As long as Xiao Yan did not kill him, everything else was naturally fine. To him, his life was more important than anything else. If face was really so important, Fu Yulong would not have easily listened to the heavenly puppet sect's threats back then. I can spare your life, but you have to do something for me. Just as Fu Yulong was secretly rejoicing in his heart, Xiao Yan's words rang out once again. This caused the former's mind to shake as he hurriedly bowed and acknowledged. Xiao Yan ignored him and continued to speak. From today onwards, the Sea Cloud Palace will be under my command, and will be responsible for protecting the Lu clan of Qingyang City. If anything happens to the Lu clan, this subordinate is willing to pay with his life. This time, before Xiao Yan's words had sounded, Fu Yulong hurriedly agreed. Now was not the time for him to make a choice. His life was in Xiao Yan's hands, so whatever he wanted was naturally up to Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan was first taken aback when he heard this. Soon after, he smiled with satisfaction. This fellow was really straightforward, immediately acknowledging the relationship between the two of them. In this way, he might not need to worry about the Lu clan from today onwards. At the very most, he could talk to Ancestor Fen Tian about it when he returned, and there would be no more mishaps. The southern region could be considered safe. Remember your words. If anything happens to the Lu clan, you have to be careful of your life. Xiao Yan's somewhat dark and cold words caused Fu Yulong's expression to change once again. He hurriedly nodded his head respectfully. However, the former's tone immediately changed as he smiled. Of course, if your performance is appropriate, I will naturally remember it. I will refine a few pills for you in the future. Although I don't dare to say too much, it should not be a problem for you to reach the Origin King level. Fu Yulong's heart immediately shook when he heard the two words Origin King. Joy involuntarily flashed across his eyes. At his age, being able to break through to the Origin King level was already his greatest wish. Now that this strength had not come easily, he originally had no desire to pursue a higher realm. However, when he heard Xiao Yan's words, hope immediately surged in his heart once again. At that moment, he did not dare to hesitate and hurriedly acknowledged Xiao Yan's words. All right, let's end today's matter here. I still have things to do. As for this, there should be no need for me to say anything more, right? Xiao Yan slowly said as he glanced at Fu Yulong. This subordinate understands. Fu Yulong immediately replied respectfully when he heard this. Xiao Yan nodded. Only then did he look at Luya by the side. He smiled slightly and said, In that case, old mister, we will meet again next time. Luya smiled and cupped his hands together. Upon seeing this, Luya also hurriedly cupped his hands together. The current Xiao Yan had already grown to a level that they could only look up to. How could he have imagined that the young man whose cultivation was similar to his 3 years ago would actually grow to such a level in just 3 years? To the point where he could even affect the situation of the entire southern region. After which, Xiao Yan said a few more words to Fu Yulong. After the latter carefully noted it down, Xiao Yan's body moved, transforming into a black shadow as he once again shot into the sky. Behind him, the little fairy doctor and the rest followed. In the blink of an eye, the group had once again disappeared before their eyes. At the same spot, Luya and Fu Yulong blankly stared at Xiao Yan's departing figure. In the end, they sighed and looked at each other with indifferent eyes. Soon after, Fu Yulong led his group of subordinates and swiftly left this place. While Xiao Yan's group was on the road back to the western region, a human figure was standing outside of a certain cave in the distant empty space to the north at this moment. Suddenly, the space behind him suddenly distorted. Immediately, an old man in golden robes appeared behind this person. When the old man appeared, the figure in front of him immediately discovered him. He immediately turned around and respectfully bowed to the old man. Clan leader. Yes, Long Lin. How long has that little fellow been in the dragon cave? Hearing this, the old man gently nodded his head. Immediately, his deep gaze landed on the cave in front of him. He could clearly sense that there was a young figure seated in the depths of this cave. That person was the greatest hope of his faction. Clan leader, he has already been in there for 2 years. Oh, 2 years, huh? In that case, that little fellow has made quite a lot of progress in the dragon cave. Hearing the words of the person in front of him, a look of surprise involuntarily flashed across the old man's deep eyes. In 2 years' time, he had forcefully crossed 2 levels. This was much more than what he had expected back then. Chapter 1282. Western Region, Green Jade City. Everyone present immediately shifted their gazes away as a golden light flashed over the large open ground. When they looked over again, a couple of human figures had appeared on the open ground. They were surprisingly Xiaoyan's group. After the matter with Lutsong City, Xiaoyan's group did not stop for the rest of their journey. When they arrived at Green Jade City, Xiaoyan looked at the somewhat familiar streets and alleys in front of him. Xiaoyan's mind seemed to recall the various things that had happened back then. However, as time passed, things remained the same, but people had changed. This western region had also undergone a great change. In the current western region, the one who could truly be called an overlord was naturally the icily arrogant beauty in the Shilin mountain range, followed by Lu Zhongtian in the area of Sand River, and the Bai family of Green Hunchback Mountain that had prospered in recent years. These 3 forces each occupied a region. Among them, the Shilin mountain range was still ignorant of worldly affairs, and there were still countless human experts adventuring and training there. However, unlike before, the depths of the Shilin mountain range would be a dangerous place that everyone deeply understood in their hearts. Secondly, it was the area around Shihipu where Lu Zhongtian was located. The latter was famous for setting up an auction house, and had a rather high status in the Shilin region. Coupled with Lu Zhongtian's current powerful cultivation, his area was especially safe. Other than that, there was also the Bai clan that no one had expected. Most people in the Shilin region knew that the Bai family had once been one of the 4 great clans under the Heavenly Sword sect. However, after the 4 great sects were destroyed, the other 3 clans had been wiped out by someone overnight. Afterwards, the Bai family took over all the cities and mines under the 4 great sects, but very soon, the Bai family decisively abandoned the majority of the cities and mines. After rapidly collecting all the benefits, they basically occupied the region around Green Hunchback Mountain, rarely showing themselves again. The Bai family acted swiftly and decisively, collecting most of the benefits in the shortest amount of time possible before retreating to Green Hunchback Mountain. This allowed many people to understand why the 3 great clans had been wiped out. After that, there were even a few organizations that worked together to find the Bai family. However, when the Bai family took out 2 origin transformation experts, the various organizations that had gone to attack them were all destroyed. They did not even have the chance to surrender. It was also because of this that the Bai clan's name quickly spread throughout the Shilin region. Even so, they still remained in the vicinity of Green Hunchback Mountain, and did not seem to have any intention of expanding their clan's influence. This caused many factions in the Shilin region to be suspicious. Outsiders didn't understand this point, but the Bai clan knew it very well. It wasn't that they didn't want to expand their influence. Everyone knew that only with a huge amount of resources could a clan grow rapidly. How could the Bai clan not have such thoughts? But the reality was that they couldn't do that. The Bai clan did not wish to become the second Qin wasteland Maze Valley. To them, the Shilin mountain range's Lungbing was not the most terrifying thing. The most terrifying thing was the man standing behind her. Outside the vast mountain range, at the edge of the horizon, there was a slight sound of breaking through the air. Immediately, a few streaks of light suddenly flashed over, bringing along waves of sonic booms. At the same time, they had already appeared above the mountain range in the blink of an eye, after which, their figures suddenly paused and turned into a few figures. Xiaoyan was slightly stunned as he gazed at the familiar mountain range before him. This scene actually made him feel like he had returned home for a moment. Compared to the various disturbances in the outside world, this place was clearly much more peaceful. In particular, when he thought of Lungbing, a smile involuntarily appeared on Xiaoyan's face. He then waved his hand and flew towards the depths of the Shilin mountain range with the people behind him. It was also when this group of people flew into the depths of the mountain range that a white-robed figure quickly flew out from a certain mountain peak. After a moment of hesitation, he quickly flew off in a certain direction. Xiaoyan, who was flying, frowned slightly. He was suspicious in his heart. Soon after, he ignored the figure and quickly flew towards the depths of the mountain range. Very quickly, several familiar figures appeared in front of Xiao Yan, and the others one after another. Most importantly, the Ice Beauty, who usually devoted herself to cultivation, also appeared in front of Xiao Yan at this very moment. Looking at Xiao Yan, who was unharmed in front of her, Lung Bingshuang's cold and elegant face could not help but be a little moved. She naturally understood the dangers of the extreme south. However, Xiao Yan had been gone for 3 years. How could she not be worried? Now that she saw Xiao Yan return, the emotions in her heart were still affected. Her pair of beautiful eyes could not help but contain some hidden bitterness. On the other hand, Xiao Yan stepped forward and pulled the latter into his embrace. He ignored the struggle of the beauty in his embrace. His strong arms tightly locked the latter's delicate body. His mouth was close to her delicate ear as he gently said, "Sorry, I have returned." This simple sentence seemed to contain some kind of magic, causing Lung Bingshuang's struggling delicate body to slowly relax. After that, the little fairy doctor looked at the two people in front of her. A certain kind of expression gradually dimmed. Immediately, she quietly turned her head and no longer paid any attention to them. Bai Hua, Narwhal Snake, and the others became familiar with each other. Kair had met Lianer before. However, the latter was still in a deep sleep at that time. Now that they had met, they were naturally more familiar with each other. In addition, these two women were considered to be of the same generation among the group. Hence, they chatted more freely. Li Bingrui, on the other hand, quickly blended together because of Lien. Only the little fairy doctor sat alone for a long time. When the 3 women regained their senses, the little fairy doctor had already disappeared. At this moment, 5 people were sitting around a table in Sky Eagle's cave. There were drinks on the table. The atmosphere was strong and everyone was chatting happily. In the mountain forest, Kai brought the 2 women to a hut that Flame Lion and the others had built for her. This little girl was the eldest young lady of the Shilin mountain range. She relied on Lung Bingshuang's pampering. Usually, the brothers would pamper her everywhere. Everything here was also requested by this little girl. Although the design of the hut was not very good, the surrounding environment was quite suitable for the 3 women. Under such a beautiful environment, the 3 of them chatted happily. Xiao Yan and Lung Bingshuang came to the hinterland of Shilin. This place had already changed greatly. A magnificent ice palace had been built. Cold fog filled the air, turning this place into a paradise on earth. Lung Bingshuang pulled Xiao Yan into the depths of the ice palace. Xiao Yan gently pulled the latter's delicate body into his embrace. The 2 of them looked at each other. Their breathing gradually became rapid and hot. On a certain uninhabited mountain peak, the little fairy doctor, who was wearing a long white dress, was sitting alone. A pair of long and narrow eyes looked at the empty sky in the distance. There was a pair of white birds circling in the sky. They seemed to be comforting her, but also seemed to be mocking her. In this regard, the little fairy doctor could only smile foolishly. Sparkling tears fell from the corner of her eyes. Her mind once again recalled the words that Xiao Yan had said when he had saved her. "You are my responsibility." Chapter 1283. The next day, Xiao Yan had once again gathered everyone in the depths of the Shilin mountain range. His aim was naturally to discuss the official establishment of Xiao Gate in the western region. Although Xiao Yan had previously established Xiao Gate in the northern region, Xiao Yan was not familiar with the northern region. Currently, Xiao Gate in the northern region had been completely entrusted to the Sea Tribe. Currently, Xiao Yan planned to officially establish Xiao Gate in the western region. At that time, they would wait until the Xiao Gate in the western region and the northern region had developed before they would officially merge. Additionally, the southern region still had the Burning Flame Valley as an ally. In this way, the western part of the continent would swiftly fall into the hands of Xiao Gate. This would undoubtedly be extremely beneficial to Xiao Yan's future development. After a general explanation, everyone seated became eager to give it a try. Who did not dream of becoming a giant in the future, and awe everyone? However, that was really too far away from them in the past. Now, however, Xiao Yan had placed this opportunity in front of them. Xiao Yan's eyes were filled with excitement. His eyes were filled with excitement. The establishment of Xiao Gate would establish a vast image in the western region. The rise of this extraordinary faction would cause countless people to feel reverence in their hearts. When the western region and the northern region merged in the future, Xiao Gate would become even larger. At that time, they would also become an expert in the eyes of countless people. Xiao Yan involuntarily smiled when he saw the yearning expression on the faces of everyone present. The establishment of Xiao Gate would not only become a guarantee for Lung Bingshuang and the rest, but it would also become the greatest support behind him. In this way, he would be able to head to the middle region with a peace of mind. However, Xiao Yan did not tell everyone present about his intention to head to the middle region. This was especially the case for Lung Bingshuang. He did not wish for the latter to be worried about him. Even more so, he did not wish for Lung Bingshuang to do anything rash because of him. After all, Xiao Yan did not intend to bring her along on this trip to the middle region. After this, Xiao Yan gave a detailed explanation about the Ghost Hall to everyone seated. Most of the people seated were aware of this mysterious and unfathomable faction. After all, the members of the Ghost Hall had also intervened during the decisive battle with the Qin Wasteland's Maze Valley back then. Their impression of that battle was still fresh in their minds. However, when Xiao Yan told them about his encounter in the extreme south, the expressions on everyone's faces changed once again. This was especially the case for Lung Bingshuang. At this moment, a dense worry involuntarily surfaced on her beautiful face. Even though Xiao Yan was beside her at this moment. Although Xiao Yan's words sounded calm, everyone present could sense a dense, dangerous atmosphere. If it was not for the intervention of that mysterious expert at the end of that big battle, it was likely that they would not be able to see the current Xiao Yan. After knowing about the danger of the Ghost Hall, especially after learning that their target was actually Xiao Yan, everyone present revealed a disgusted expression. They already had an extremely bad impression of this group of people who were neither human nor ghost. Now that their gazes had landed on Xiao Yan, their expressions would naturally be ugly. Humph, a group of things that are neither human nor ghost actually dares to target the chief of our Xiao Gate. If we meet them in the future, we will definitely get them to return the favor. The Flame Lion's tone was dense as he scolded. Within his words, he had already placed himself in the position of a member of the Xiao clan. This caused the other people to burst into laughter. However, the only thing that did not change was the ruthlessness in everyone's eyes. Since that is the case, let us add the first firewood for the establishment of the Xiao Gate. Sky Eagle indifferently said. His gaze swept across the other people present. Everyone nodded their heads one by one upon seeing this. Soon after, numerous gazes uniformly landed on Xiao Yan. Everyone then stood up and cupped their hands toward Xiao Yan. Your subordinates greet Clan Master Xiao. After the discussion was completed, Xiao Yan told everyone about the following plan with a smile on his face. Other than recruiting experts, the most important point for the establishment of the Xiao Gate was naturally resources. The establishment of a faction naturally required a huge amount of resources to support it. As a super faction that was about to rise in the western region, the resources that the Xiao Gate required had naturally reached a level that was unimaginable by ordinary people. At the very least, it far exceeded the Qin Wasteland Bewildering Valley back then. Of course, given Xiao Yan's methods, it was naturally not difficult for him to obtain resources. This was especially the case now. At the same time that his cultivation had broken through to the Origin Emperor, his spiritual strength had also similarly broken through. From a certain point of view, the current Xiao Yan had already become a rank 6 alchemist. Such a status was naturally something that no one in the western region could compare with. Additionally, there were currently quite a number of medicinal pills that he had snatched from his opponents within his storage ring. If he were to auction these off, he should be able to exchange for quite a number of resources. Sky Eagle had also given a recommendation in regards to this. Naturally, it was Lu Zhongtian. That fellow was famous for opening auction houses, and had once received help from Xiao Yan. Finding him to help with the auction was naturally the most appropriate choice. The resource aspect could be temporarily resolved. However, there was another big problem. They needed to gather quite a number of experts. Ever since the battle between them and the Qin Wasteland Bewildering Valley back then, The experts that they had brought from the northern region had already returned. It was indeed very difficult for Xiao Yan to gather experts within the western region. If he insisted on finding them, it was likely that he would have to use some methods. When he thought of this, Xiao Yan involuntarily recalled the person that he had sensed when they had arrived at the Shilin mountain range 2 days ago. If I remember correctly, that fellow's attire seems to be from the Bai clan? Xiao Yan muttered softly in his mouth. When he lifted his head, he coincidentally saw the little fairy doctor opposite him. As his gaze turned, the jade pendant that hung around the little fairy doctor's snow-white neck caused him to raise his eyebrows. He remembered that the jade pendant seemed to have originally belonged to Lian. Back then, when he had first rescued that lass, she had given that jade pendant to him. After Lian had awakened, Xiao Yan had returned it to her at the Burning Flame Valley. However, when he saw it now, it was likely that Lian had given it to this master of his. Xiao Yan involuntarily curled his mouth and smiled when he thought of this. He revealed a warm smile. This scene caused the expression on the little fairy doctor's face to change slightly. A bright light flashed deep within her pretty eyes. However, what Xiao Yan did not know was that Lian had given that jade pendant to the little fairy doctor in order to comfort her, whose complexion was extremely poor. In the little fairy doctor's memories, this jade pendant belonged to Xiao Yan. Chapter 1284. Western Region Green Hunchback Mountain. The current Green Hunchback Mountain had already become the headquarters of the Bai clan. The place where the 4 great sects were stationed in the past had also become the place where the disciples of the Bai clan lived. Especially on the main peak of Green Hunchback Mountain. It was the residence of the upper echelons of the Bai clan, a clan that controlled a continuous mountain range. This was not only a kind of pride, it also symbolized that they would control endless resources. This was naturally something that made people jealous. However, no one dared to challenge them. At this moment, on the main peak of Green Hunchback Mountain, Bai Ying and his son were sitting in a grand hall with their brows tightly knitted. Their hearts were filled with hesitation. They had just received news that they seemed to have seen Xiao Yan's figure outside the Shilin mountain range. This was not a good thing for them. That fellow caused a storm in the western region the last time he came back. I wonder what kind of big commotion he will cause this time. Father, why don't we go and negotiate? It can be considered as expressing our sincerity first. At the side, Bai Zhan hesitated for a moment before slowly speaking. Haha, are the two of you that worried about my return? However, the instant his words sounded, a clear laughter suddenly sounded in the hall. The expressions of the Bai clan's father and son in the hall suddenly changed drastically. At almost the same time, the figure of an old man in white robes appeared beside the Bai clan's father and son. His old face was filled with a grave expression as he looked at the black-robed young man who slowly appeared in the hall. Although the black-robed young man in front of him did not reveal any aura, he could still feel a faintly discernible pressure from the latter's body. Just from this point alone, the old man was certain that the cultivation of the person in front of him was definitely far superior to his. How could this not cause his heart to feel heavy? He was certain that the black-robed young man in front of him was definitely the strongest person he had ever seen in his life. In the middle of the hall, Xiao Yan smiled as he looked at the 3 people in front of him. A bright light flashed across his pitch-black eyes. If it was just a guess before, then at this moment, he was certain that the white-robed figure he saw outside the Shilin mountain range was indeed a member of the Bai clan. Xiao Yan. Bai Ying and his son's faces were filled with shock as they looked at Xiao Yan, who had suddenly appeared in the large hall. The emotions in their hearts instantly became tense. On the other hand, the white-robed old man in front of them glanced at the 2 people behind him from the corner of his eyes. He involuntarily sighed emotionally in his heart. Xiao Yan was indeed a frightening person to be able to cause the father and son, who were usually unmoved, to reveal such an expression in the blink of an eye. Soon after, the old man's gaze landed on Xiao Yan. His expression was grave and his heart was filled with caution. As he stealthily circulated the Genesis Qi in his body, he respectfully cupped his fists together toward Xiao Yan. Bai family Bai Haoxuan greets Mr. Xiao Yan. Bai Haoxuan couldn't help but sigh in his heart as he gazed at the black-robed young man before him. Back then, The black-robed young man who was as weak as an ant before him had now become an existence that even Bai Haoxuan had to look up to. As the saying goes, every dog has its day. Bai Ying and his son behind him hurriedly recovered when they saw the old man act in this manner. They stood up together and respectfully bowed to Xiao Yan. Even their own ancestor had to treat Xiao Yan with respect, much less the rest of them. Xiao Yan gently nodded when he saw this. His eyes swept over Bai Haoxuan, and surprise involuntarily flashed across his eyes. After many years of bitter training, and the help of a large amount of resources, this old grandfather of the Bai clan had actually broken through the Origin King class. This kind of cultivation was not much different from Lung Bing Shuang's. Bai Ying and his son had both reached the returnant stage. Their cultivation could be considered as one of the best in the entire western region. May I ask why Mr. Xiao Yan has come to my Bai clan? Bai Haoxuan stared closely at Xiao Yan as he slowly asked. It's nothing. It's just that the Bai clan seems to be very concerned about my return. Since I've returned, I naturally feel that I should pay a visit. The expressions of the two people behind Bai Haoxuan immediately changed when these words were uttered. In other words, Xiao Yan was already aware that they had dispatched people to wait outside of the Shilin mountain range. Immediately, the hearts of the father and son duo tightened. Could it be that Xiao Yan had come today to denounce them? With this thought in mind, the Genesis Qi in the Bai father and son's vortex began to surge as Bai Haoxuan's expression gradually darkened. In response, Xiao Yan pursed his lips into a smile and said, "There's no need to be nervous. Don't be nervous. I'm not here today to denounce you. Instead, I have something to invite you to. Of course, you can also treat this as a threat." Invite. Upon hearing Xiao Yan's words, the Bai clan trio could not help but reveal looks of suspicion on their faces. Soon after, Xiao Yan continued. "I will be establishing a faction in the western region, Xiao clan. The reason I've come today is to invite you to join my Xiao clan. Of course, I know that this news may be a little too sudden for you, so I'll wait for your news in half a month. If you're willing, please come to Yen City for a gathering. If you're not..." Xiao Yan's lips curled into a smile when he reached the end of the painting, but he did not say anything else. Instead, he looked at the trio with a playful smile. Only when the trio's faces turned green from his words did he let out a soft chuckle. His figure turned around, but just as he was about to leave, he seemed to have thought of something and turned his head to speak again. "That's right, I don't want to say much about the matter of monitoring the Shilin mountain range. My friends and I don't like the feeling of being monitored, so I hope that you won't let me see such a thing again in the future." The hearts of the three of them suddenly sank the moment these words were uttered. Their breathing immediately became hurried, and their foreheads were swiftly covered with perspiration. Only when they saw Xiao Yan turn around and leave did the horror in the depths of their hearts gradually calm down. It was a long time after Xiao Yan left that the trio in the hall slowly returned to their senses. Xiao Yan's words echoed in their minds as they gradually felt a pressure in their hearts. "Xiao clan. Xiao Yan intends to dominate the western region," the old man slowly muttered. His deep old eyes stared at the flame on the candlestick at the side as his heart was filled with mixed feelings. When Xiao Yan had destroyed the Qin Wasteland's Maze Valley, Bai Ying had predicted that Xiao Yan's faction would become another huge monster in the western region. At that time, they would also be threatened. The reason why these clans had been monitoring the Shilin mountain range was because of this. However, now that Xiao Yan had returned, the words he had said had already left them with no room to refute. Chapter 1285. After leaving Green Hunchback Mountain, Xiao Yan headed west and soon arrived at Yen City. Arriving at this familiar city once again, a beautiful figure immediately surfaced in Xiao Yan's mind. It was Jin Yao. Thinking back, he had obtained many treasures from her, especially the 1,000-fan tree. It was still alive and standing in his storage ring. If not for the fact that he did not expect his ancestor to have such a relationship with the Burning Flame Valley's ancestor, the 1,000-fan tree would have been his first choice in exchanging for the geocentric body elixir. Putting that aside, Xiao Yan also had a good impression of Jin Yao. Now that he thought about it, with that woman's intelligence, she should be living quite well in Yen City. Arriving at the 1,000 Medicine House once again, the place had indeed changed greatly. Not only was it much larger than before, Even the guards at the door had reached the Do D class. Seeing the two middle-aged men wearing the uniform of guards standing in front of the door, Xiaoyan could not help but nod his head. Just as he was about to walk into the house, his eyes suddenly paused. His gaze once again returned to the two guards. His gaze landed on their chests. There was a family crest clearly embroidered there, with the word Sheng embroidered on it. Xiaoyan immediately knit his brows when he saw this scene. He raised his head and took a look. The three large words "Thousand Medicinal House" entered his eyes. He had indeed come to the right place. However, these two guards clearly did not belong to this place. While Xiaoyan's heart was filled with doubt, he continued to walk forward. Just as he reached the door, the two guards suddenly moved and each of them blocked Xiaoyan's path. Get lost! Don't you see that the Sheng family is here? The Thousand Medicine House is not accepting any guests today. At the same time that the curses were spat out from their mouths, the two middle-aged men simultaneously pushed their palms toward Xiaoyan's shoulders. Xiaoyan frowned, but his footsteps did not pause. He allowed the palms of the two men to land on his shoulders. His footsteps did not stop. The moment their palms made contact with Xiaoyan's body, the two guards suddenly sensed an incomparably frightening and powerful force. Their bodies were sent flying because of this. At the same time, Xiaoyan's spiritual strength spread out. Everything that happened in the Thousand Medicine House was recorded in Xiaoyan's mind. At this moment, in a sealed room in the Thousand Medicine House, a man and a woman were inside. The woman was undoubtedly Jin Yao. However, at this moment, the red dress she was wearing was almost torn. Most of her body was exposed to the air. Her beautiful face was full of fear. Tears kept falling from the corners of her eyes. Everything had turned into a hopeless situation. At this moment, Jin Yao was being teased by the man in front of her. Even death had become an extravagant hope. At this moment, in front of Jin Yao, a rich young man dressed in a brocade robe was staring at Jin Yao with a lewd smile. Looking at her snow-white and voluptuous body, he could not help but lick his lips. Then he pounced on the woman in front of him again. Outside the door, several guards looked at the situation in the room through the crack of the door. Each of them had a lewd expression on their faces. However, at this moment, a cold murderous intent caused the smiles on their faces to gradually disappear. Then it turned into fear. Ha 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 ha, Jin Yao, I've spent so much manpower and resources on you. Yet you still dare to ignore this young lord? Today, no matter what, this young lord will take you down. I will let you know what it means to beg for death. With a sinister laugh, the man once again pounced on Jin Yao. His douqi was attached to his hands as he ruthlessly pressed Jin Yao onto the bed. No matter how she struggled, she couldn't escape from the man's grasp. Looking at the man's crazy actions, Jin Yao's heart was filled with grief. At this moment, she really wished she could commit suicide to end all troubles. However, the cyclone in her body was sealed by the man in front of her. Any attempt to commit suicide would be blocked by him. Right now, she was afraid that she could only be at his mercy. However, at this moment, bang! There was a loud explosion behind her. The tightly closed door was knocked open by someone. Several figures were knocked into the room by an invisible force. In the blink of an eye, they lost all signs of life. The young man in front of the bed was also shocked by this sudden change, and took a few steps back. Because of this, Jin Yao had a moment to catch her breath. Looking at the guards who had already lost their vitality on the ground, a terrified expression immediately appeared on the man's face. He hurriedly turned his head to look. A figure whose face could not be seen clearly was slowly walking into the room under the sunlight. The light disappeared, revealing a handsome face. This caused the young man in front of him and Jin Yao, who was curled up on the bed, to be stunned for a moment. The man naturally did not expect that a little brat would be able to so easily kill the guards he had brought with him. In fact, he had even come out unscathed. Jin Yao was shocked that he had once again appeared in the nick of time when she was in danger. This involuntarily caused the depths of the latter's heart to tremble a little. Damn it, where did this little brat come from? To think that he dares to disturb me. Don't you know that I'm a member of the Sheng clan? If you dare to disturb my mood, I'll make sure you suffer. Although the black-robed man before him seemed extraordinary, the young man was confident that his Sheng clan was not to be trifled with. His Sheng clan was undoubtedly the overlord in the Yen City area. However, Xiaoyan acted as though he did not hear the young man's threatening words. His gaze turned and landed on Jin Yao, who was currently curled up on the bed. He opened his mouth slightly and slowly walked forward. With a random clench of his hand, he used his Genesis Chi to form a black robe that covered Jin Yao's naked body. Only after which did he turn his head to look at the young man. The young man's face instantly turned green when he saw that Xiaoyan actually dared to ignore him. Anger rose in his heart as Douqi gathered in his hand, and a punch was viciously thrown at Xiaoyan. Bang! However, when this fist smashed onto Xiaoyan's body, the strength that erupted from the fist was returned to him by a few times. This strike sent his body flying. Only at this moment did this young man realize just how frightening this black-robed young man in front of him was. You, who exactly are you? Xiaoyan completely ignored the trembling voice of this young man. He slowly stepped forward, slowly raised his hand and spread his 5 fingers. The horror on the young man's face also became denser. Immediately, he hurriedly let out a loud cry and said, "Don't worry. You can't kill me. My grandfather is Sheng Dong of the Sheng clan. You can't kill me." Unfortunately, the young man's body was swallowed into the endless void as he shouted. Chapter 1286. After casually killing the young man, the cold and detached expression on Xiaoyan's face slowly returned to normal. He turned around, his gaze once again landing on Jin Yao, who was still curled up on the bed. He slowly walked towards the bed and reached out a hand to gently tug on Jin Yao's black robes as he said in a gentle voice, "I've made you suffer." The moment these words were uttered, it was as though the pillar of the embankment had been pulled apart. Her eyes, which were filled with tears, were unable to be stopped. Following this, Jin Yao's throat also emitted a sorrowful cry. Her soft lovely body suddenly pounced into Xiaoyan's embrace and cried out loudly. Xiaoyan was also stunned by Jin Yao's sudden action. Soon after, he returned to his senses and wrapped his arm around Jin Yao's shoulders, allowing the latter to vent the emotions in her heart. At the same time, after the young man was killed by Xiaoyan with one hand, the expression of an old man, who was originally admiring the fish beside a pond in a huge manor outside of Yen City, suddenly changed drastically. His shriveled hand hurriedly flipped, and a broken jade tablet appeared in his palm. This, Kai or he? Anger immediately rose in the old man's heart as he stared at the completely broken jade tile in his hand. Boundless Genesis Chi frantically circulated in his body, causing ripples to form in the calm pond water. Who killed my Kai? As a hoarse roar of anger sounded from the old man's mouth, powerful energy undulations immediately unfurled from his body, destroying everything in the courtyard in the blink of an eye. Soon after, the old man's gaze instantly locked onto a certain direction, where Yen City was located. His grandson had clearly brought a group of experts to Yen City this morning. He knew what his grandson was going to do. Could it be that woman? The rage in the old man's heart grew even stronger at this thought. With a flip of his hand, he kept the broken jade tile into his storage ring. As he lifted his head, a chilling voice filled with killing intent slowly spat out. "Jin Yao, if this old man catches you, I will pull out your tendons and pull out your bones before tearing your corpse into 10,000 pieces." The moment he finished speaking, the old man stomped his foot on the ground. The ground under his feet exploded and cracks spread out rapidly. The old man's figure also disappeared from the manor in an instant. Inside the 1,000 medicine house, Xiaoyan had slaughtered every other member of the Sheng family. After that, Xiaoyan and Jin Yao, who was dressed in black robes, arrived at the backyard of the 1,000 medicine house. "I heard you went to the Southern Territory 3 years ago after the Battle of Maze Valley with Qin Wasteland ended?" At this moment, Jin Yao had regained her composure. With a gentle expression, she looked at Xiaoyan in front of her and slowly handed him a cup of tea. Hearing this, Xiaoyan chuckled and nodded. "I originally came from the southern region. Back then, something happened to a friend there, so I hurried over. But now everything has been resolved. I also heard that you and that person in the Shilin mountain range seem to have an unusual relationship." At this point, Jin Yao looked at Xiaoyan with a flicker in her beautiful eyes. The latter could not help but smile when he heard this. He placed the cup of tea back on the table and said slowly, You must be talking about Lung Shuang. You're talking about Lung Bing Shuang, right? She's my wife now. As soon as he said this, Jin Yao, who was pouring tea for Xiaoyan, suddenly moved. The smile on her beautiful face involuntarily faded a little. After her eyes flickered slightly, she continued to pour tea for Xiaoyan with a smile. Then you came back this time to take her away? Someone is coming. As soon as Jin Yao finished speaking, Xiaoyan said this. While the former was slightly stunned, a stream of light suddenly fell from the sky in the courtyard where the two of them were. It crashed heavily into the courtyard, and an invisible energy immediately swept out with a cloud of dust. However, when it approached Xiaoyan and Jin Yao, it separated on its own as if it had hit a wall. Jin Yao. In the cloud of dust, a low and hoarse old man's voice slowly came out. It was not difficult to hear the cold killing intent in that voice. Hearing this, Jin Yao could not help but frown slightly. Compared to before, there was less fear in her heart now. With Xiaoyan's existence, Jin Yao no longer had to fear anyone. A cool breeze swept across the courtyard, and the dust in the courtyard was quickly washed away, revealing an old figure in a brocade robe. At this time, although the latter had already noticed the existence of Jin Yao, he was not in a hurry to take action. Instead, he looked cautiously at Xiaoyan, who was facing him sideways. Although the latter did not make a move, the old man could still faintly sense that this black-robed man was not simple. Perhaps this person was the one who killed his grandson. Looking at the black-robed man in front of him who had clearly killed someone but was still drinking tea calmly, the anger in the old man's heart grew even more. What gave him such confidence? Boy, you are the one who killed this old man's grandson? After a long while, the old man slowly said in a low voice, If you're Shengdong, then there's no mistaking it. Xiaoyan did not pay any attention to that. He gently raised the teacup before him and took a sip. His face was indifferent. He was only an early returnance expert. His cultivation level was not enough for him to take him seriously. Seeing that this murderer was actually still so calm and composed, Shengdong's old body could not help but tremble. The majestic energy in his body continued to surge out. Within his pair of shady old eyes, the fury that was filled with killing intent could no longer be suppressed. In the next moment, the old man's body suddenly flashed. Following a white light that flashed past, his figure appeared in front of Xiaoyan in the blink of an eye. The 5 fingers of his right hand curled into a claw and violently grabbed at Xiaoyan's throat. At the same time, Xiaoyan's face also fell into Shengdong's eyes. At this moment, Shengdong's pupils suddenly shrank, and his emotions instantly turned into shock. How can it be? Boom! Following a muffled collision sound, Xiaoyan's left hand had unknowingly landed on the old man's chest. Xiaoyan's hand shook slightly and a force surged out like an erupting volcano. It sent Shengdong flying in front of him with one strike. When Shengdong's body smashed onto the ground, he was in a miserable state. However, he did not have the time to put up any resistance. His body hurriedly climbed up from the ground and knelt down toward Xiaoyan with a terrified face. He said in a panic, I did not know it was Sir Xiaoyan who had arrived. Please forgive me for my ignorance. The moment these words were uttered, not only Jin Yao, but even Xiaoyan felt a little surprised. It was unexpected that this old man actually recognized him, and was even able to display such an attitude when his grandson was killed. He was really not an ordinary person. Chapter 1287. You recognize me? Xiaoyan raised an eyebrow when he heard Shengdong's words as he slowly asked, Sir, when you fought against the Qin Wasteland's Maze Valley, I was one of the people you saved from the western valley of Ping Mountain. After that, I helped you to defeat the Qin Wasteland's Maze Valley. Only then did I recognize you. Shengdong hurriedly recounted the events that had occurred between him and Xiaoyan when he heard this. The latter immediately came to a sudden understanding upon hearing these words. After that battle, Xiaoyan had once again distributed quite a number of medicinal pills to them. Hence, a portion of them had already reached the origin transformation stage and above. This Shengdong in front of him could be considered to have benefited quite a lot. However, Shengdong's grandson had died at his hands. This matter was probably, I see. It was all thanks to your assistance in that battle. Xiaoyan nodded and said with a smile, You are too polite, sir. It is only natural that you saved us from danger. You are very good, but your grandson's conduct was improper. He almost harmed my friend. Fortunately, I arrived in time today. Otherwise, it would have caused a great disaster. At that time, the Sheng family would probably... Before he could finish speaking, Sheng Dong's pupils abruptly shrank. His kneeling body hurriedly sank down as a look of fear appeared on his face. A few drops of cold sweat dripped from his forehead. He clenched his teeth and hurriedly explained, "Sir, you are right. My lord, you're right. My grandson brought this upon himself. He deserves it. When Sheng Dong returns, I'll definitely discipline my clansmen and make sure they don't cause any more trouble." Even though Sheng Dong was extremely unwilling in his heart, he still forcefully clenched his teeth. Both of his eyes were tightly shut as he said these words. What else could he do now that things had developed to this stage? Xiaoyan had already used the Sheng clan as a threat. If he dared to disobey, it was likely that the clan behind him would also be threatened. Today his grandson was dead. He could not find any reason, nor could he find any reason to avenge him. Just like what he said, he only had himself to blame. Soon after, Sheng Dong dragged his heavily injured body and left Yan City. On the streets, Sheng Dong's old face was pale and his hair was disheveled. His pair of shady old eyes were filled with tears. Under his sleeves, his withered hands were tightly clenched into fists. His heart was filled with resentment and helplessness. On both sides of the street, countless people stared at the usually high and mighty Sheng family ancestor. Their eyes were filled with astonishment. The moment he stepped out of the city gates, his body finally trembled violently. A large mouthful of blood involuntarily spurted out from his mouth, and he nearly fell to the ground. Inside the Thousand Medicine House, Xiaoyan slowly put down his teacup and shook his head. With a soft sigh, he leapt and disappeared from Yan City. Jin Yao couldn't help but frown as she watched Xiaoyan leave. Her jade-like hands gently stroked her black robes as her beautiful eyes flashed. After Xiaoyan left Yan City, he continued to head west. A couple of hours later, he appeared in the middle of the Sand River. The current Sand River shop was undoubtedly much more prosperous than a few years ago. As the border between the Shilin region and the western wastelands, this place witnessed countless people coming and going every day. Various rare treasures were constantly exchanged. At the same time, this was where Lu Zhongtian currently resided. Lu Zhongtian currently had his auction houses scattered all over the western wastelands. With Sand River Shop being his headquarters, the auction house here was the largest. Its degree of prosperity was also unimaginable. Rank 4 pills, spirit tier chi methods and dose skills that were rarely seen in the past frequently appeared in Lu Zhongtian's auction houses. Sometimes, even rank 5 pills would appear. Even some origin kings would be tempted by pills of that level, let alone ordinary experts. Today, Xiaoyan had come to Sand River Shop to find Lu Zhongtian to help him auction his pills. Moreover, all the pills that were to be auctioned were all rank 5 and above. Most of the pills were obtained by Xiaoyan from his opponent's storage rings. Although there were some pills that were extremely valuable, it was a pity that the current Xiaoyan no longer had any interest in these pills regardless of whether it was in terms of cultivation level or eyesight. Rather than storing them in a storage ring, it was better to auction them. A moment later, Xiaoyan's figure appeared in front of the largest auction house in Sand River Shop. The grand scene could be said to be the most impressive auction house that Xiaoyan had ever seen. This was where Lu Zhongtian was located. Although there were many barriers and there were even quite a number of formations deliberately blocking him, Xiaoyan was still able to clearly sense Lu Zhongtian's location given his current spiritual strength. He immediately smiled slightly and walked towards the entrance of the auction house. After the previous incident, Xiaoyan's gaze subconsciously landed on the two tall and sturdy figures standing at the entrance when he arrived at the entrance this time. After confirming that they were indeed people from the auction house, he laughed involuntarily in his heart and was about to step through. Wait a moment. However, just as Xiaoyan was about to step past the two of them each took a step forward and blocked Xiaoyan. Seeing this, Xiaoyan could not help but frown. He did not expect that there would be so much trouble entering the auction house. What is it? Xiaoyan frowned a little impatiently. However, this was Lu Zhongtian's territory after all. so he could only suppress his impatience and slowly ask, "Kid, it's not impossible for you to enter my clan's auction house, but you must at least possess a cultivation of the origin transformation stage, or be auctioning an item of equivalent value to a tier 4 pill. Otherwise, you should obediently return." Xiaoyan could not help but be taken aback when he heard this. He did not expect Lu Zhongtian's requirements to be so high. There were not many experts above the origin transformation stage in the western regions to begin with, yet Lu Zhongtian had used this as a screening criteria. Even a tier 4 pill had become the minimum requirement. Xiaoyan could not help but laugh to himself when he thought of this. He was just about to adjust the Genesis Qi in his body when his gaze quickly turned and a crafty glint flashed across it. He raised his head and his gaze once again looked at the two large men in front of him as he slowly smiled and said, "Since that is the case, I'll auction the pill." The two men could not help but be taken aback when they heard this. They looked at the ordinary-looking young man in black robes before them, and somewhat hesitantly asked in their hearts, "Kid, you said you want to auction a tier 4 pill? Tier 4 pill, huh? I don't have any." Xiaoyan smiled. The words that were spat out from his mouth caused the expressions of the two people in front of him to instantly become gloomy. Daring to tease them in this place was not a wise choice. Soon after, however, just as the two of them were about to throw the black-robed young man in front of them out, Xiaoyan's following words caused the expressions of the two people in front of him to suddenly become dull. "I only have tier 5 pills in my possession." Chapter 1288. Sand River. In a brightly lit hall, Xiaoyan lazily sat on a chair. His gaze swept up and down the layout of the hall, and he could not help but be surprised. Lu Zhongtian had been living a prosperous life these past few years, and this guest hall was quite unique. From the building materials to the array layout in the hall, everything was unique. Just from the array layout here, if an expert below King Yuan wanted to cause trouble here, they would have to pay a great price. Just as Xiaoyan was looking around, an old man quickly rushed over from outside the hall. Before he arrived, his apologetic voice could already be heard. "Hee, I'm really sorry to have made Mr. wait for so long. This old man is the manager here. Because our president is hosting the auction at the front desk, I accidentally neglected Mr. I hope you don't blame me." As his voice fell, the old man's figure had already arrived in front of Xiaoyan. Seeing such a young black-robed youth in front of him, the old man could not help but reveal a look of surprise. He did not expect that the customer who wanted to auction a rank 5 medicinal pill would actually be a young man. "Mister, you really want to auction a rank 5 medicinal pill?" After a long while, the old man slowly spoke with a suspicious expression. He really found it hard to believe. How could such a young man take out a rank 5 medicinal pill? Even if he really did, how could he bear to bring it to the auction house? Was he not afraid that someone would kill him to steal the treasure? Seeing this, Xiaoyan smiled noncommittally and did not say anything. Instead, he flicked his finger, and the storage ring on his finger immediately flashed with light. Following that, dozens of jade bottles containing medicinal pills appeared on the tea table at the side. There were more than 30 jade bottles, and in each jade bottle, there was at least one medicinal pill. Moreover, they were all rank 5 medicinal pills without a doubt. The expression on the old man's face was immediately startled as he looked at the pile of jade bottles in front of him that were about to fill the entire table. Immediately, he swiftly picked up a jade bottle in front of Xiaoyan's smiling eyes. After opening it, he carefully inspected the medicinal pill within it. As the jade bottle was opened, a rich pill fragrance immediately gushed out. The special medicinal power contained within caused the old man's mind to sway. He had naturally seen many rank 5 medicinal pills. Although the one in front of him was not the best, in comparison, the quality of the rank 5 medicinal pills was definitely not bad. "It is indeed rank 5. Finally, the old man nodded with a solemn expression. His deep gaze slowly swept across the other jade bottles, and a look of shock surged on his face at the same time. There was no doubt that since even the bottle of medicinal pills he casually chose was rank 5, the quality of the rest of the medicinal pills was naturally without a doubt. And these 30 over medicinal pills were actually all tier 5 medicinal pills. If such a number of them appeared in the western region, they would probably cause a great commotion. "Sir, Are you really sure that all of these medicinal pills should be auctioned? After confirming the grades of these medicinal pills, the old man no longer dared to underestimate this seemingly ordinary black-robed young man in front of him. To be able to take out so many rank 5 medicinal pills in one go, this kind of wealth was definitely not something that an ordinary person could do. After all, even with their auction house's foundation, the number of rank 5 medicinal pills in their current inventory was no more than 2 hands. Therefore, the old man could conclude at this moment that the black-robed young man in front of him was definitely not an ordinary person. Auction all of them. I have no use for them. Additionally, I hope that this matter can be resolved within half a month. Upon hearing Xiao Yan's words, the old man in front of him was stunned. He was naturally aware of the value of a rank 5 medicinal pill. However, this black-robed young man in front of him had actually so casually said that it was useless for him to keep them. If these words were to be heard by an ordinary person, it was likely that that person would be angered half to death. The thing that shocked him the most was that Xiao Yan actually requested for all of these medicinal pills to be auctioned off within half a month. This was the first time that this old man had heard of such a request after living for so long. The old man was not in a hurry to keep these jade bottles in front of him. With an embarrassed smile on his face, he sat opposite Xiao Yan. His face was filled with caution as he smiled apologetically at Xiao Yan. In his heart, he could only anxiously wait for the chairman of his own auction house to arrive in time. It was likely that only he would be able to handle such a situation. Approximately 2 hours later, Xiao Yan's gaze finally once again looked towards the outside of the hall. Within his spiritual perception, a somewhat familiar aura was hurrying towards this place. The owner of that aura was indeed Lu Zhongtian. At the same time, the old man sitting opposite Xiao Yan had similarly discovered the latter's arrival. Immediately, the nervous emotions in his heart relaxed slightly. With an embarrassed smile on his face, he hurriedly went forward to welcome him. Wang Xian, what exactly happened? Outside the hall, Lu Zhongtian frowned and hurriedly inquired when he saw the steward swiftly approaching. Similarly, Wang Xian did not dare to be careless. He hurriedly recounted everything that had happened to Lu Zhongtian. Upon hearing this, the latter's face involuntarily revealed a shocked expression. Immediately, he lifted his head to look at the mysterious black-robed young man in the middle of the hall. However, when his gaze landed on the black-robed figure who had already stood up, the expression on his face gradually froze. In the hall, Xiao Yan had a smile on his face as he looked at Lu Zhongtian, who had not changed much compared to a few years ago, and slowly said, "It's been 3 years since we last met. How have you been?" "Naturally well. It's all thanks to you that I can have today and my current cultivation." After a pause, Lu Zhongtian slowly opened his mouth with a smile. In the past 3 years, with the aid of the medicinal pills Xiao Yan had given him back then and some opportunities, Lu Zhongtian's cultivation had already reached the Origin King realm. He was not the slightest bit inferior to the ancestor of the Bai clan, Bai Haoshuan. Subsequently, Lu Zhongtian walked forward and lowered his head slightly to look at the medicinal pills on the table. He could not help but laugh involuntarily. "No wonder you can scare the steward of my auction house to such an extent. In the entire western region, I'm afraid that only you can take out such a sum." After these words were spoken, Xiao Yan could not help but sneer. Immediately Lu Zhongtian continued, "Tell me, why are you auctioning so many medicinal pills? With your status, you don't seem like someone who lacks money. I want to establish a faction in the western region, but my personal wealth is not enough. Therefore, I plan to auction these medicinal pills." Hearing this, Lu Zhongtian's brows immediately twitched. There was some surprise in his eyes. He did not expect that Xiao Yan would already have such a plan when he saw him again. There was no need to think too much. He knew what would happen in the future. The faction that Xiao Yan wanted to establish would definitely dominate the entire western region. "Do you need my help?" "That's exactly what I was thinking. The reason I came to Sand River Shop this time was firstly to ask you to help me auction these medicinal pills. Secondly, I hope to form an alliance with the faction under your command." Xiao Yan smiled indifferently. If he could also form an alliance with Lu Zhongtian, the growth of the Xiao clan would definitely be extremely terrifying. When he left, he would naturally not have to worry about anything in the western region. Haha, that won't do. However, Lu Zhongtian's reply caused Xiao Yan to be slightly taken aback. This was something that he had not expected. If Lu Zhongtian was unwilling, rather than forming an alliance, I feel that it's better to directly join. Chapter 1289. At the same time that Xiao Yan met Lu Zhongtian, Tianing and the others quickly purchased all the shops in the city with the spirit stones that Xiao Yan had given them. The news that Xiao Yan was going to establish the Xiao clan quickly spread throughout the Xilin region, as if it had grown wings. As for Lung Bingshuang, the latter directly rushed to the western wilderness region, and went straight to the Morong family. Not only did the establishment of the Xiao clan require the support of all the factions in the Xilin region, the Morong family, who lived in seclusion in the western wilderness region, had also become a target for them to rope in. Especially with their relationship with Lung Bingshuang, Xiao Yan believed that the chances of getting the Morong family to form an alliance with the Xiao clan was not small. Xiao Yan's name once again swept through the western region at lightning speed when news spread from all over the place. A countless number of factions were once again shocked by this name. All of them recalled the soul-stirring battle 3 years ago. The Qin Wasteland Maze Valley, which was an old overlord of the western region, had been forcefully destroyed by Xiao Yan. Ever since then, Xiao Yan had suddenly disappeared. Originally, everyone thought that the western region had come to an end. Quite a number of experts had swarmed out, and the various large factions had repeatedly competed with each other. Now that Xiao Yan had once again returned, he had shocked the western region the moment he attacked. It seemed that he was about to become the top overlord of the western region. A few days later, in the Sheng family's manor outside Yan City, Sheng Dong's heart was heavy when he heard the news from his clansmen. His grandson had died at the hands of Xiao Yan. Not only was he unable to do anything to the latter, Xiao Yan's Xiao clan, which was about to rise, had once again threatened the existence of his Sheng family. Now that Yan City was the headquarters of the Xiao clan, once the Xiao clan flourished, they would definitely become the overlord of the western regions. Moreover, his Sheng family was currently so close to the Xiao clan. If he did anything against them, he would definitely be immediately discovered. At that time, it would be difficult for his Sheng family to protect themselves. Sigh. A few days ago, he had been forced by Xiao Yan and the injuries in his body had yet to fully recover. Now that he thought of this, Sheng Dong's face became increasingly pale. Father, Kai, died in the hands of that Xiao Yan, and now he's being so aggressive and wants to kill our Sheng family. We can't just sit and wait for death, even if we have to die. Pa! At the side, the middle-aged man's face was filled with unwillingness as he rebuked angrily. However, before he could finish his words, he was slapped to the ground by Sheng Dong. His pale old face was filled with an expression of exasperation. Bastard! Kai is already dead. Do you still want to send the bloodline of my Sheng family to death? Sheng Dong's face was filled with rage and killing intent surged in his eyes. However, he suppressed it in the end. Do you know how the Bai family was able to achieve its current status? Who didn't know that the Bai family was ranked last among the 4 great families of the Heavenly Sword sect? They didn't even have the qualifications to participate in the sect's internal affairs. But now? Xiao Yan killed my grandson. This old man will never forget this matter. However, if you want revenge, it's definitely not something that can be achieved by fighting with all of your emotions. Sheng Dong took a deep breath and then slowly exhaled. The expression on his old face gradually returned to normal. A smile appeared on his pale old face. He helped the middle-aged man up and slowly said, "Send my message. From today onwards, my Sheng family will be a subordinate force of the Xiao clan." The next day, the news of the Sheng family submitting to the Xiao clan rapidly spread throughout the Xilin region. Immediately, countless forces moved. Very quickly, some of the more reputable families and forces expressed their intentions to join the Xiao clan. In an instant, the Xilin region was filled with flags that belonged to the Xiao clan. Within Yan City, a majestic large hall rose from the ground. Numerous pavilions were swiftly built. In less than half a month, all the large and small shops within Yan City had been completely demolished. Instead, they were replaced with a large hall that belonged to Xiao Gate. There was even an enormous black rock erected outside of the eastern city gate of Yen City. If one were to look carefully, the appearance of this rock was actually exactly the same as Xiao Yan's heavy Xian ruler. On this rock, there were 2 bright golden words Xiao Gate carved on it. On the other side, Lu Zhongtian's auction that would last for half a month was also in full swing in the Sand River shop. Dozens of Tier 5 pills. This kind of extravagance had alarmed many hidden families and forces in the western region. Among those people, there were even a few experts whose cultivation had reached the Origin King realm. Such a situation caused Lu Zhongtian to not dare to be careless. Continuously auctioning Tier 5 pills for half a month. This kind of activity could be said to be the first grand occasion in the western region in 100 years. In the auction house, there were only a few hundred people in the large space. This situation seemed bleak, but in reality, the people present already included the majority of the experts in the western region. If these people could gather together, they would definitely be a terrifying force. As for them, they were all here for the Tier 5 medicinal pills. Everyone, the next item will be the finale of today's auction. It's also a Tier 5 pill called the Mirror Breaker pill. On the auction stage, Lu Zhongtian once again took out a jade bottle from his storage ring. There were many such jade bottles within his storage ring. However, in order to obtain the greatest benefit, he still maintained the practice of only auctioning off 3 of them each day. In this way, he would be able to fulfill the request that Xiao Yan had raised while also being able to raise the value of the medicinal pill to the greatest extent. Naturally, it could be considered as having the best of both worlds. When the Mirror Breaker pill was mentioned, a series of gasps immediately rang out in the auction house. Everyone obviously knew the effects of the Mirror Breaker pill. It was a Class 5 pill that could allow Origin Transformation experts to break through to returnants. There were quite a few late Origin Transformation experts present, and they could not help but burn with desire when they saw the Mirror Breaker pill. Of course, the Origin Kings seated at the front also had their eyes set on the Mirror Breaker pill. There were obviously many juniors who were about to reach late Origin Transformation in their clans or elders. If they could bring back the Mirror Breaker pill, they would obviously be able to increase their strength. These experts obviously would not miss out on something that would benefit them. The starting price is 1,000 mid-grade spiritual stones. Each increment must be no less than 100. The upper limit is 50,000. Please. Although the treasure was good, the price made the expressions of quite a few people present change. The continuous days of competition and auction had already caused them to use up quite a lot of spirit stones. And there was no lack of people who had used up all their wealth. At this moment, even the Origin Kings in the front row could not help but change their expressions when they heard Lu Zhongtian's price. It was very obvious that even they were feeling the strain. Chapter 1290. In the auction house, the few people sitting in the front row exchanged glances with each other. A dark and ruthless expression flashed across their eyes. Soon after, these few people once again returned their gazes to the auction stage at this moment. Their gazes were somewhat unfriendly as they looked at Lu Zhongtian on the stage. One of the old men hesitated for a moment before speaking. Chairman Lu, although we all know that the value of this breaking mirror pill is quite high, isn't it a little too much for you to raise the price like this? These few days we have not said much on account of the fact that it is a rank 5 medicinal pill. However, if you continue to raise the price like this, don't blame us for not buying it. After the old man's voice sounded, his somewhat threatening gaze slowly swept over the crowd behind him. Sensing the cold gaze of the old man, the faces of the people who were originally planning to raise the price immediately revealed a fearful expression. Immediately, they became silent. Although the rules of the auction house did not allow anyone to use any threatening methods here, they were after all experts at the level of King Yuan. Naturally, no one could stop them from doing whatever they wanted to do. After which, the old man once again returned his gaze to the auction stage with a cold smile. He smiled as he looked at Lu Zhongtian, whose expression had darkened. There was no fear in his eyes. I'm sorry, I am only following the arrangement of the customer with this price. If everyone is willing, you can bid for it. If not, please leave this place. Lu Zhongtian naturally understood the meaning behind the words of these people. They did not wish to lower the auction price of the medicinal pill and take away the medicinal pill at a low price. The threatening gaze earlier was directed at the auctioneers as well as him. It was likely that if he was unwilling to lower the price, this fellow would influence the wishes of the people behind. In this way, this medicinal pill would naturally be unable to be auctioned. Hearing Lu Zhongtian's words, the old man below the stage immediately revealed a displeased expression. He stood up and a pair of dark old eyes stared intently at Lu Zhongtian as he coldly said, "Lu Zhongtian, I advise you not to be too arrogant. This old man knows that you have joined that whatever Shao Gate. But this is not enough to be your backing. It is merely established by a few King Yuan. If we were to really compete together, our few large clans would not be the slightest bit afraid. You better not give yourself. You seem to be a little too confident in yourself." However, it was also at this moment that a calm voice suddenly sounded out from a certain place in the auction house. Although the voice was not loud, it was enough to attract the attention of everyone present. Even Lu Zhongtian, who was on the auction stage, also looked over with a face full of suspicion. He knew that Xiaoyan was not in the sand shop, and that voice did not belong to him. When everyone looked over, in a corner of the auction house, a man and two women slowly stood up. At a glance, the woman was undoubtedly Lung Bingshuang. As for the middle-aged man, he was dressed in a green robe, with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. His awe-inspiring gaze was fixed on the old man who had just spoken. Noticing the three people who stood up, the old man frowned and his heart sank. A bad premonition immediately rose in his heart. "I am Shao Gate, Muronghao." After pausing for a moment, the middle-aged man slowly spoke. At the same time, a powerful aura that was comparable to a 7-star origin king instantly spread out from his body, causing the expressions of everyone present to change drastically. The old man's expression turned deathly pale the instant Mu Ronghao's word sounded. This Mu Ronghao was the fourth brother of the Mu Rong clan. As for the woman on Lung Bingshuang's right, she was Mu Rong Qianqian, who had already returned to the clan 3 years ago. When he first heard the two words Shao Gate, and then felt the majestic aura pressure from Mu Ronghao's body, fear immediately surged in the old man's heart. He did not expect that there would be other experts from the Shao Gate other than Lu Zhongtian. What was even more unexpected was that the person who came was actually a 7-star origin king. At that moment, even the expressions of the other origin kings beside the old man changed. After a moment of hesitation, they quickly changed seats and put some distance between them and the old man. The old man's face could not help but twitch when he saw this. He could not help but curse inside. After looking around, he looked at Moronghao with an awkward smile and said in an embarrassed tone, "Senior brother Moronghao, I'm sorry, Senior brother Morong. I only spoke in a moment of anger. I did not have any intention of insulting the Shao Gate. I hope that Mr. does not take offense. As for this medicinal pill, the employer of this medicinal pill is the leader of the Shao Gate." Seeing that the old man had taken the initiative to admit defeat, Lu Zhongtian on the stage could not help but sneer. As soon as he finished speaking, the old man's retreating figure suddenly stiffened. Before he could do anything, two cold gazes suddenly shot over from behind, causing the old man's skinny body to involuntarily tremble. Cold sweat immediately gushed out from his body as he hurriedly said, "If that's the case, then this medicinal pill, I'll take it. I wonder how much Mr. is willing to pay?" Lu Zhongtian laughed mockingly and said, 10,000, 50,000. I'll pay 50,000. As soon as the old man's voice fell, his expression changed and he hurriedly changed his words. He could not care less. Under the gaze of everyone present, he hurriedly took out all the remaining spirit stones in his storage ring. After taking the medicinal pill, he hurriedly left. In front of a 7-star origin king, his initial origin king cultivation was too weak. If the old man still dared to be tactless, he did not dare to imagine the consequences. Seeing the old man hastily leave as if he was fleeing for his life, the other origin kings present subconsciously exchanged glances with each other. From the corner of their eyes, they would occasionally glance at Moronghao behind them. They were extremely nervous in their hearts, as if they were afraid that this fellow would target them again. Fortunately, this matter was settled, and the auction was officially over. Moronghao and the rest also left together. Only then did the cold sweat that had gathered on their foreheads fall. At the same time, They all breathed a sigh of relief. They resentfully forgot about Lu Zhongtian, who was looking at them with a smile on his face, and quickly left. Fourth uncle, why didn't you directly end that old bastard just now? He actually dared to look down on the Shao Gate. On the street, Moronghao's group of 3 slowly walked. After crossing the Sand River, it was time to head to Yin City. At that time, he would be able to meet the master of the Shao Gate. Haha girl, why is your temper becoming more and more irritable? Using violence to curb violence is a method to deal with enemies. However, that person merely spoke rudely to the Shao Gate. I don't have any reason to do anything to him. Now is the time for the Shao Gate to establish its prestige in the Western region. We absolutely cannot let such a small matter affect the overall situation. Hearing this, Moronghao curled his lips and smiled. His warm hand gently shook Morong Qianqian's little head. Seeing the girl's depressed appearance, he immediately laughed out loud. After which, he led the 2 of them and quickly headed towards the Shao Gate. Chapter 1291. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Countless experts had gathered in the original Yin City and the current Shao Gate. Most of these people were the leaders of various organizations in the Western region. They were either the masters of sects or the heads of clans, ranging from King Yuan to Dodi. There were countless of them. This was the first time the Western region had seen such a scene in 1,000 years. During this half a month, the Shao Gate had used all the profits they had obtained from auctioning off the medicinal pills to recruit people from all over the Western region. Under the supervision of Tian Ying and the others, the current Shao Gate possessed close to 100 experts at the Dodi level, and several dozen origin transformation and returnance experts, excluding the external organizations. This foundation was not just a little stronger than the Maze Valley of the Qin Wastelands. Adding on the fact that the various organizations from the outside were constantly joining, the current Shao Gate had already become the #1 organization in the Western region. There was no one in the main seat in the hall of the Shao Gate. A group of people were seated below. Lung Bingshuang, Bai Hua, and the others were present. However, the 5 Tianning brothers stood behind Lung Bingshuang. They naturally could not treat such a scene as they usually did. At this moment, the lively Morong Qianqian's lovely body was lying on Bai Hua's back. Her pair of spiritual eyes would occasionally size up everyone present. When her gaze returned to Bai Hua in front of her, a smile involuntarily appeared on the slightly pursed corner of her mouth. Sensing this, Bai Hua also gently lifted her hand and caressed the girl's delicate jade-like hands. This scene that appeared in the arena caused quite a number of people to feel envious in their hearts. At this moment, Moronghao's face was a little gloomy as he watched the 2 lovey-dovey people before him. He could not help but curl his lips. Although he wanted to stop them, the girl had already grown up. He could not possibly teach her everything. Moreover, this young person called Bai Hua did not seem too bad. She had already reached the Origin King level at such a young age. What happened between them? Moronghao shook his head and sighed in the end. Lung Bingshuang could not help but purse her lips and smile when she saw this. When she turned around, she saw 3 white-robed figures slowly walking over. They were the 3 people from the Bai clan. After a few moments of hesitation, the Bai family still decided to join the Shao clan. After all, the Shao clan was currently flourishing, and various forces were continuously joining. If they continued to hesitate, then the threat of Shaoyan might really fall on them. At this moment, when the 3 of them entered the hall, their gazes immediately swept towards the main seat. Seeing that the seat was empty, the 3 of them heaved a sigh of relief in their hearts. They cupped their hands towards Lung Bingshuang and walked towards the few remaining seats at the side of the hall. Hee, since the 3 of you are here, don't you want to greet me? However, it was also at this moment that the figure of a young man in a black robe suddenly appeared behind the 3 Bai clan members. At the same time, a familiar chuckle sounded from his mouth. This person was none other than Shaoyan. Sovereign. The 3 of them reacted extremely quickly. When they turned around and saw Shaoyan, they immediately changed the way they addressed him. With just one sentence, the relationship between the 2 parties had become much closer. Upon seeing this, Shaoyan gently smiled and nodded. As his gaze swept around, the others present also swiftly stood up. Numerous gazes that contained surprise and reverence swiftly shot over. Just that attack of Xiao Yan's earlier had already displayed his strength. That kind of frightening speed was something that no one present could compare with. The couple of Origin Kings who had left the arena involuntarily felt shocked in their hearts. Not only did this Xiao Yan in front of them appear much younger than they had imagined, but his cultivation was also this powerful. At the very least, with their current strength, they were unable to see through Xiao Yan's strength. At this moment, even Morong Hao had a grave expression as he looked at Xiao Yan. With his cultivation, he was naturally able to vaguely sense that Xiao Yan's aura had already surpassed the Origin King level and reached an even higher realm. This brat. After not seeing him for a few years, his cultivation has already stepped into the Origin King level. How terrifying! Sensing Xiao Yan's aura, Morong Hao's expression could not help but harden slightly. At the same time, Xiao Yan had also discovered Morong Hao's existence. Raising his head, his gaze instantly fell on the latter. In an instant, an invisible pressure abruptly descended on Morong Hao's head, causing his expression to change slightly. However, shortly after, a gentle smile appeared on Xiao Yan's face. His gaze swept between Lung Bingshuang and Morong Hao. It seemed that Lung Bingshuang's trip to the Morong family this time had resulted in a much better result than he had imagined. After greeting everyone present, Xiao Yan slowly walked towards the main seat in the Great Hall. Behind him, the gazes of everyone present revolved around him. Only when Xiao Yan sat down did everyone sit down one by one. This scene was rather impressive. Haha, all of you are heroes from various places in the Western region. Being able to gather here with Xiao Yan today is my Xiao clan's fortune. On the main seat, Xiao Yan's gaze slowly swept across the entire hall. After which he cupped his hands together and said. As soon as these words were spoken, many people present couldn't help but reveal a smile on their faces. Even though everyone present knew that this was merely a compliment, who would be angry after hearing such compliments? However, I also know that although everyone has come to my Xiao clan today, I believe that many of you still have a hesitant attitude in your hearts. If that's the case, I will not make things difficult for everyone. If anyone wants to leave now, Xiao Yan will definitely not stop you. Immediately after, Xiao Yan spoke once again. His words caused the expressions of some people present to change slightly. While they were hesitating, Morong Hao, who was sitting opposite Lung Bingshuang, suddenly slowly stood up. Facing Xiao Yan, he cupped his hands together and said, Morong Hao of the Morong family will pass on the message of the patriarch. The Morong family will fully support the establishment of the Xiao clan. As the words left his mouth, a faint aura and pressure spread out from his body. 7-star Origin King. When the few Origin King experts present sensed this, their expressions changed drastically. The remaining trace of hesitation in their hearts was completely eliminated under the pressure of this aura. Lu Zhongtian is willing to join the Xiao clan. Immediately after, Lu Zhongtian, who was behind Morong Hao, also stood up. The words that came out of his mouth also quickly moved the group of experts behind him. I am Bai Ying, representing the Bai clan to join the Xiao clan. First, it was a mysterious 7-star Origin King, then it was Lu Zhongtian, and now it was Xiao Yan and the others. The situation was already very clear, and the Bai clan naturally had no reason to hesitate. Even if they were unwilling to join, they still had to nod their heads. Immediately after, a series of shouts resounded within the hall. This old man, Zheng Tiannan, represents my Zheng clan to join the Xiao clan. I am Xiaoxing, willing to join the Xiao clan. Chapter 1292. Following the establishment of the Xiao Gate, most of the forces in the western region had also merged into the Xiao Gate. In less than a month, the Xiao Gate's forces had already spread throughout the western region. All the big and small cities and various mines had all belonged to the Xiao Gate. In addition to the continuous recruitment of experts, the Xiao Gate's foundation rapidly grew stronger by the day. Everything within the Xiao Gate was also gradually on the right track. At this moment, unknown to everyone, Xiao Yan had quietly brought the fairy doctor and the rest back to the southern region. Xiao Yan's group was slowly walking on the streets of the savage ancient city. At a glance, the human flow in the city seemed to be much greater than usual. This was especially the case for the number of high-tier experts. It was likely that the number had increased by a couple of times. Seeing this scene, Xiao Yan could not help but raise his eyebrows. A trace of astonishment flashed across his eyes. "We're leaving just like that?" To the side, Bai Hua suddenly frowned and spoke. Only then did she attract Xiao Yan's gaze. "If we really tell them directly, I'm afraid that it will be even more troublesome. This way, at least they can safely stay in the western region." Xiao Yan gently shook his head. With regards to the news of their departure, Xiao Yan did not directly tell Lung Bingshuang. He knew that once he said it, it would not be so easy for them to leave. Although it was somewhat apologetic, it could at least save some trouble. To the side, the fairy doctor listened to the conversation between the two. A hidden light flashed across her beautiful eyes. At the same time, in the depths of the Shilin mountain range in the western region, Lung Bingshuang was looking at the jade slip in her hand with a worried expression. Ever since Xiao Yan left the Shilin mountain range, this jade slip had already landed in her hands. She even knew that Xiao Yan was heading towards the central region. All of this had been told to her by the fairy doctor. Although she had 1,000 complaints in her heart, she also knew that Xiao Yan was doing this for her own good. Including the establishment of the Xiao Gate, his goal was still to ensure her safety. After all, just as the fairy doctor had said, the Heaven Demon Phoenix tribe was eyeing her covetously. Once she appeared in the central region, it was likely that she would bring endless trouble to Xiao Yan. Lung Bingshuang could naturally understand that Xiao Yan was thinking for her, but she was the same. Southern region, ancient city of wilderness. Looking at the large group of figures flying in from outside the city, Xiao Yan couldn't help but frown. He was curious about what had happened here that could attract a large group of experts. Damn it, why is the void lightning pool empty? Not a single bolt of lightning is left inside. What the hell happened? What a mess. This has never happened in the void lightning pool in the past. Could it be that it has something to do with the spiritual pressure on Grey Mountain? Who knows? Although I don't know which expert left it behind, it's indeed a good treasure. However, just the pressure from the soul is something that even origin transformation experts would barely be able to comprehend. People like you and I can't even take a second glance at it, so how can we comprehend it? The group of experts who had returned to the city were constantly cursing. They had spent a lot of time to obtain the Void Lightning Pool invitation. Now that the Void Lightning Pool had opened, the situation inside shocked everyone. The thunderbolt force that had originally filled the sky was completely gone. Moreover, based on the situation, it was obvious that this was caused by someone. This made everyone so angry that they could not wait to tear apart the person who had absorbed all the thunderbolt force. Xiao Yan could not help but blush when he heard the waves of angry curses. He subconsciously rubbed his nose. Bai Hua and the fairy doctor to the side laughed. They had already heard about this matter from Xiao Yan, but they still could not help but laugh when they saw it now. Cough cough, that wasn't me. I never thought that the Northern King would have absorbed all the lightning energy. If they want to tear apart someone, it should be the Northern King. That's right, where's Lian? That girl ran pretty fast, but she didn't know to wait for us. Only when they turned their heads did the three of them discover that Lian Er, who was walking in front of them, had unknowingly disappeared. When Xiao Yan spread out his spiritual strength to search, he suddenly knit his brows. The little fairy doctor and Bai Hua by the side also involuntarily knit their brows and exchanged glances. Their bodies trembled slightly, and the three of them disappeared from the spot. Hee hee, this girl's looks aren't bad. I wonder which family she is from to be willing to let her out. On the street, right in front of Lian Er at this moment, a thin young man with a pale face was looking at Lian Er, who was like a blooming lotus, with a malicious expression. Two other people blocked the girl from behind. The three brothers had come to the ancient savage city this time for the empty lightning pool. Who would have thought that they would end up empty-handed after entering? Just as they were feeling frustrated, Lian Er coincidentally bumped into them. Ha ha ha, I'm furious. I was just thinking about where to put out the fire, but I never expected you to bump into me. Since you're already here, why don't you have some fun with me? Behind him, a pale-faced young man laughed lewdly. His scarlet tongue licked his lips, and he immediately grabbed at Lian Er's slender arm. At this moment, Xiao Yan's group had already appeared behind these three people. Their expressions were indifferent. Just as they were about to intervene, Lian Er, who was surrounded by these three people and whose pretty face contained a terrified expression, suddenly raised her hand. At the same time that the young man's hand was pushed back, a purple-colored energy pillar also rushed out. Soon after, it violently smashed into the chest of the young man behind her. Xiaoyan's expression changed slightly behind her. His body shifted, and the young man's body was violently sent flying by that strength. In the blink of an eye, he had already become seriously injured. Ugh! Xiaoyan and the other two involuntarily felt a little stunned when they saw the scene in front of them. They had wholeheartedly wanted to protect this girl, but they seemed to have forgotten that the three people who wanted to harm her were merely three ordinary Dodi. However, the current Lian heir had already reached the origin transformation realm. With such strength, there was naturally no need for her to be afraid of these so-called experts. The three of them could not help but look at each other when they thought of this. Soon after, they smiled in disappointment. They only wanted to protect this girl, but at times, they had already forgotten that she needed to experience the process of growing up herself in order to prevent her from being in any danger. Haha, let's go. Let's return to the burning flame valley. The three of them ignored the two stunned young men. The little fairy doctor went forward and grabbed Lianer's hand. The group gradually walked further and further away. Only after a long while did the bodies of the two young men suddenly soften. They fell to the ground and no longer made a sound. Chapter 1293. After the group of four returned to the southern region, they did not stop at all as they swiftly headed towards the extreme south. Within a few days, the four of them had returned to the burning flame valley. When Ancestor Fentian heard that Xiaoyan had established his own faction in the western region, the former also expressed his support. He even clearly stated that once Xiao Gate developed to the southern region in the future, the Burning Flame Valley would become Xiao Gate's greatest protection in the southern region. Outside of the Great Hall of the Burning Flame Valley, Xiaoyan's group of four heavily cupped their hands together towards Ancestor Fentian, and First Elderly Qingxiu in front of them. Their solemn voices slowly spat out as they said, "Seniors, we will meet again in the future. Take care. Take care. Be careful on the road. Once you reach the middle region, remember to keep a low profile. The people there cannot be compared to the southern region." The two of them nodded heavily. Immediately, the four of them turned around and left. However, just as Xiaoyan's group arrived outside the mountain range where the Burning Flame Valley was located, a familiar figure suddenly flew over from the distance. At a glance, the person who had arrived was Li Bingrui. This woman had originally received news from the Fire Maple Forest in the southern region on the day that Xiao Gate was established, and had swiftly returned. Xiaoyan originally thought that he would no longer have any interactions with this person. However, he did not expect that she would rush back at this time. With regards to this, Xiaoyan could only adopt a helpless attitude. On the other hand, when Lianer saw Li Bingrui once again, her exquisite pretty face immediately revealed a joyous smile. The two girls looked at each other and smiled. Immediately, Li Bingrui's gaze quickly landed on Xiaoyan's body as she slowly said, "I have said before that I will definitely personally kill you. Therefore, don't think that you can escape from me so easily." Xiaoyan could only shake his head when he heard this. He exchanged glances with the little fairy doctor beside him. Immediately, he spoke faintly. His body moved and he flew towards the eastern horizon. "Let's go. It's time to leave." Four figures followed closely behind. This time they were heading east. Their destination was the eastern region of the southernmost land, which was under the jurisdiction of the Union Pavilion. At the same time, there was a transmission formation that led to the central region. Xiaoyan's heart was filled with hesitation as he looked at the distant sky in the east. The middle region was the most prosperous region in the Yuanwu continent. It was where countless experts gathered. Xiaoxian was also there. Additionally, the other two heavenly flames other than Yi Honglian should also be in the middle region. Back then, Xiaoyan had obtained information from Yi Honglian that she was actually unaware of the exact identity and location of the other two heavenly flames despite her status. This caused Xiaoyan to be incomparably surprised. The only information Yi Honglian had given him was that he might be able to find information regarding the other two heavenly flames in the middle region. Currently, other than the heavenly flames, Xiaoxian Guihao, Luojin and the rest were also in the middle region. Even Sun Air. All of these were related to him. He had to go to the central region. Now he had finally embarked on this journey. In the next few days, the group of 5 had been in a state of haste. During this period, other than passing through some cities on foot, almost all of them flew towards the east at the fastest speed possible. Nanlin City was one of the few large cities in the southernmost land. Moreover, unlike other cities, Nanlin City was controlled by 2 clans. Both parties held half of Nanlin City's economy. Although it appeared fair, there were countless disputes. For many years, the 2 clans had been fighting openly and covertly. Until now, the unequal situation in Nanlin City had completely disappeared. Along with it, one of the great clans in Nanlin City had also disappeared. In the end, the dispute between the 2 clans ended with one side winning. The winner became king, and the control of Nanlin City fell into the hands of the victorious party. Recently, the Futu clan, which controlled Nanlin City, was holding a grand banquet. On one hand, it was to celebrate their complete control of Nanlin City. On the other hand, it was to celebrate the birthday of their ancestor. This banquet could be said to be the biggest event in Nanlin City in many years. Many experts from the surrounding cities had come to celebrate the birthday. For this banquet, there were more than 10 origin kings from various places. This was because the ancestor of the Futu clan was a super expert who had reached the origin king realm. His name was Futu Hao. Futu Hao. On the street, Xiao Yan's group was originally walking toward Nanlin City without any worries. However, when they passed by an enormous mansion, the words that were emitted from the crowd at the entrance caused Xiao Yan's forward footsteps to pause. Even the few people beside him also stopped. Their faces were filled with doubt as they looked at Xiao Yan in front of them. "What's wrong? Do you know this Futu Hao?" Bai Hua raised her eyebrows. She dared to guarantee that this was the first time both she and Xiao Yan had come here. If this ancestor of the Futu clan had never been to other places, Xiao Yan should not be able to recognize him. "I don't know him, but I've heard of this name," and Xiao Yan frowned and quickly recalled the past. When he had first arrived in Yuanwu continent and obtained the Luotian cauldron, he seemed to have heard of this name. Futu Hao was the cause of the Luotian cauldron's destruction. At the same time, he was also the main culprit who had killed the previous owner of the Luotian cauldron. "This, Zhou Tong, I did not expect to meet the person who killed you back then." After some careful recollection, Xiao Yan recalled that when he had first obtained the Luotian cauldron, the remnant spirit in the cauldron had asked him to kill Futu Hao. Originally, he had wanted to swear on the lightning penalty oath, but because of Guyu's appearance, he had skipped that step. However, Xiao Yan was a person who valued his promises. Since Zhou Tong had handed the Luotian cauldron to him, he naturally had to fulfill his promise, to kill Futu Hao. Xiao Yan hesitated for a moment in his heart before he slowly shook his head. He had clearly heard on the street that there were still 2 days until Futu Hao's birthday. Since the other party was celebrating his birthday, Xiao Yan had to give him some face. Even if he wanted to kill someone, he would have to wait until the birthday was over. "Let's find a place to rest in the city. We have been hurrying along recently, and everyone is quite tired. We will continue our journey in 3 days. The little fairy doctor and Bai Hua naturally knew what Xiao Yan planned to do after hearing his words. However, they did not have any intention of stopping him. After all, Xiao Yan had even killed a Genesis Zone level expert. If it was just an ordinary origin emperor, they naturally did not need to worry. After which, a thought passed through Xiao Yan's mind. He spread out his majestic spiritual strength and cautiously probed within the Futu family's manor. Very soon, a deep and powerful aura appeared within Xiao Yan's probing range. "Oh, an 8-star origin emperor." Xiao Yan immediately confirmed the latter's identity when he sensed that qi. At the same time that his heart was shocked by the old fellow's cultivation, a somewhat hoarse old voice was transmitted over. "You are the first elder. May I know who this friend is? If you are curious, why don't you meet me face to face? Why do you need to resort to such underhanded means?" Wonderful Bookhouse. Chapter 1294. Hehe. It is said that the ancestor of the Futu family is an expert at the origin emperor level. I was just curious. Xiao Yan smiled indifferently and said, Hearing the clear voice, Futu Hao could not help but feel surprised. From the voice, it was not difficult to tell that the other party was just a young man. At the same time, he could clearly sense that the mysterious young man also had the cultivation of the Origin Emperor level. A young man with the cultivation of the Origin Emperor level. This kind of person could not be nurtured with ordinary circumstances. With this thought in mind, Futu Hao immediately paused and said, "Who are you? May I know who you are and why have you come to my Nanlin city? I am Xiao Yan. I have rushed here, and just wanted to take a rest. I have no intention of disturbing you." Xiao Yan. Hearing Xiao Yan's words, Futu Hao's heart immediately trembled and he hurriedly said, "May I ask if you are the Xiao Yan who participated in the battle of the three sects in the extreme south?" "Yes, I am." The latter smiled slightly. At this moment, Futu Hao's heart was filled with shock. He did not expect that the person who had shaken the entire extreme south would suddenly appear here. However, Futu Hao's old face quickly piled up with a smile and he hurriedly said, "In that case, I wonder if Mr. Xiao Yan can come to my house for a chat. To be honest, this old man is very impressed by Mr. Xiao Yan's battle. With your own strength, you shook the sect masters of 2 sections. This old man is ashamed of his incompetence." Hearing this, Xiao Yan's heart immediately moved. He smiled and said, "You are too kind. Old mister, you flatter me. Since old mister has personally invited me, and the birthday banquet is just around the corner, then I won't be polite." "Ha, good. It is this old man's honor to have Mr. Xiao Yan visit my house. I will inform my clansmen, and let them receive you. Thank you for your trouble." Xiao Yan smiled slightly. A glint flashed across his eyes. It was likely that this Futu Hao would never have imagined that this distinguished guest in his eyes had actually come for his old life. After that, Xiao Yan brought the little fairy doctor, and the rest back to the entrance of the Futu family. Sure enough, there was already a middle-aged man leading a few old men to wait respectfully. His eyes constantly scanned the crowd, as if he was looking for something. When Xiao Yan and the rest came forward, the middle-aged man's gaze also fell on Xiao Yan. Your ancestor invited me here." The few of them had just arrived in front of him when the middle-aged man opened his mouth with a doubtful face. However, the words that came out of Xiao Yan's mouth caused the expressions of quite a number of people present to instantly change. Numerous gazes also swiftly landed on Xiao Yan's body like spotlights. Soon after, those gazes became strange. There were even some mocking expressions that were revealed. This kid must be crazy. Even if he wants to enter the Futu clan, he shouldn't come up with such a ridiculous reason. Moreover, the one standing before him is the Futu clan's patriarch. Isn't this just courting death? The previous surprise turned into mockery in the blink of an eye. What kind of status did the ancestor of the Futu family have? Usually very few people had even seen him. Even some of the clansmen had not seen his face. This black-robed youth in front of them actually dared to say that Futu Hao had invited him. This was no different from courting death. However, just as everyone was preparing to watch a good show, that middle-aged man, the clan head of the Futu clan, swiftly revealed a respectful expression on his originally doubtful face. He hurriedly stepped forward, cupped his hands respectfully to Xiao Yan, and said, "Young Master Xiao Yan, I have been waiting for you." "Sir, I am the head of the Futu family, Futu Sang. It was my ancestor who asked me to wait for you here. Sir, please." Having said that, Futu Sang hurriedly gestured for them to enter. Xiao Yan smiled. Then, under the stunned gazes of the surrounding crowd, he led the little fairy doctor and the rest into the Futu family's mansion. After a while, Xiao Yan and the rest saw Futu Hao. His skinny body was draped in a hemp robe. His fingers were like yellow bamboo joints, and he was holding a walking stick. His body was bent like a monster, and his sunken old eyes were like an empty shell. The dim light that shot out from them made people shudder. As he panted, the hoarse sound of breathing from his mouth and nose was even more strange. Luffy knew that this guy was an old monster at the Origin Emperor level. If others saw him, they would think that he was a piece of rotten wood that was about to die. However, under this body, there was an extremely terrifying power. Looking at the old man who was like a dried corpse, Lien who was behind Li Bingrui, could not help but shrink back. Only Xiao Yan knew that this old man was a character from 1,000 years ago. It was not easy for him to survive until now. Moreover, he had the strength of an Origin Emperor. Hee, Mr. Xiaoyan's reputation is like thunder to this old man's ears. The hoarse voice rang out once more. Fu Hao trembled as he walked forward. He slowly nodded at Xiaoyan. It's just a rumor from the outside world. There's no need to believe it. Hee, Mr. Xiaoyan is truly humble. With a laugh, the old man's gaze landed on Bai Hua and the others behind him. Seeing the group of youths before him, shock immediately flashed through the old man's eyes. Although the youths before him seemed ordinary, their cultivations far surpassed regular cultivators. With a single glance, he could tell that Lian Er's cultivation was the lowest among them, but she was also the youngest. Even with his experience, he had never seen such a young origin transformation expert before. It was difficult to imagine that if this girl were to join a sect in the future, she would definitely become someone that the sect would focus on nurturing. At the same time, he could sense a special presence from Lian Er's body. As for the others, their cultivations were naturally not inferior in the slightest. This group of people could be called the proud sons of heaven among the younger generation. Hee, not only is Mr. Xiaoyan a dragon among men, but even your friends are extraordinary. The old man smiled as he slowly swept his gaze over the people before him. In the end, his gaze paused on Lian. An obscure light flashed through the depths of his sunken eyes. After chatting idly for a while, Fu Hao invited this group of people to stay in his Futu residence. Xiaoyan had something in his heart, and would naturally not reject the invitation. At the same time, Fu Hao stared at the few of them as they left. When his gaze landed on Lian Er, the glow deep within his eyes immediately surged. The woeful poison body, hee. I heard that the Crossing Disaster sect in the central region once lost their holy maiden. If that holy maiden is her, then there's hope for me to break through to the origin ancestor realm. Hee. Chapter 1295. Xiaoyan and the others were currently seated in one of the guest rooms of the Futu clan at night. The room was dimly lit, and Xiaoyan and Bai Hua were currently seated around a table with their brows slightly furrowed. Tremendous spirit power enveloped the entire room, forming an invisible barrier that prevented outsiders from seeing what was going on inside. At this moment, Lian Er was sitting cross-legged on the bed with her eyes tightly shut. The little fairy doctor beside her was pouring her mind into the girl's body to help her control the boundless energy within her body. Although the girl's cultivation had already reached the origin transformation stage, she was still young. In addition, she had been in a deep slumber for many years, so her mind was still immature. Although Xiaoyan and the others had helped her control the woeful poison body, she would still be unable to freely use this power for a very long time. For example, the girl had been unable to control the flow of Genesis Qi in her body in the ancient wilderness. When they had left Futu Hao's place earlier, the little fairy doctor had quickly discovered that the Genesis Qi in the girl's body had gone out of control again. Helpless, she could only use external forces to help her reform the power. Although Futu Hao looks somewhat terrifying, he seems to be a decent person. Are we really going to kill him? Besides Xiaoyan, Bai Hua frowned slightly. She was somewhat hesitant inside. She did not dare to say that she was a good person, but she knew how to distinguish between right and wrong. Futu Hao's actions could be considered open and above board, and he had treated them extremely courteously. It was still unreasonable to kill him. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyan's lips curled into a smile. He looked at Bai Hua in front of him in a somewhat playful manner. When did you start talking about benevolence? You didn't act like this when you were in the Lu clan back then. When did I talk about benevolence? I just feel that it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense for us to have to resolve a dispute between two people 1,000 years later. I'm just taking someone's money to solve their problem. It's not unreasonable, but you're right. That's why I hope to put this matter after his birthday banquet. Before that, let's think about it again. Xiaoyan smiled and shook his head. His gaze then landed on the two people in front of the bed. Seeing the little fairy doctor place all her attention on Lian Er, a complicated expression involuntarily flitted across Xiaoyan's pitch-black eyes. It was not that he did not understand some things, but he was afraid that if he exposed them, it would only deepen the grudge between the two. What's more, Hugh? While Xiaoyan was lost in a daze, Lian Er's bed finally let out a long sigh. Under the little guidance of the fairy doctor, she attempted to circulate the qi in her body to slowly control her power. Under the guidance of the little's guidance, Lianer was trying to circulate the qi under her body's controlling her power. Under the guidance of the little's guidance, qis. Under the fairy under her guidance. Yes, it's not a big deal. It's just that this girl's control of her own power is not complete. She'll be fine after a while. The fairy doctor nodded gently. Her beautiful eyes paused on Xiaoyan before she sat down beside the two of them. Immediately after, the door was opened from the outside. Li Bingrui had just returned from outside. She glanced at Lian who was peacefully cultivating on the bed, and nodded gently. Then, her gaze landed on Xiaoyan and the other two in front of her. She paused and said, I just heard about the matter between the two great clans of Nanlin City. Do you want to hear about it? At the same time, in another part of the Futu family, Futu Hao and the head of the family, Futu Sang, were in a room. Under the illumination of the candlelight, the two of them were discussing something in a low voice. Ancestor, does that girl really have the woeful poison body? Hearing his ancestor's words, Futu Sang could not help but reveal a surprised expression. It was no wonder that the girl was able to possess such a cultivation at such a young age. It was because of this point. Given this old man's eyesight, I am naturally not mistaken. Earlier, this old man had clearly sensed a weak aura from that girl's body. That aura is indeed the woeful poison body. According to this old man's knowledge, the Crossing Disaster sect in the central region had once lost their holy maiden many years ago. Back then, that baby girl was the owner of the woeful poison body. If this old man has not guessed wrongly, this girl is that holy maiden. Hiss. Hearing this, Futu Sang's expression changed. If that was the case. All these years, the Crossing Adversity sect has never given up on searching for this holy maiden. Now that she has appeared in our residence, if we can bring that girl to the Crossing Adversity sect, our Futu family will become the second Burning Flame Valley in the extreme south. When he thought about the strength of a source ancestor, a bright light flashed across Futu Hao's sunken eyes. Once he had the cultivation of a source ancestor, not only would his status in the Futu family rise rapidly, but his lifespan would also increase. Futu Hao's hunched body could not help but tremble when he thought of this. His bamboo-like fingers gently stroked his waist. There was an old scar there, and it was because of this that his cultivation had stagnated at the 8-star Origin Emperor level for so many years. Every time he thought of this, a figure from the past would involuntarily appear in his mind. Zhou Tong. Ancestor, don't forget that Xiaoyan is also an Origin Emperor. Furthermore, it is said that his battle prowess far surpasses ordinary experts of the same level. Moreover, he seems to have a lot of connections behind him. Back then, during the battle between the three sects, he actually invited over 30 Origin Kings. If we fight them head-on, I'm afraid that it will be somewhat inappropriate. Frowning, Futu Sang finally spoke of the most important point. Xiaoyan was also an Origin Emperor. If they wanted to snatch someone from him, it would be tantamount to snatching food from a tiger's mouth. Even if the Futu family was powerful in Nanlin City, it would not be easy to deal with Xiaoyan. Idiot. If you want to capture that girl, why do you need us to do it? We only need to pass the message to the Crossing Adversity sect and obtain enough benefits from them. As for the rest, it will all be up to them. Hearing this, Futu Hao snorted coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, he stood up from the chair and walked out slowly with his walking stick. Then he turned around and looked at Futu Sang again. He said in a deep voice, "You are right, Futu Sang. Immediately send people to the central region tonight. Remember, go to the Crossing Adversity sect as quickly as possible. Before that, I will do my best to delay this group of people. Tell them that if they fail to bring back the Holy Maiden because of their own reasons, then everything will have nothing to do with the Futu family." With that, Futu Hao left. After a moment of thought, Futu Sang followed Futu Hao's instructions and immediately sent the experts of his family to the central region. Chapter 1296. Zhou Clan. Hearing Li Bingrui's words, Xiaoyan could not help but raise his eyebrows. He immediately thought of Zhou Tong, who was the previous owner of the Luotian cauldron. Both of them have the surname Zhou, and they are rivals. Could it be that this Zhou clan is the clan that Zhou Tong belongs to? Xiaoyan rolled his eyes. He involuntarily sighed and shook his head because of this. If this was really the case, it would be a little too dramatic. The two clans had fought with each other for 1,000 years. Although the Futu clan had won, the ancestor of the Zhou clan had coincidentally gotten Xiao Yan to kill Futu Hao for him. In this way, the strength of the Futu clan in the area around Nanlin City would definitely shrink greatly. By the time the various factions came to suppress them, the Futu clan would no longer exist. In this way, the dispute between the two clans would eventually lead to mutual destruction. During the next 2 days, Xiao Yan's group had quite a good time under Butu Hao's hospitality. During this period of time, Butu Hao had repeatedly requested for Xiao Yan's group to stay a little longer. Xiao Yan's face was naturally courteous, but his heart involuntarily felt a little doubtful. It was true that this old man was warm, but it seemed to be a little overboard. Moreover, his tone seemed to be probing. There were a couple of times when his attention was placed on Lian Air. In this regard, Xiao Yan was secretly cautious. He did not expose all of this, but quietly waited for the old man's performance. Originally, Xiao Yan did not have much intention to kill the old man, but his behavior made Xiao Yan feel a little threatened. He did not like the people behind him to be the target of others. Therefore, no matter what the old man had in mind, Xiao Yan would definitely eliminate him before he could carry it out. However, now was not the time. Just as Xiao Yan had said before, after all, it was the old man's birthday banquet. He should at least give him some face. As for taking his life, it would not be too much to talk about it later. The spacious hall was bustling with activity. The entire Futu family was filled with a festive atmosphere. Today was the birthday of the ancestor of the Futu family, Futu Hao. At this moment, the invited experts were either in the courtyard or in the hall. Everyone's face was brimming with joy. Although there was no lack of people among these forces who hated the Futu family to the bone, these people did a perfect job of handling the situation. At this moment, on the main seat in the hall, an old man who looked like he had one foot in the grave sat with a smile on his face. As he watched the guests below greet him, his turbid old eyes could not help but reveal a proud expression. He especially enjoyed this attitude of being surrounded by stars. After a long while, Xiao Yan led the little fairy doctor and the others into the hall. He politely cupped his hands toward Futu Hao, who was sitting on the main seat. Only then did the latter stand up to welcome them. Seeing this scene, the expressions on everyone's faces in the originally lively hall froze. Then all kinds of gazes fell on Xiao Yan and the others. Many of the people present had heard of this young man who had been personally invited by Futu Hao. However, when they saw him now, they could not help but feel a little surprised. Who exactly was this young man to be treated in such a manner by Futu Hao, who was an origin emperor expert? Haha, everyone, I believe that you are also very curious about who this Mr. is. Futu Hao smiled faintly. The words that came out of his mouth immediately raised the spirits of the people present. Every one of them perked up their ears and waited for Futu Hao to reveal the answer to them. Cuckoo, if we were to talk about it, I believe that this Mr.'s name is like thunder in everyone's ears. Next, the old me will solemnly introduce everyone. This Mr. is the one who participated in the battle between the three sects in the extreme south not long ago. Xiao Yan. Wow. As soon as these words came out, the people present burst into an uproar. Many gazes of disbelief fell on Xiao Yan. It was hard to imagine that this person, whose name shook the extreme south, would actually appear in front of them. Moreover, what was even more shocking was that he had appeared at Futu Hao's birthday banquet. This was undoubtedly a form of support for the Futu clan. After this incident, the status of the Futu family in the southernmost region would be further elevated. At that time, there would be many forces that would join them. Thinking of this, the future of the Futu family would be immeasurable. Futu Hao could not help but sneer inwardly as he gazed at the changing expressions of the people in the hall. These fools probably did not know that after today, not only would the Futu clan's reputation soar, but a source zone level expert would also appear. In the future, the Futu clan would not be limited to the tiny Nanlin city. From today onwards, even the Burning Flame Valley would have to show some respect to them. After everyone present took their seats, the birthday banquet officially began. Everyone present chatted with each other. Their gazes repeatedly swept back and forth between Xiao Yan and Fu Tuhao. The atmosphere in the hall also became livelier. The entire Futu clan, and even the entire Nanlin city, slowly passed the banquet in a festive atmosphere. It was only late at night that Xiao Yan and the others returned to the courtyard. With a thought, the Genesis Qi in Xiao Yan's body rapidly circulated. The haze on his face swiftly disappeared, and a bright light flashed in his pitch-black eyes as killing intent quietly emerged. After instructing the little fairy doctor and the others, Xiao Yan's body moved. His body flashed and disappeared into the night sky. The few of them looked at each other from where they stood and helplessly shrugged their shoulders. After which, they quietly sat in the courtyard and waited for Xiao Yan to return. On the other side, Fu Tuhao was slowly returning to his room. Just as he was about to close the door, Xiao Yan's figure appeared in his courtyard like a ghost. Fu Tuhao immediately frowned and quietly circulated the Genesis Qi in his body. Xiao Yan's arrival did not seem like a good thing had happened. "Mr. Xiao Yan, it's already late. Why don't you rest early?" The old man's eyes flickered. He could clearly sense a murderous intent in Xiao Yan's eyes. Could he have discovered something? With this thought, the uneasiness in Fu Tuhao's heart grew. Since he had discovered something, why hadn't Fu Tuhao shed all pretense of cordiality 2 days ago? Why had he waited until now? "Old mister, your birthday is over. I'm here to collect something from you on behalf of someone else." Xiao Yan's expression gradually turned indifferent. Fu Tuhao also stepped out of the door. His turbid eyes stared intently at Xiao Yan as he said in a low voice, "What do you want?" "Take what? Take your life? On behalf of who?" Luo Tianding Zhou Tong. Chapter 1297. Zhou Tong. Fu Tuhao's expression changed when he heard the name that would never be erased from the depths of his mind. His chilling gaze landed on Zhou Yuan's body again as he asked in bewilderment, "That guy isn't dead yet?" "He's dead. He is indeed dead, but before he died, he asked me to kill you," Xiao Yan said indifferently. "You want to kill me for a dead person? Why?" Fu Tuhao's expression immediately became gloomy when he heard this. His pair of sunken old eyes stared intently at Xiao Yan in front of him. His heart was somewhat puzzled. Xiao Yan smiled in a non-committal manner when he saw this. "Don't you know why I'm doing this?" Fu Tuhao's expression froze for a moment. His eyes swiveled, and he seemed to recall something. "The Luo Tian cauldron." Xiao Yan chuckled. With a thought, the Genesis Qi in his body began to circulate through his meridians. A layer of purple flames rose from the surface of his body. "All right, that's all I have to say. Next, let Xiao Yan experience the strength of a person from 1,000 years ago." As his voice faded, Xiao Yan stomped his foot on the ground. Genesis Qi gushed out as his body shot forward. His 5 fingers clenched into a fist, and his figure appeared in front of Fu Tuhao in the blink of an eye. The fist that was wrapped in flames tore through space forcefully. The invisible space was compressed to the extreme by this terrifying force. In the blink of an eye, it turned into an invisible air cannonball. With a sharp explosion that resounded through the heavens and earth, it suddenly shot out and smashed towards Buter Hao. The old man's cultivation wasn't low, and it wouldn't be easy to deal with him. Hence, Xiao Yan couldn't give him a chance to retaliate. "Hey young man, this isn't how you should treat an elder." Although Xiao Yan's attack was powerful, Fu Tuhao wasn't an ordinary person either. How could an 8-star Genesis Emperor be afraid of a brat who had just stepped into the Genesis Emperor stage? Even though Xiao Yan had a great reputation in the extreme south, it was ultimately just a rumor. The old man took half a step back. With a twist of his hands, he held the wooden staff horizontally in front of him. At the same time, vigorous Genesis Qi poured into the staff. The surging Genesis Qi immediately condensed into a thin layer of energy on the staff surface. In the next instant, Xiao Yan's fist violently collided with the staff. Boom! When the fist landed on the staff, an incomparably domineering force erupted from the staff. The sharp aura left a faint bloody mark on Xiao Yan's fist. Xiao Yan's expression immediately changed when he sensed this. The old man's Genesis Qi seemed to be a little different. Then a mocking look appeared on Fu Tuhao's face. His skinny body shook slightly, and surging Genesis Qi immediately rushed out from the staff. Xiao Yan's expression changed rapidly, and he hurriedly retreated. The moment his body came to a stop, several fierce winds whistled through the air. Xiaoyan hurriedly threw out a few punches, blasting the energy streams apart. Even so, the energy streams still shattered Xiaoyan's sleeves. Xiaoyan couldn't help but frown when he saw this. He then lifted his head to look at Fujuheo. What domineering Genesis Qi! With such strength, you are willing to stay in Nanlin City? Xiaoyan narrowed his eyes as he stared intently at the old man opposite him. He could not help but feel surprised in his heart. This fellow's Genesis Qi was extremely domineering. If Xiaoyan had guessed correctly, his Genesis Qi belonged to the metal affinity, which was known for its combat strength. Adding his cultivation, it was likely that Futuhao would have few opponents of the same level who could match him. In the extreme south, he could be considered a top expert. Yet he was willing to lead his clan and stay in Nanlin City. This was truly surprising. It may not be a good thing for people to be too high profile. Take the two great sects for example. Even though they are much stronger than my Fujuheo clan, they still ended up in a miserable state. What's wrong with being the master of a region? At least no one will have any ideas about my Fujuheo clan. Fujuheo pursed his lips and smiled. He didn't seem to care about the so-called power, but no one knew what he was thinking. But now, Mr. Xiaoyan, shouldn't you first consider your situation? I know your battle prowess is extraordinary. You can fight origin emperors as a peak origin king, and you even control the legendary heavenly flame. However, in my eyes, you're just an early origin emperor. In terms of battle prowess, I'm not any weaker than you, and in terms of cultivation, I'm even stronger than you. You're still too young to kill me. The moment his voice sounded, Fu Tuhao's right hand seized the opportunity to hold the walking stick in a reverse grip. He suddenly waved it and a golden-colored energy pillar immediately shot out. An incomparable sharpness easily cut through the empty space and arrived in front of Xiaoyan in the blink of an eye. The frightening aura that it contained caused Xiaoyan to involuntarily feel shocked despite his mental fortitude. This old fellow was definitely an existence that few could match even among the origin emperors. Fujuheo was definitely the strongest origin emperor Xiaoyan had ever seen. Golden Elephant Mantra, activate. Xiaoyan let out a loud cry in his heart. His body suddenly shook and a sparkling golden light immediately agglomerated on the surface of his body. His 5 fingers were once again clenched into a fist. A frightening force caused the invisible empty space to emit a caw-caw sound. Immediately he suddenly threw a punch forward. A turbulent and surging strength wildly poured out. The next moment, an earth-shaking buzzing sound appeared. An invisible energy storm flattened the entire courtyard in the blink of an eye. That energy pillar also disappeared with it. Whoosh! Almost at the same time, the sound of something breaking through the air rang out. A stooped figure suddenly appeared in front of Xiaoyan. The staff in his hand was like a blade, and he ruthlessly stabbed forward. The attack was fierce and overbearing. In the blink of an eye, the tip of the staff landed on Xiaoyan's chest with a clang. As the sparks flew, an obvious crack appeared on Xiaoyan's golden elephant mantra. Seeing this scene, Xiaoyan's expression changed drastically. Fujuheo was definitely the first person in history to be able to damage his golden elephant mantra with just one attack. Golden mountain blade, breaking golden body. It couldn't be more suitable. Fujuheo curled his lips and sneered. The withered hand that was holding the staff suddenly twisted, and the wooden staff in his hand turned into a golden blade in the blink of an eye. Immediately after, Fujuheo's hand that was holding the handle of the blade suddenly loosened. His palm violently hit the end of the handle of the blade. With a cracking sound, Xiaoyan's golden elephant mantra, which had always been successful, was shattered. Chapter 1298. The moment the golden body was broken, Xiaoyan hurriedly gripped the blade with both hands, stopping the blade from sinking into his flesh. His expression changed rapidly as the Genesis Qi in his body rapidly gathered. He had clearly underestimated the old man's strength. The latter's tyrannical metal attribute was far beyond his imagination. Xiaoyan, if this is all you have, the old me can only tell you that it is likely that you will not be able to keep your life today. It has been a long time since I have truly fought. Today, I will use you to exercise my muscles and bones. Futuhao smiled coldly and released the golden blade in his hand. As he retreated, A surging aura rose from his body. Butuhao's originally stooped body swelled rapidly at this moment. In just a few breaths' time, Butuhao's body had grown several times larger than before. He had turned into a giant. You're not the only one who can use the golden body. Xiaoyan, try my heavenly dipper body. Futuhao's enormous body disappeared from the spot in an instant after his deep laughter sounded. The next moment, he had already appeared behind Xiaoyan. His 5 fingers were pressed together as a palm violently smashed toward Xiaoyan's back. Xiaoyan's face was covered with a deep smile. His large body had already disappeared. Boom! Space exploded, and Xiaoyan's figure faded away. The golden blade fell to the ground, and was once again grasped by Butuhao. Butuhao abruptly looked towards a certain spot in the air, where Xiaoyan's figure had appeared. No wonder you can fight an Origin Emperor expert with the strength of a peak Origin King. So it's because of your speed. However, speed alone isn't enough to deal with me. Futuhao immediately waved the golden blade in his hand after his voice sounded. The blade glow flashed and swiftly hacked toward Xiaoyan's body. At this moment, Xiaoyan did not dare to be careless. His body flashed and he immediately unleashed the giant elephant skill. His body also transformed into a giant metal giant in the blink of an eye. His large hand was violently rubbed, and a fierce flame agglomerated into a large fire ruler between his hands. The giant ruler spun, its broad blade continuously shattering the blade light that shot towards him. At the same time, Zhou Yuan's body swooped forward. As he arrived in front of Butuhao, the flaming ruler in his hand collided with the golden blade in his opponent's hand. Clang, 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 clang. There weren't any fancy moves. The collision between the two of them was like 2 spinning tops. As they spun around, sparks flew everywhere. Waves of energy swept in all directions, destroying all the buildings in the courtyard. Many experts from the Buter family were standing in the night sky. At the same time, there were also many guests who had yet to leave. Everyone's eyes were filled with surprise as they watched the intense battle in front of them. The two of them, who had been talking and laughing a few hours ago, were now fighting to the death. However, this also made many people gloat. Most people had a disgusted attitude toward the Futu clan. It was only because their ancestor was too powerful that they were respectful to them. However, since Xiaoyan and Futuhao had started fighting, they naturally hoped that something would happen to Futuhao. On the other side, the patriarch of the Buter family, Buter Sang, had already surrounded the little fairy doctor and the others with his people. He didn't know whether they had discovered him leaking information or not. But since the two of them were already fighting, Buter Sang obviously chose to deal with the little fairy doctor and the others first. As long as he could control them, Xiaoyan would hold back. Dealing with them would not be difficult. However, the little fairy doctor and the others remained calm as they stared at the several dozen figures standing before the walls of the courtyard. Although the people present were no weaker than the patriarch and the 2 elders, the strongest among them were only at returnants. It was not difficult for them to deal with these people with their battle prowess. With a flick of his finger, the space beside the little fairy doctor immediately distorted. A silver puppet appeared. Coupled with Bai Hua and Li Bingrui's terrifying battle prowess and her woeful poison body, these people would not be able to do anything to them. My Buter family has treated you as esteemed guests, but I never thought that Mr. Xiaoyan would do something like this. Has my Buter family offended you in some way? Buter Sang's expression could not help but change slightly when he saw the puppet beside the little fairy doctor. Obviously, he had heard about the puppets of the celestial puppet sect. Silver puppets were equivalent to Origin Kings. Coupled with Bai Hua and Li Bingrui, it would not be so easy for them to take down these people. You should know better than us just what kind of people your Buter family is. If you want to fight, just do it. Why waste your breath? Li Bingrui immediately sneered when she heard that. With a thought, an extremely cold presence immediately radiated from her body. At the same time, a curtain of ice condensed in the surrounding space. With a thought, Bai Hua immediately released a powerful aura from her body. The sharp aura caused the faces of many people present to change. Woeful poison body activate. The little fairy doctor let out a cold cry. Her 10 fingers formed a seal and numerous mysterious symbols swiftly formed on her delicate forehead. Waves of surging destructive aura swiftly spread out from within her body, forming a large poisonous fog that spread throughout the courtyard. The faces of some of the weaker cultivators swiftly turned black and purple the moment they came into contact with this poisonous fog. Their bodies involuntarily fell to the ground. Fu Tu-sang's expression changed drastically when he saw the purple-colored poison fog that was swiftly spreading in the courtyard. His heart felt a shock because of this. It was unexpected that other than the little girl called Lian Er, even this fairy-like woman in Xiao Yan's group also possessed the woeful poison body. In this way, it would be even more difficult for them to deal with the group of people in front of them. Once they made a move, it was likely that before they could control these people, the battle on their own ancestors' side would be declared over. Everything they had done would naturally be meaningless. Damn it. Everyone retreat and surround this courtyard. Even if we can't fight, we must not let them leave so easily. Buter Sang scolded angrily. Then he had no choice but to order his people to retreat. Before he had any confidence, he could not let his people suffer unnecessary casualties. On the other side, the fierce battle between Xiao Yan and Buter Hao continued. Xiao Yan's giant elephant skill was not inferior to the old man's body. However, Buter Hao had the advantage in terms of his cultivation. Moreover, his sharp aura had a suppressive effect on Xiao Yan's giant elephant skill. If the battle dragged on, it would be difficult for Xiao Yan to win. Bang! Suddenly, the purple-colored flame in Xiao Yan's eyes gradually dimmed. It turned into a bright red color. At the same time, the purple-colored heavenly flame that covered his body also turned into the bright red lotus yi flame. At the same time, the golden body that was agglomerated by the giant elephant skill became even more real. Chapter 1299. Bang! Their fists collided, and both of them retreated 100 steps back. The moment Xiao Yan's body stopped moving, a sharp energy pillar shot toward him again. His expression did not change at all. Xiao Yan's body, which was wrapped in the red lotus hellfire, shook. He threw out a punch with the back of his hand, causing the energy pillar to explode. Although your combat power is not bad, you are still too young. The difference in cultivation is not something that can be overcome with strength alone. Seeing this, Buter Hao snorted coldly. He waved his hand, and the golden mountain saber once again fell into his hand. The saber shook, and the sharp aura caused the space to tremble. It is still too early to be happy. The outcome has not been decided yet. How do you know that I am no match for you? Hearing this, Xiao Yan smiled coldly. He took a step forward, and the crimson flame immediately turned into a wave of fire that swept out in all directions. Buter Hao did not move. The golden mountain saber shook slightly, and the wave of fire was split into two. At the same time, Xiao Yan's body suddenly rushed forward. He clenched his hand, and the crimson flame condensed into a huge flaming ruler in his palm. His body was as fast as lightning, and in the blink of an eye, he was already in front of Buter Hao. The huge ruler carried a ferocious wind that caused the space to fluctuate, and it violently slashed toward Buter Hao, who was as still as a mountain. Under the pressure of such a strong wind, Buter Hao's body did not move. On his face, there was not the slightest hint of caution when the huge ruler was slashing toward him. A pair of turbid old eyes stared at the huge flaming ruler that was getting closer and closer. When the distance between the two of them was only half a foot, Buter Hao casually took a step to the left. The huge ruler fell, but it brushed past Buter Hao's shoulder at an extremely dangerous angle. This ferocious attack did not have any effect. Almost at the moment Xiao Yan's attack missed, Buter Hao suddenly turned his body, and a whip kick was aimed at Xiao Yan's head. The attack was as swift as lightning, and it was powerful and overbearing. When Buter Hao's kick landed, a deep sonic boom reverberated, as if an explosion had occurred underground. It was dull and horrifying. In the face of Buter Hao's swift and cold attack, Xiao Yan did not dare to be careless. When he used the sky extinction step, he immediately turned the huge flaming ruler. In the end, Buter Hao's attack still landed on the ruler, and Xiao Yan's body. He took the opportunity to retreat. When Buter Hao's attack landed on the huge ruler, a powerful force suddenly surged out and blasted the huge flaming ruler apart. The flaming ruler turned into flames that filled the sky and enveloped Buter Hao. Seeing this scene, the expressions of the spectators could not help but change. Although they had heard many stories about Xiao Yan, he was still an expert in the initial stage of the Origin King realm. In front of an 8-star Origin King, he was still too inexperienced. Humph! I really overestimated you. Buterhouse strode out of the flames without fear. Although it was a heavenly flame, it had already been destroyed by him. Naturally, he would not take it seriously. Moreover, his Tiangang body was indestructible. Just this little bit of flame would not be able to hurt him. Hee, if it's just based on physical strength, I'm afraid I'm not your match. Even if it's based on cultivation, you are still far from being my match. I've been an 8-star Origin King for hundreds of years. Even if my cultivation has not improved, I'm still not someone a little brat like you can compare to. Before Xiaoyan could finish his sentence, Buterhouse laughed coldly. Then he held the golden blade in one hand and stared at Xiaoyan with a cold gaze. He said slowly, "Remember, you asked for everything that happened today. Originally, I was still looking for the whereabouts of the Luo Tianding. However, since you've delivered yourself to me, I'll gladly accept it." As he spoke, Buterhouse took a heavy step forward. However, after taking 2 steps, before he could take a 3rd step, his body suddenly stiffened. His muscular body immediately felt an intense pain in his heart. At the same time, the old man's body could not help but tremble. His old face also became distorted. This is the karmic fire of the Red Lotus. I'm sure you've heard of it before. Its specialty is to burn and devour the body. Even if you have a diamond body, it will not be a problem for you. Xiaoyan softly laughed. Buterhouse's strong body gradually shrank after his words sounded. Finally, he once again returned to his stooped state. At this moment, the flesh on his body, regardless of whether it was his shoulders, waist, or legs, had been completely devoured by the flame, revealing the dense white bones beneath. Due to the burning of the flame, not even the slightest bit of blood seeped out from the places where the flesh was missing. The karmic fire of the Red Lotus, brat, you're despicable. Fu Tuhao endured the intense pain that was being transmitted from all over his body. His face was filled with fury as he looked at Xiaoyan. He had never expected that the Tiangang body that he was so proud of would be broken in such a manner. Haha, old sir, aren't these words a little too laughable? You are using the cultivation of an 8-star Origin Emperor to deal with a junior. Yet you say that I am despicable? Upon hearing this, Xiaoyan could not help but sneer. There was no reason to speak of in this world. Tactics were just one way to win. If this old fellow could use the cultivation of an 8-star Origin Emperor to suppress him, he could naturally use the heavenly flame to break through his golden body. If it were not for the karmic fire of the Red Lotus, it would not have been so easy for him to break through the old fellow's Tiangang body. Upon hearing this, Buterhouse's wrinkled old face could not help but turn slightly green. The anger in his heart burned even more. A junior, a mere early-stage Origin Emperor, dared to be so presumptuous in front of him. Xiaoyan was the first person in 1,000 years to do so. Huff! Buterhouse suppressed the anger in his heart and slowly closed his eyes. The moment he opened them, a sharp light flashed in the depths of his turbid old eyes. The space in front of him distorted slightly. Immediately after, he held the golden blade tightly in one hand and waved his arm. The vigorous aura in his body surged again. Kid, you will pay the price for your arrogance. As he roared, Buterhouse's hunched body suddenly jerked. He raised the golden blade in his hand, and Genesis Chi frantically gushed out from his body. At the same time, waves of powerful and domineering force rapidly gathered in the surrounding void. In the blink of an eye, the force transformed into dozens of giant golden blades that emitted golden light. Great Tao Technique. Chapter 1300. Great Tao Technique. Mountain-shattering blade. When Buterhouse shouted angrily, he immediately grasped the hilt of his sword tightly. When he raised the golden mountain sword above his head, the golden swords that were formed by the power of the great path in the void around him turned into streaks of golden light, and quickly merged into the golden mountain sword. With the continuous infusion of these powers, the golden mountain sword, which was originally about 1 meter in size, rapidly expanded. The blade emitted a dazzling golden light, turning the dark night into day. Streaks of sharpness emanated from it. As the blade vibrated slightly, the void was mercilessly torn apart. A powerful aura spread from the golden mountain blade, causing many of the experts present to reveal looks of horror. Buddha Hao was indeed an 8-star Genesis Emperor. Once his cultivation was fully displayed, the so-called Origin Kings were nothing. As the crowd retreated, they hurriedly circulated the Genesis Chi in their bodies and rapidly formed a protective shield around their bodies. In the distant void, the patriarch of the Futu clan, Futu Sang, watched the scene before him with a solemn expression. He naturally understood his ancestor very well. Once the mountain-shattering blade was used, no one below the Genesis ancestor level would be able to survive. This time, Fu Taheo wanted to decide the outcome of the battle in one round. At the same time, on the opposite side of Buddha Hao, Xiaoyan wore a stern expression as he watched the scene in front of him. His heart was quietly awed. This old man was an 8-star Origin Emperor after all. His fighting strength was extraordinary. With Xiaoyan's current strength, he was really no match for this old man if he did not use his trump card. At this moment, Xiaoyan admitted that with his current fighting strength, he was at the very most equal to an ordinary 5-star Origin Emperor. Despite this, Xiaoyan still felt somewhat dissatisfied in his heart. However, he did not know just what kind of situation would occur if his thoughts were to spread to the ears of others. With his initial Genesis Emperor cultivation, Buddha Hao was able to contend with an 8-star Genesis Emperor for a long time without being defeated. In fact, his battle prowess was already comparable to an ordinary 5-star Genesis Emperor. Others could not wait to be envious of him, but he was still dissatisfied. Although Xiaoyan was dissatisfied, Buddha Hao was already prepared to decide the victor with him. At such a time, he naturally could not continue to hesitate. As his gaze turned back, Xiaoyan's heart trembled slightly. A glint flashed in his eyes, and with a flip of his right hand, the heavy Xian ruler appeared in his hand. With a gentle shake of the ruler, blazing flames immediately rose from it. Waves of Genesis Chi flowed through the various meridians in his body and rapidly gathered in the giant ruler. At the same time, a surging power rapidly gathered in Xiaoyan's left palm. Brat, before you die, I'll let you know what a true Origin Emperor is. A thunder-like furious cry was emitted from Fu Tuhao's mouth. At the same time, the golden mountain blade in his hand, which was raised high above his head, was wrapped in a frightening energy as it tore through the empty air and charged toward Xiaoyan like a flood. The frightening energy contained in it suddenly erupted at this moment. Mountain-breaking blade, mountain-breaking river, break! The bright golden glow fell from all directions like a falling meteor. It carried a sharp ear-piercing explosion as it cut through the air in a lightning-like manner, and shot toward Xiaoyan in the distance. The empty space collapsed wherever the golden light passed. The courtyard below was also completely destroyed. The enormous manor where the Futu clan was located also collapsed because of it. The full power attack of an 8-star Genesis Emperor was so terrifying. In the face of such a powerful attack, everyone's expression instantly changed. Even the experts of the Buddha Hao clan paled. Such a sharp momentum and the perfect fusion of Great Tao power and Genesis Chi meant that the Great Tao skill unleashed would be even more terrifying. No one below the Genesis ancestor level would be able to block this attack. Although Xiaoyan isn't comparable to ordinary Genesis Emperors, if he wants to defeat my ancestor, he overestimates himself. A cold smile involuntarily appeared on Fu Tu Sang's face when he sensed the frightening energy contained in Fu Tuhao's blade. It was as though he had already seen Xiaoyan's ending. After all, the gap between their cultivations caused this originally disparate fight to appear even more meaningless. Xiaoyan took a step forward, and a wave of fire swept out. His eyes, suffused with purple flames, stared intently at the approaching golden blade. His face was cold and callous as he gradually tightened his grip on the heavy buster sword. The veins on his arms bulged like small wriggling snakes. Flames flowed on the giant buster sword, and the purple flames were embedded in the cracks of the giant buster sword. The body of the buster sword gradually turned red and scalding. Xiaoyan inhaled a deep breath of the slightly hot air. His expression turned flushed red. Immediately, the heavy Xian ruler in his hand was violently swung from bottom to top under the focus of the countless number of gazes around him. Ancient heavenly flame ruler. A wild cry suddenly sounded. Immediately, 100 feet large purple ruler glow shot out explosively from the heavy ruler in a frightening manner, with an irresistible force. The moment the ruler glow shot out, the space rippled like the surface of a lake with a huge rock thrown into it. Circle after circle of invisible space ripples swept out like waves. In an instant, the already crumbling Futa Manor had a huge crack that was about 10 feet wide. It followed the trajectory of the ruler glow and quickly spread out under the shocked gazes of the surrounding people. The huge purple ruler glow broke through the air like lightning. Countless gazes paused in midair, and their faces were filled with shock as they waited for the result of the collision between the two balls of destructive energy. Boom. At a certain moment, a blinding light shone down from the sky. The energy between the heavens and the earth raged wildly. In the empty space, the purple light and the dazzling golden light finally couldn't withstand the abnormal movement of the energy. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion sounded, and a ferocious and terrifying energy storm swept out from midair. Wherever the storm passed, the entire empty space and even the manor city below were greatly affected. Gotcha! Suddenly, a slight cracking sound was emitted from the empty space that no one could look directly at. The hearts of countless people trembled as they abruptly lifted their heads. Some of the strong people present could faintly see that the purple ruler glow, which was colliding with the huge golden blade, had quietly exploded and formed a crack. From the looks of it, it seemed that Futuhao's mountain-breaking blade was superior to the Tudo skills. Chapter 1301. Heh, that kid finally can't hold on any longer. The scene that appeared in the midair also caused quite a number of members of the Futa clan to exclaim. They clearly understood that this was the final fight between both parties. If anyone was the first to be unable to endure, the outcome would naturally be obvious. At this moment, Xiao Yan's ruler glow was the first to shatter. His defeat had already been revealed. Ka. The number of crack lines on the majestic ruler glow increased in front of a countless number of anxious gazes. Although the glow on the golden blade of his opponent was also gradually weakening, it was clear that Xiao Yan's purple flame ruler glow was the first to be unable to endure. Xiao Yan's ancient everlasting ruler is no match for that old man's great Dao skill. At this moment, the expressions of Bai Hua and the rest in the courtyard had turned ugly. The Genesis Qi within their bodies involuntarily began to circulate. They were ready to intervene if any unexpected changes were to occur. Among the few of them, the little fairy doctor was undoubtedly the most anxious. A purple glow suddenly surged in her bright pretty eyes. Even if her cultivation was insufficient, she would definitely make the Futu clan pay a terrible price if anything happened to Xiao Yan. As for Futu Sang and the others, their faces were filled with mockery. Xiao Yan's defeat was already set in stone, and Bai Hua and the others would naturally not be able to escape death. As long as Lian and the little fairy doctor were left behind, the others would naturally be useless. With these two women, the Futu clan would be able to make a meteoric rise. Even if they didn't go to the central region, no one in the extreme south would be a match for the Futu clan, not even the Burning Flame Valley. Something's not right. The Genesis Qi in that guy's body seems to be continuously draining. Li Bingrui, who was frowning slightly, suddenly spoke. Her words caused the little fairy doctors and Bai Hua's expressions to change. While they were puzzled, their gazes also fell on Xiao Yan. Sure enough, although Xiao Yan's expression was calm, his aura was much weaker than before and was still weakening. Even if he had used the ancient everlasting ruler, this shouldn't be the case given the current situation. Boom. However, the enormous shocking ruler glow in the sky was finally unable to endure the frightening might of the golden blade, while this group of people were feeling doubtful. It emitted a bang, and was shattered from the middle. The entire ruler glow also burst apart in an instant. Hot waves of fire suddenly swept out, and once again destroyed the manor below. Kikik. Xiao Yan, this is the end. Die. A cold smile surfaced on Budo Hao's ferocious old face, as he watched the startling greatness ruler glow completely collapse. Although his mountain-breaking saber had consumed a lot of energy in this clash, it was not difficult for him to kill Xiao Yan with the remaining energy in it. In the sky, the golden blade glow, which had dimmed down, carried the radiance of victory as it completely destroyed the ruler glow. The appearance of this scene also caused everyone present to understand in their hearts that the outcome of this exchange had already been decided between the two. Attack. Other than the little fairy doctor and that girl, kill the rest. At the same time, Buddha Hao's face, which was filled with a ferocious smile, turned to look at the little fairy doctor's group below. As his hand rose and fell, his cold voice, which was filled with killing intent, was spat out from his mouth. The surrounding experts from the Buter clan also let out furious cries as they charged toward the little fairy doctor's group below. On the other side, the surrounding crowd could only withdraw their gazes somewhat bitterly. Fortunately, they did not fall out with the Buter clan because of Xiao Yan's attack. Otherwise, their fates would likely be much more miserable than theirs. In the sky, Xiao Yan looked at the golden blade glow that was rapidly magnifying in his eyes. There was no visible change in his calm expression. His gaze swept across the void and looked directly at Buter Hao. When the latter saw this, he first frowned. Then he let out a disdainful sneer. Even before his death, he still wanted to be mysterious. In the next second, Xiao Yan flipped his right palm, and the dark heavy buster sword was stored in the storage ring in the blink of an eye. With a flick of his finger, a ray of black light instantly shot out. Almost at the same time, in the void in front of Xiao Yan, the great path tent condensed in the blink of an eye. His footsteps changed, and he instantly executed the heavenly extinction step. In the next second, the void beside Buter Hao suddenly distorted. When his expression changed drastically, the golden blade in his hand ruthlessly slashed toward the void without hesitation. Boom! In the sky, a huge blade glow exploded with a bang. A purple figure also appeared in the brilliance that filled the sky. The moment Buter Hao's old eyes swept across, he saw an expressionless figure. The void that the golden blade had previously swept across was empty. It's over. It was at this moment that a cold and low voice quietly sounded in Buter Hao's ears. The instant his pupils abruptly shrank, an ice-cold palm lightly pressed against his chest. Heart-shattering palm. Explode. When the palm landed, Buter Hao's hunched body violently trembled. A trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and the life in his eyes rapidly faded. The moment his body fell, Xiao Yan beckoned with his hand, and a storage ring appeared out of thin air. Xiao Yan caught the ring in his hand, and his body involuntarily trembled. His originally rosy face turned pale in the blink of an eye. Consecutively using a battle skill consumed a lot of Genesis Chi. Not to mention that in order to deal with this old fellow, he had used the heart-shattering palm, an E-class battle skill that he didn't dare to use easily. Not only did it consume his Genesis Chi, but it also consumed a lot of his spirit power. Fortunately, he had successfully dealt with this old fellow. After stabilizing his body, Xiao Yan turned around and looked indifferently at Buter Sang and the others, who were charging towards the little fairy doctor and the others. With a thought, the North King immediately rushed over. In the sky above the courtyard, Buter Sang was leading a group of clan members to besiege the four figures in front of him. Fierce attacks continuously rushed forward, trapping the four in the courtyard. Although the number of Origin King experts on both sides was equal, the little fairy doctor and the others didn't have much room to retaliate. Her poison mist could only block the attacks for a while, but it couldn't last for long. Bai Hua, Li Bingrui, and the puppet each faced a Origin King expert from the Buter clan. At this moment, the collision between the 6 people on both sides was growing more and more intense. Bai Hua and Buter Sang each sent out a palm strike, and both figures rapidly retreated. Bai Hua's expression was cold, while Buter Sang's brows were constantly furrowed. As he retreated, a figure suddenly caught him from behind. Patriarch. Buter Sang raised his brows and his face lit up with joy. He hurriedly turned around, but what entered his eyes was an ice-cold and indifferent face. Chapter 1302. Bang! When Futu Sang saw the North King in midair, his expression froze. The North King's fist landed squarely on his chest. A thunderous explosion sounded from within Futu Sang's body. He immediately spat out a large mouthful of blood mixed with pieces of his internal organs. His entire body fell from the sky uncontrollably, and the vitality in his eyes quickly dissipated. Hua! The appearance of this scene immediately shocked the surrounding experts. The scene of Xiao Yan killing Fu Tu Hao earlier had yet to be erased from their minds. At this moment, The Northern King had simply killed an expert of the Origin King class with a single punch. This caused the hearts of these people to feel even more shocked. Killing a Origin King with a single punch. With this strength, the fighting strength of this puppet was at least at the Origin Emperor class. In other words, there were 2 Origin Kings and 3 Origin Kings in Xiao Yan's team. Such a team could be compared to a sect even in the extreme south. This time, the Futa family had really met a tough opponent. After being shocked, everyone's faces were naturally filled with gloating expressions. They did not have any good impression of the Futu clan. Now that Futu Hao was dead, the Futu clan no longer posed much of a threat to them. If the clan leader and the 2 elders were to die in Xiao Yan's hands, would it not be easier for them to take over this Nanlin city? Clan leader. At the same time, the 2 elders of the Futa family also noticed the situation here. Their expressions suddenly changed, and a crazy killing intent rose in their hearts at this moment. Xiao Yan, you killed my ancestor, destroyed my Futa family business, and now you dare to kill my clan leader. You have gone too far. Even if I have to risk my life, I will definitely kill you here today. The ancestor and clan head had both died. The situation was already over. One could easily imagine the fate of the Futu clan. Faced with all of this and once again looking at Xiao Yan, who had caused this current situation, the hearts of the 2 elders were filled with an endless hatred. The 2 of them exchanged glances with one another. A craziness surfaced in their turbid old eyes. The expression on their old faces had also become ferocious. As the seals in their hands changed, the Genesis chi in their bodies suddenly began to surge violently. From the looks of it, the 2 were planning to self-destruct in order to take revenge on Xiao Yan's group. The surrounding experts' expressions changed drastically when they sensed the changes in the 2 elders' energy. Even they did not dare to underestimate the power of an Origin King expert's self-destruction. These 2 lunatics. The Genesis chi in their bodies surged wildly, causing the bodies of the 2 old men to swell uncontrollably. They were like balloons that were rapidly inflating. At the same time that their skin burst apart, bright red pillars of blood continued to shoot out from within. A savage and painful expression was revealed on the twisted faces of the 2 old men. However, Xiao Yan flipped the 5 fingers on his right hand a moment later. 5 dark black steel needles immediately appeared in his palm. Without any hesitation, he immediately shot them out. 5 steel needles streaked across the sky like black lightning bolts. Just as the energy in the 2 elders' bodies swelled and their bodies were on the verge of exploding, their bodies trembled in unison. The moment the steel needles shot into their bodies, the rampaging Genesis chi in the vortex instantly quieted down. The 2 elders lost control of the vortex, and all Genesis chi involuntarily flowed out from all parts of their bodies. Their swollen bodies gradually returned to their original appearance. As they watched their bodies gradually recover, there was no joy in their eyes. Instead, their eyes were filled with endless pity. They did not even have the ability to commit suicide. Initially, my target was Futu Hao. I didn't intend to attack you. However, you shouldn't have attacked my friend. Xiao Yan's expression was indifferent as he slowly spat out these words. The Northern King suddenly attacked when his words sounded. 2 palms slammed heavily on the heads of the 2 old men. One could hear a low, deep sound of bones shattering. The bodies of these 2 old men fell uncontrollably. After which, Xiao Yan glanced at the remaining members of the Futu clan in the blink of an eye. Everyone hurriedly withdrew upon seeing this. Their expressions changed drastically. Their eyes were filled with horror. At the same time, they also knew that the Futu clan was completely finished. They would definitely become homeless dogs. Xiao Yan glanced at the little fairy doctor and the others below. After confirming that they were fine, he slowly exhaled. Just as he was about to descend, a ray of sunlight pierced through the dark night in the distant eastern horizon and shone on Xiao Yan's face. It was dawn. While the Futu clan was being dealt with, in a vast mountain forest in the central region, a young man in black robes slowly withdrew from his cultivation on a cliff. The moment he opened his eyes, he saw the light of dawn shooting from the eastern horizon. Phew! The young man slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air that had been suppressed in his chest. As he felt the power in his body that was even more vigorous than before, the corners of his mouth could not help but curl into a mocking smile. 6-star origin emperor. If I continue at this speed, I believe that my cultivation will be able to advance to the origin ancestor level in less than a year. When that time comes, as he thought about his future prospects, a blazing look involuntarily flashed across the young man's eyes. This matter cannot be rushed. Before you possess sufficient strength, it is best not to easily expose yourself. Otherwise, once they set their eyes on you, it will be very difficult for us to escape. Immediately after, the space beside the young man suddenly distorted. Soon after, an old figure with a slightly illusory body appeared beside him. Teacher is right. They already have doubts about my cultivation speed. If I am too eager for quick success, I'm afraid that old fellow will personally take action against me. Heh, that girl is his favorite. Anyone would be cautious. Don't be anxious. There will always be someone more concerned about this matter than us. As long as we control her, there will be no need to be afraid that old fellow won't listen to us obediently. Hearing this, the old man laughed coldly. His pair of sinister old eyes contained a trace of resentment. If it were not for that person, he would not have ended up in such a state. Fortunately, everything that had happened in the past was now placed in front of him, waiting for him to take it back. May I ask, is this the woeful disaster mountain range? Chapter 1303. Just as the master and disciple were chatting with a cold expression, a middle-aged man suddenly appeared in the sky not far away and interrupted the conversation between the two. In almost an instant, two cold gazes landed on the middle-aged figure, and the corners of his mouth curled into a cold sneer. The young man involuntarily licked his lips, as though he had seen his prey. Seeing this scene, the expression on the middle-aged man's face became a little uncomfortable, and he felt a wave of fear in his heart. A bad premonition quickly rose from the bottom of his heart, and he did not dare to hesitate. He immediately cupped his hands towards the two of them, and was about to leave. Ha ha ha, since you have asked so politely, I should reply. It's just that I was a little hungry just now. Did I scare you? However, just as the middle-aged man turned around, the young man's figure appeared in front of him like a ghost. There was a warm smile on the young man's face, and there was not the slightest trace of coldness in his eyes. It was as if he was a completely different person from before. Not only that, the middle-aged man was also extremely shocked by the young man's strange movement technique. The seemingly young black-robed young man in front of him was actually able to flash in front of him in the blink of an eye. This scene was really shocking. The middle-aged man acknowledged that the cultivation of a 5-star origin king was not considered too strong. However, this young man in front of him really caused him to feel that it was difficult to imagine. This speed was likely comparable to Xiao Yan, who was still resting in his clan. The man in front of him was actually another monster with a cultivation talent that could be called heaven-defying. Aha, sir, you must be joking. I was just impulsive just now, so I disturbed, sir. If I have offended you, please forgive me. When the middle-aged man regained his senses, the expression on his face quickly changed. He laughed dryly, and cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Only then did he hurriedly bow to the young man in front of him with a respectful attitude. After all, this world still belonged to the strong. With enough strength, even the most arrogant person would have to bow down obediently. When the young man saw the middle-aged man's attitude, he couldn't help but have a smug look on his face. Immediately he waved his hand and said with a smile, "Don't worry, I'm sorry. It's fine. Since you asked whether this is the wretched disaster mountain range, I will tell you that this is the wretched disaster mountain range, and it is the territory of the Dewey sect. May I know why you have come to the Dewey sect?" This, although he had already confirmed the doubts in his heart, the young man's words still made him feel somewhat at a loss. After all, it was a mission given by the patriarch. However, the person standing in front of him was an origin king expert whose cultivation was not weaker than Xiao Yan. Under such pressure, the middle-aged man could not help but hesitate. Haha, don't worry. I am from the Dewey sect. My name is Suzhen, and I am a disciple of the Dewey sect. If you have any questions or anything else, you can tell me. I will pass on the message for you. If you don't believe me, I can bring you in. Suzhen had a warm smile on his face. When the middle-aged man saw this, the worry in his heart naturally lessened. Although he still had some doubts in his heart, In the end, he still told Suzhen the purpose of this trip. When Suzhen heard Xiao Yan's name from the middle-aged man's mouth, the expression on his originally calm face instantly became gloomy. A bloodthirsty killing intent uncontrollably surged out from within his eyes. He actually completely ignored the words of the middle-aged man. It was a long while later before he slowly said in a low and hoarse voice, "Xiao Yan, the Xiao Yan clan's Xiao Yan." Good. Xiao Yan, is he coming to the middle region? We will have to settle the debt between us. Seeing the sudden change in Suzhen's expression, the middle-aged man's heart could not help but shiver inwardly. Genesis Qi quietly circulated in his body as his body retreated almost imperceptibly. He could faintly sense that Suzhen's mood was rapidly deteriorating. If he continued to stay, he would only bring trouble to himself. "Sir, I hope you won't forget the request of my Futu clan. We will However, before the middle-aged man could finish his words, a blood-stained palm instantly pierced through his chest. Then the purplish-black poisonous fog rapidly condensed in the palm, forming a vortex. At the same time, a ferocious suction force surged out. The middle-aged man's body began to twist uncontrollably at this moment, and a miserable and painful hiss came from his throat. The poisonous fog spread, and when it enveloped his entire body, the hiss gradually faded away. In the end, the poisonous fog, along with his entire body, converged into the palm, becoming a part of Suzhen. Phew! After a long time, Suzhen opened his eyes again. A faint light flashed in the depths of his eyes as a gentle smile rose from the corners of his lips. His cultivation had finally stabilized at the 6-star Origin Emperor stage. With the help of the poison mist, his strength was now close to the intermediate 6-star Origin Emperor stage. It was time to leave. Xiao Yan and that legendary holy maiden. He teacher, disciple knows what to do. As the laughter in his heart faded, Suzhen slowly stood up with a warm smile on his face. He looked towards the young lady who was carefully walking over with light and graceful steps as a clear laughter was spat out. "You lass, instead of cultivating properly, you want to tease me again. You're still 100 feet away, but I've already discovered you." Suzhen chuckled softly, while the young lady stuck out her tongue with a slightly red face. The former walked forward, his large hand gently rubbing the latter's small head. Soon after, he pulled her up with one hand and headed down the mountain. "Let's go. It's time to go back. The sect master knows that you've snuck out for me again. I'm afraid he'll punish you." Suzhen chuckled softly like a heartwarming big brother. The young lady followed closely behind him. When she heard Suzhen's words, she playfully curled her lips and quibbled. "How did I snuck out? I didn't sneak out. I clearly came out from the side door. Besides, my father can't control me. If he punishes me, you will definitely help me vent my anger, right?" The young lady took 2 steps forward and leaned her delicate body against Suzhen's arm as she spoke with an expectant expression. The latter tilted his head slightly to look at the lass beside him. He paused for a moment before wrapping his arm around the young lady's delicate shoulders and chuckled. Of course. No matter what, I will definitely side with you. If anyone wants to take you away from me, then they will definitely pay a painful price." As he spoke, Suzhen turned his head back. A glint flashed in the depths of his eyes. The young lady in his arms had a blissful expression, as if she had already found the most precious person in her life. Chapter 1304. Southern Region, Extreme South, Nanlin City. Xiao Yan's group was seated cross-legged and resting in a somewhat dilapidated courtyard. At this moment, a storage ring was quietly lying in Xiao Yan's hand. This was the storage ring that he had taken from Futu House Corpse. That old fellow was an expert at the Origin Emperor class, and had lived for 1,000 years. It was likely that there were many treasures within the storage ring. Now that he was dead, everything within the storage ring should naturally belong to him. With a thought, the surging spiritual strength in Xiao Yan's body immediately surged. After which, it condensed into a strand and entered the storage ring in his palm. With the insertion of the spiritual strength, everything in the storage ring was also reflected in Xiao Yan's mind. High-class qi methods, dose skills, a collection of medicinal pills, countless spiritual stones, and even quite a number of extremely precious medicinal ingredients and some formation plates. If these things were taken out, it would definitely cause a huge commotion in the outside world. However, now they all belonged to Xiaoyan. Unfortunately, although the collection within this storage ring was quite great, there were very few things that could enter Xiaoyan's eyes given his current eyesight. After a simple investigation at this moment, Xiaoyan slowly withdrew his spiritual strength somewhat unwillingly. However, just as Xiaoyan's spiritual strength was about to withdraw from the storage ring, an inconspicuous fragment suddenly appeared in Xiaoyan's mind from a certain place in the storage ring. Almost at this moment, the spiritual strength that was about to withdraw suddenly paused. After which, a light flashed on the storage ring, and a small piece of black parchment appeared in Xiaoyan's palm. A pair of pitch-black eyes stared intently at this small piece of broken parchment in front of him. He felt a somewhat familiar aura on it as well as the special strength that it contained. The expression in Xiaoyan's eyes gradually froze. After which, it turned into shock and joy. Ha 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 ha. In the courtyard, uncontrollable laughter was emitted from Xiaoyan's mouth and reverberated in the air above the manor. However, when the people outside heard it, their expressions changed, and they hurriedly retreated. It was as if they were afraid of angering this person. At this moment, in the courtyard, the little fairy doctor and the others were looking suspiciously at Xiaoyan, who had suddenly laughed out loud. Although they could feel the joy in his heart, this was a little too exaggerated. The origin returning art. I really did not expect it to be in Futu House storage ring. It is really a case of searching high and low for something, only to find it by chance. In this way, the ancestors' cultivation method can be considered complete. This seemingly unremarkable piece of black parchment was the remnant scroll of the returnance art. The origin returning art that Xiaoyan cultivated was the first of the 3 volumes of the origin returning art. In addition to the second volume that he had obtained from Tianju's inheritance, and the other half that Xiaoyan had obtained from the auction in the western region, the last remaining part of the origin returning art was now in Xiaoyan's hands. As long as this fragment returned to Xiaoyan's hands, the origin returning art would be considered complete, and Xiaoyan's strength would be able to reach a higher level. After cultivating the origin returning art, one's cultivation would definitely reach the advanced source venerate realm. Now Xiaoyan had finally gathered all of it. Next, when he met Xiaoyan again in the future, he would hand over this fragment to him. This could be considered as settling a huge matter in his heart. Half a day later, the group set off from Nanlin City again, and continued to head east. Nanlin City had completely lost all its experts after Xiaoyan's group left. In an instant, this large city, which was quite famous even in the extreme south, had become a delicious cake in the eyes of a countless number of people. Those Yuan kings, who had come to congratulate Nanlin City 2 days ago, led a large group of people and once again arrived. However, they were no longer respectful. Experts from all over the place gathered together, and crazily fought for everything in the city. Within a short couple of days, the large city was occupied by various factions. At this moment, Xiaoyan's group had slowly arrived at a city to the east of the extreme south. Donghua City. Donghua City was an important city that connected the central region and the southern region. The teleportation formation set up in it led directly to the central region. It was an extremely important city hub at the border of the continent. Its founder was a huge force in the central region, but now Donghua City was under the management of the Yunin Pavilion. At this time, Xiaoyan and the others were standing outside Donghua City. Arriving here meant that they were only one teleportation formation away from the central region. Is this Donghua City? It's really amazing. Looking at the towering city in front of them, which was like a mountain range, Xiaoyan and the others could not help but have a strong sense of shock in their eyes. The size of the city was simply beyond their imagination. The towering city walls had a cold, steel-like luster, and various mysterious runes were carved on them. The faint aura emitted from them made them feel pressured. Even with Xiaoyan's strength, he could not help but feel a chill in his heart. Donghua City itself was a great formation. What a frightening formation. This large formation is likely much stronger than the Burning Flame Valley's sect protecting Great Formation. The group had a solemn expression as their gazes paused on the formation for a long time. Only then did they slowly walk into the city under the strange gazes of the surrounding people. When Xiao Yan and the others entered the city, the extravagant scene in front of them was even more shocking. On both sides of the street, various skyscrapers rose from the ground. The city was a glorious scene. In just a short while, Xiao Yan and the others saw more than a dozen experts at the Origin King level. There was even no lack of Origin Emperor experts. Origin Emperor experts who could dominate an area in the extreme south looked like ordinary people even here. The group did not stay for too long. After asking about the general location of the teleportation formation, they walked towards the center of Donghua City. However, just as they entered the city, an old man in a pavilion also noticed the existence of Xiao Yan and the others. He hesitated for a moment, then his figure moved and disappeared from the tower in the blink of an eye. After a short while, Xiao Yan and the others had already arrived at the center of Donghua City. Compared to other places, this place was undoubtedly more lively. Because of the teleportation formation, experts from all over the continent had gathered here. When Xiao Yan and the others arrived, they even discovered the existence of several Origin sect experts. This scene caused the group to be extremely shocked. It was also at this moment that an old man in a brocade robe suddenly blocked the path of Xiao Yan and the others. May I ask if this Mr. is Xiao Yan? Chapter 1305. An amiable laughter slowly sounded. The forward footsteps of Xiao Yan's group also paused. The few of them exchanged glances with each other. Immediately, their gazes once again returned to the old man in front of them. The old man had a head full of grayish-white hair. His face was rosy and plump. There was a tuft of beard on his chin. His somewhat shriveled hand was slowly stroking it. A pair of turbid old eyes were currently smiling as he stared at the group of people in front of him. This was especially the case when his gaze landed on Xiao Yan. The smile in his eyes became even denser. Seeing the old man in front of him like this, Xiao Yan also knew that the old man must know his identity. Otherwise, he would not have such an expression. Without much hesitation, he was secretly on guard. He carefully cupped his hands toward the old man in front of him and said, "I am Xiao Yan. May I know what is the matter?" Sensing the change in Xiao Yan's aura, the old man nodded with a kind smile and said, "Don't be nervous. Mister, there is no need to be nervous. No one in Donghua City can touch you, and I am no exception." As soon as the old man said this, Xiao Yan was stunned. However, before he could think about why, the old man in front of him continued to speak. "I am Zhang Li. I am the manager of the Yunin Pavilion in Donghua City. It is my pavilion master who ordered me to wait for you here. Before he left, he repeatedly reminded me that if Mr. Xiao Yan comes here, I must treat you well. If anyone dares to make things difficult for you, no matter who it is, they will not appear in Donghua City in the future. Therefore, in Donghua City, Mr. Xiao Yan can rest assured." The old man laughed softly as he made an inviting gesture toward Xiao Yan. Only then did the latter come to a sudden understanding. No wonder this old man was able to recognize him at a glance. It was actually something done by Luo Jin. Moreover, from the words of Zhang Li earlier, it appeared that the strength of the hidden cloud pavilion in this area was much greater than he had imagined. "Elder, you are too polite." Returning to his senses, Xiao Yan hurriedly cupped his hands towards the old man in front of him. Only then did he lead the few people behind him towards a certain place in the center of the city under Zhang Li's lead. Although Donghua City is nominally under the control of the Hidden Cloud Pavilion, it still belongs to the southern region. Other than managing some trivial matters, most of the resources and shops in the city still belong to the forces of the southern region. Don't underestimate them. On the surface, they seem to be shops opened by ordinary kings, but behind them, there are even more powerful forces supporting them, Yi Futian said. While the few of them were curiously observing the surrounding shops, Zhang Li's somewhat cautious voice was spat out. Hearing this, Xiao Yan nodded his head in understanding. Donghua City was one of the most important cities in the extreme south. How could an ordinary faction be able to establish a shop here, and be able to live in such a stable manner? "Senior, you're talking about the Origin Emperor, right?" Xiao Yan smiled. Those who could set up a force here were naturally Origin Emperors. Haha, Mr. Xiao Yan, that's hard to say. The southern region is vast but sparsely populated. There are countless experts who have yet to appear. What you've seen is only the surface of the southern region. The expression in Xiao Yan's eyes immediately hardened when these words were uttered. He naturally understood the meaning behind the old man's words. This was just like the mysterious valley of the Qin wasteland back in the western region. On the surface, it was indeed the largest faction in the western region. However, the one who could truly be called the Dragonhead was the Morong clan located in the western region of the Western Wasteland, or the Blood Flame Bird tribe in the Fire Maple Forest in the extreme south. Until now, Xiao Yan had only seen the tribe head of the Blood Flame Bird tribe, Zhu Hao, and his son, Zhu Can. The size of their entire tribe was naturally unimaginable. The continent was very large, and there were many hidden dragons and crouching tigers. This was also why one had to be careful when walking on the continent. There was no absolute power on this continent. A moment later, the group of people appeared in a pavilion. In the hall, after the few of them took their seats, Zhongli walked in front of them, cupped his hands and said slowly, "Senior brother Zhongli, I'm sorry." He slowly said, "I wonder if you know anything about my Yunnan pavilion or the central region?" The few people seated shook their heads when these words were uttered. This was the first time that they had headed to the middle region of the continent. Who would know just what kind of scenery it was? As for the Hidden Cloud Pavilion, even Xiao Yan knew that it was a faction that belonged to the middle region. He did not know just where it came from. Zhongli softly acknowledged when he saw everyone shake their heads. It was as if he was not surprised by this result. After which, he continued to speak. Before the pavilion chief left, he specially instructed the old me to inform everyone clearly if they were to come here. The middle region is different from the borders of the continent. The factions there are more complicated. At the same time, it is also more dangerous. Mr. Xiao Yan needs to pay attention to some of the stronger factions in the middle region. The division of the factions in the central region is different from other regions. Other than some powerful magical beast clans, the human factions are led by the Pill Tower, followed by the Tianyuan sect, and the Ghost Gate. There are also the three great clans, the Xiao clan, the Bai clan, and the Ouyang clan. Finally, there are the other four great factions led by the Cloud Immortal sect. The Ghost Temple sect is also one of them. The Heavenly Cloud Villa, where my Cloud Immortal sect is located, is one of them. The other faction is called the Dui sect. I believe that Mr. Xiao Yan will come into contact with them in the future. Zhang Li's gaze involuntarily landed on the little fairy doctor and Lian, or when he finished speaking. With his eyesight, he was naturally able to see the difference between the two women. Xiao Yan's expression changed when he heard about the Xiao clan. He did not expect the Xiao clan to be one of the super factions in the central region. However, it was also because of this that Xiao Yan could not help but worry about Xiao Xian's current situation. The latter had yet to obtain the complete third scroll of the Origin Returning Art, and his cultivation would definitely be affected. It was likely that he would not be able to avoid trouble in the Xiao clan. A chilly glint flashed across Xiao Yan's eyes when he thought of this. It was fine if Xiao Xian was fine. However, if he were to head to the Xiao clan and see Xiao Xian being treated coldly by others, it was fine if he did not want this so-called clan. As this thought flashed across his mind, Xiao Yan finally recovered. Zhongli also opened his mouth once again. Although most of these factions hold their own, Mr. Xiao Yan should pay special attention to the Ghost Temple sect and the Cloud Celestial sect. On the surface, these two factions are indeed as famous as the Heavenly Cloud Villa and the Dewey sect. However, they are actually branches of the Heavenly Origin sect and the Ghost Gate. The two factions are wary of each other, and have been in conflict for many years. They are scattered across the borders of the continent. It was only in recent years that the Ghost Temple sect gradually gathered its forces, and withdrew from the borders of the continent. Although this is the case, Mr. Xiao Yan should be extremely careful if you encounter them in the future. Xiao Yan could not help but nod his head solemnly when he heard this. He naturally knew the reason why the Ghost Hall gathered its forces better than anyone else. However, he did not expect that the first thing he would face when he was about to step into the central region would be the Ghost Temple sect. As for the so-called Ghost Gate, it was likely that it was an even more terrifying existence. In addition, the pavilion master specially instructed before he left that if Mr. Xiao Yan encounters any trouble that he cannot resolve, he can come to the Heavenly Cloud Villa. The pavilion master will definitely do his best to help. Chapter 1306. In the pavilion, Xiao Yan and the rest stood up with smiles on their faces after listening to Zhang Li's kind explanation. They cupped their fists together towards the old man in front of them and respectfully said, "Thank you, Elder." A smile involuntarily surfaced on Zhang Li's old face when he saw everyone's reaction. He gently lifted his hand and said with a faint smile, "Mr. Xiao Yan is too polite. This old man is merely following orders. All of this was instructed by the pavilion master. I am merely passing on the pavilion master's words. I only hope that Mr. Xiao Yan will be cautious after reaching the central region. The people there cannot be compared to the southern region." Zhang Li's tone carried a hint of caution towards the end of his words. He had naturally heard of Xiao Yan's actions in the extreme south. Based on Xiao Yan's character, he would inevitably attract trouble once he reached the central region. Haha, this junior will remember Elder's kind reminder in his heart. However, there are times when trouble does not necessarily come from oneself. If anyone thinks that my friends and I are easy to bully, I will definitely use my fists to tell them that we are not persimmons. Xiao Yan smiled indifferently. A cold glint flashed across his pitch-black eyes. His words were clearly referring to the Ghost Temple sect. Even if Xiao Yan truly wanted to avoid that group of people who were neither human nor ghost, it was likely that it would be difficult for him to do so. The Ghost Temple sect would definitely take action against him during this trip to the central region. At that time, not only him, but even his friends would inevitably encounter trouble because of this. The best way to deal with this was to use violence to curb violence. He would use a sufficiently powerful force to kill and expel all the intruders. When Zhang Li saw the cold murderous intent that flashed across Xiao Yan's face, he involuntarily opened his mouth. However, he remained silent in the end. He nodded his head and said, "In that case, this old man wishes everyone a smooth journey in advance. We will meet again in the future. See you again in the future." Everyone cupped their fists in unison. Then, under Zhang Li's lead, they once again came to the center of Donghua City. The human flow on the spacious open ground was like a flood. At this moment, a dazzling golden glow was being emitted from between over 10 stone pillars on an enormous tall platform. Following the extreme flickering of the glow, a group of human figures appeared on the stone platform a short moment later. The gazes of quite a number of people present also followed, and looked over. At this moment, Xiao Yan's gaze had noticed the stone pillars around the stone platform. Compared to the transportation formations he had seen in the past, the one in front of him seemed to be different. Sensing Xiao Yan's gaze, Zhang Li faintly smiled. He gently stroked his beard and said with a smile, "Mr. Xiao Yan, do you think there's something wrong with this teleportation portal?" Hearing this, Xiao Yan's expression was first stunned, and then he recovered. He smiled embarrassedly and said a little awkwardly, "Although I have seen many teleportation portals before, it seems that this teleportation portal is different in both size and structure." Haha, Mr. Xiao Yan's observation is very detailed. Compared to the teleportation portals in the southern, western and northern regions, this teleportation portal is indeed different. Mr. Xiao Yan may not know, but the construction of a teleportation portal itself is not fixed. The reason why the teleportation portals that are commonly seen are all rank 5 is because the formation of a teleportation portal itself requires a large amount of spiritual energy as the foundation. Only when one's spiritual energy reaches rank 5 can it be formed. Xiao Yan involuntarily nodded when he spoke until this point. He had also heard of this point. The agglomeration of a teleportation formation required a great amount of spiritual strength as the price. No one below the rank 5 formation master level was able to successfully agglomerate it. But other than that, there are rank 6 and even rank 7 teleportation portals above rank 5. The teleportation portal in Donghua City is rank 6. Compared to a rank 5 teleportation portal, a rank 6 teleportation portal consumes more energy, but at the same time, the teleportation distance and speed will be greatly increased. It is precisely because the distance between the central and southern regions is so great that only a rank 6 teleportation portal can achieve such an effect. Of course, other than the regional teleportation array, there are also some short-distance teleportation arrays. There is no need to set up a formation array. As long as you borrow the power of the formation plate, you will be able to perform short-distance teleportation arrays. However, the disadvantage of those teleportation arrays is that they are aimless. However, for some people who are fleeing, it is not a bad choice. In short, different formations have different effects. Although there are many alchemists on this continent, formation masters are not to be trifled with. Unfortunately, there are too many forces that have neglected the existence of formation masters. Many alchemists have neglected the existence of formation masters. As he spoke, Zhang Li's eyes involuntarily swept over Xiao Yan. He was naturally aware that the black-robed young man in front of him was also an alchemist. It was also because of this that there was an additional emotion at the end of his words. Due to the existence of the Pill Tower, all the experts on this continent believed that alchemists were the best. However, because of this, they had neglected the equally powerful formation masters. It must be said that this was a kind of tragedy. Xiao Yan came to a sudden understanding in his heart after hearing Zhang Li's words. He did not have much understanding of formations. In the past, he had underestimated the strength of a formation master. Now that he thought about it, a formation master did have its own unique points. If it could flourish in the future, it was likely that it would become one of the most popular professions on the Yuanwu continent. After a simple exchange of pleasantries, the group moved towards the tall platform in front of them. Zhang Li looked at the backs of the group in front of him, and could not help but have a vague guess in his heart. It was likely that the middle region would stir up a storm because of this group of people in the future. The group slowly stepped onto the tall platform and entered the formation. Outside, there was an old man in golden robes controlling the formation. After everyone stepped into the formation, the old man once again changed his familiar seal. Following the rapid change of the seal in the old man's hand, the formation under everyone's feet and the surrounding stone pillars also emitted a wave of golden light. When the golden light enveloped everyone within the formation like the light of the scorching sun, everyone's vision also became blurry. Hum hum hum. A wave of golden light once again flashed on the large square. Everyone present glanced indifferently at it. Soon after, a group of figures appeared within the formation in the middle of the square. After the golden light faded, Xiao Yan's group's vision gradually recovered. They carefully observed their surroundings. Their eyes were filled with surprise and curiosity. So this is the central region.